Recording in progress.
The ride for me was not and has not been easy, and maybe your ride won't be easy. But I'm not standing here because I just kind of cruised on. But I've had my shares of ups and downs. I've had many struggles. I've had blood clots in both my lungs at the same time. And I lived through tragedies and controversies. I've had people look past me because of the color of my skin. I've had people overlook me because I was a woman. I had critics say I will never win another Grand Slam when I was only at number 7. And now here I stand today with 21 Grand Slam titles, and I'm still going. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me with the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Just like moon and suns with the certainty of tides, just like hopes in springing high, still I rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling like teardrops weakened by my soulful cries? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. From a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean leaping wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into the daybreak that's wonderfully clear, I rise. I am the dream and the hope of a slave. I rise, I rise, I rise.
On this side, Ms. Kim. If we can please have a roving mic to the ladies on the left-hand side of the room.
And Ms. Salo, I think what we should say as well, I see we do have some participants online, And for that same question, please put some answers in the chat. We'd love to read them out too. We're going to engage the audience here with the roving mic, but if the tech team could help us with any of the answers that come through the chat, that would be great.
All right, so while he's bringing the mic over to the other side of the room, if the ladies on my left could please, you all have an opportunity, so can you please hand it over to Mina? So the question I have for you is, as yesterday's topics, one of yesterday's topics was being my sister's keeper. What have you vowed, or what are you vowing to do as your sister's keeper going forward today? And if when you're done with your answer, please hand it to the other ladies around you. Thanks.
Okay. For me, looking at the topic that says challenging the digital gender stereotypes, what stood out actually for me was my spot in the value chain. What is my role in the value chain? Because I think that's where we will start when we understand our roles and responsibilities. Then when that is put together, then we are able to see the change that we would like to see. So for me, the value chain was what stood out.
Thank you. If you could pass the mic to the lady in front of you.
Good morning. I think the most thing about being my sister's keeper is, I vowed after yesterday's topic is, what am I doing to encourage a sister that is struggling? What am I doing to encourage a lady that is feeling like giving up, or has a dream or has passion into what they want to achieve? So I'm vowing to make sure I help out a lady out there, a young lady out there who has a dream, and see it possible with whatever I can do to just help them achieve that they have.
Thank you, Mafu. We'll now be moving over to the other side of the room where Ms. Kim will ask her question.
So my question to my beautiful ladies in front of me, and please online, we'd love to see some of your chats. Briefly, along the same lines of my sister's keeper, if there's one person you want to connect with from any of the presenters or any of the participants from yesterday, who will it be, and what is it that you would want to get out of that conversation?
I think for me, it would be Ntsiki Kize, solely because I just got inspired from her talk, and as well as what she does, which is the mentoring. And I feel like I'm at a stage in my life where I'd appreciate to have a mentor, and obviously somebody to look up to and also to learn from. So yeah.
I will hook you up with Ntsiki.
Awesome.
Good morning. Well, for me, I'm in the aviation industry, and during the breaks yesterday, I had a chat with Mafunasi, and she's from Zambia, and it's actually someone I would actually like to engage with more, even when she goes back home, try to just communicate with her. Because I feel like it's great to just benchmark and just to see what's happening in another African country. We could bounce off ideas of each other, aviation related, and also maybe further into like business ideas. So yes, thank you.
Wonderful. That's amazing. Miss, would you like to? Okay. Do we have anything online, and then we'll move on with our program? Tech team, anything came? Okay. I'm sure the ladies will wake up where we've got people from all over the world. So I'm sure the comments will come through momentarily. So thank you so much. And I think the reason for that was really just to, reflect on yesterday in conferences like this. It's often so easy to sit through a day and you walk away and you're like, I haven't done anything. So we wanted to make sure we got those brains exercising and highlight some takeaways. So I think that was really good, and thank you for your participation. So we are going to kick off with our first panel session, which I'm very honored to be able to introduce. We are going to be discussing technology-driven entrepreneurship as a solution for job creation. We have got, I believe, from China, Miss Yizhuan Li, I believe we call her Heather. She was on one of the sessions from yesterday, but we did lose her. So can we just check whether she is on? Do we have Miss Lee on? Okay. Then I'm also so thrilled to introduce my friend from Indonesia, Miss Dia Yusuf. And sitting to my right, Dr. Joy Ndlovu, and from Kenya, Miss Ivy. And I would love to hand over to each of the ladies to do their presentation, and then we're going to have a question and answer after that. So if we have Miss Lee on from China, we'd probably ask her to present first. I'm not sure if we do have her on. And in that case, Miss Dia, hello, good morning. Good to see you. You are welcome to kickstart this session with your presentation, please.
From China first, right?
I'm not sure we have her on yet, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Nice to see you again, Kim. Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. Greetings from Indonesia. I am Dia Yusuf from Indonesia Prima. Really good to be here again for the second time virtually. But I hope in the next occasion I can be there in person. Of course, thanks to Kelly and all gorgeous girls in the committee for the friendship in the last year to come. I would like to share my screen now. Okay, can I share my screen? Right? Yes, you can see my screen. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen now. Today, we would like to, in this session, we would like to discuss about technology-driven entrepreneurship as a solution for job creation. First of all, let me also introduce myself. I am Dia Yusuf. I'm from Indonesia. I am as an entrepreneur, business consultant, and also business coach. I am founder of Indonesia Prima and also founder for Festival Entrepreneur Indonesia. Last week, also Kim joined from South Africa to be our distinguished guest speaker over there. And also, I am owner of New International Indonesia, as well as a commissioner for real estate development for the Gria Darumadani and the other one. Okay, welcome to the future. Today, I would like to share about how technology-driven entrepreneurship as a solution for job creation. Then welcome to the future. First of all, thanks to technology that help us to make life easier. But despite of the positive impact, technology also have another impact. I don't want to say this is a negative, but more on the sideways of technology. This is maybe all of you also realize this. This is I got from the internet also. That many jobs will be disappear in the next 10 years, in the next 50 years, or in the next year, like in the next future, many jobs is disappear. How about in entrepreneurship? What will the future looks like for the entrepreneur? Of course, the answer is that entrepreneurship will certainly not return to what it was because of the technology. And now, especially the condition nowadays when we got pandemic COVID-19. Then that because unlike any other crisis that we have faced in the recent history, this pandemic is make the sense that have a directly transformative effect. Maybe through the phrase new normal has been thrown around a lot lately. In many ways, it's something of misnormal because as a result of the pandemic, things are going to be very far from normal. So as we realize, pandemic also speed the transformation of technology. Indeed, many research indicates that there have been broad fundamental transformation that have been effectively brought on by the virus as far as it applies to the business landscape, which one would need to understand to place the future of entrepreneurship into better perspective and appreciate the uniqueness of the pandemic. So we have to remember that all entrepreneurs are at heart is a problem solver. It is the very essence of an entrepreneur to be perceptive in identifying market realities in ways that others can, to discover emerging needs and gaps, and to be creative and innovative in realizing a product or service for the market that meets these needs or gaps. In the fight against the pandemic and also in the emergence of new market realities, this the essence of entrepreneurship does not change, no matter which industry one might be in. So in the slide, I have sharing this. So this is the future on entrepreneurship is that the connection between new business ideas and the job creation will become weaker. Only a few years ago, most new business quickly needed employees, but if only to deal with administrative tasks. But nowadays, internet outsourcing, yeah, gig worker, like yesterday also we have a discussion about this, and also automation already mean that many growing business can be run single-handed for a long time. As artificial intelligence improve, this effect will become even more apparent. In the end, almost all successful businesses need to take on employees, but we are entering an era when many develop for several years before this become necessary. Then the second one, I have this also. So being an entrepreneur has changed. Sorry. It has evolved from being creative way of saying you're between jobs to meaning you are a successful individual with your own profitable company. So between employee and also the own boss. Entrepreneurship will only continue to evolve, and there are some key trends already emerging that hint at the direction it's taking. I think one of the most notable changes we'll see over the next few years is the rise in young people striking out to build their own industries from the instant they enter the working world, rather than joining pre-existing business. Already, there are many systems available to nurture and encourage these young entrepreneurs. This is just an example. Both of STREF's local universities provide resources and offices, and also in here in Indonesia, of course, for young graduates interested in starting their own business, just like an incubator like that. Young people and graduates have a remarkable tenacity when it comes to forging their own path, and I think that they will have an incredible influence on the future of entrepreneurship. But how to have a process of future entrepreneurship? Yeah. The process of future entrepreneurship, we have a three. Maybe I put here, yeah. Okay. We have a tree of future of entrepreneurship. Firstly, entrepreneurs must immediately focus on the survivability of their startup. As mentioned earlier, no matter which industry they are in, the entire market landscape has transformed, especially after COVID-19. Society has changed and all business models are more or less disrupted. Many aspects of the pre-existing business models might be outdated or even obsolete. So the first step is to ensure that the entrepreneur builds an effective runway for the company that is aligned with the market realities today. They need an update lifeboat strategy. At this stage, entrepreneurs should focus on cost-cutting measures, revisiting their cost structure. The key is to realize that the cost of operating may jeopardize the entire survival of the business because market disruption. Then, secondly, all entrepreneurs need to re-examine their markets and their business fit into the market. So all we're talking about is because the market behavior is changed because of the pandemic and the technology transformation. That's why we need to re-examine and also how our business fit into the market. Since the entire market environment has transformed, their business might no longer be aligned to the market in the same way as it did before. It might be that their customer, their preferences, and predisposition have changed entirely. And what was once of a value proposition offered by their business is no longer considered valuable. So the product and services might have become misaligned with the current market need. Entrepreneurs need to re-examine, carefully and critically study the market and question whether the solution they are offering still meet the needs of the market. They might have to go back to the drawing board again, like a business, maybe business model canvas or any business tools, the foundation, and come up with an entirely new value proposition. The third one is the entrepreneur should focus on building new organizational capabilities that will allow them to realize their new value proposition and position in the market. Because like I already informed the reason before, because the market is changing, they transform, and also the technology and also the pandemic effect. So we should focus on building, or we take a look our internal, how our capabilities to rebuild again, capacity building. This I mentioned about the competitiveness is the individual or organization who have competencies that are built on strong capabilities and effective resources that enable them to compete with relevant competitors using strong strategies, perfect tactic, and productive execution, which each turn gives them a competitive advantage. Sustainability and ultimately enable them to maintain their long-term existence in a specific competitive realm. This is to answer about this one, the value of a future entrepreneurship. So should be we must prepare our competitiveness. Then we should aware, then adaptable, agile, realized, and reaching also, repurposing, relevant, transformative, innovative, and value driven. So not only thinking about the business, but we should also thinking about what value we are going to share to the community. So I think I already in my last presentation here to the closing here, then we can discuss. So with this guidance, we should prepare ourselves better than today if we don't want to be obsolete. And this true that with technology-driven entrepreneurship as a solution for job creation. I have strong also recommendation that entrepreneurs must have a mentor or a business advisor, so the journey will be easier and enjoyable to ride. So thank you, and I hope this sharing can be benefited for all.
Terima kasih.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Dia. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Joy Ndlovu.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, fellow attendees, both locally and internationally, ladies and gentlemen, and all present today. If you are joining us from South Africa, good morning. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Absheni, Goeiemorgen, and in all the different languages in South Africa, good morning. But if you're joining us from elsewhere in the world, where it's the afternoon or in the evening, good afternoon and good evening to you. I'm delighted to join you here today, and it's my privilege and honor to have been asked to share my thoughts on a very important topic, technology-driven entrepreneurship as a solution for job creation. A topic that we are all deeply passionate about and deeply interested in, because we all believe it might be the key to unlocking economic opportunities in South Africa, in Africa, as well as globally. I think I'll start with introducing myself. As the program director said, my name is Joy Ndlovu, Matsidiso Joy Ndlovu. I'm a serial entrepreneur heading numerous startups and chairing the Small Enterprise Development Agency. I'm an accomplished scholar. I'm a lecturer, a coach with over 20 years business, executive, and board experience. So that's me in a nutshell. All of us would agree that living in a modern society without technology is unimaginable. I mean, how many times have we asked ourselves, how did the generation before us work without smartphones, iPads, and laptops? Think about how many times and how often we are using the internet, mobile phones, and computers. The technologies that enable this has been integrated in every aspect of our lives as well as our business activities. Technology is part of our lives and will remain part of our lives for many decades to come. No topic has stimulated as much debate as technology. The great debate of whether technology is good or whether it's bad for us has been ongoing for what seems like forever. I think, though, as a people, most of us would agree and have come to the conclusion that technology is not inherently good or bad. It can have some negative effects, but it can also offer many positive benefits. In the end, technology is what you make of it. You can use it as a tool that can be used for good or bad, or it's up to us to make sure that it's used for good. It's used in both old and new ways, and used in both positive ways as well as in negative ways. You decide if you're going to use it to improve the life of your life as well as the life of those with you. There certainly have been calls globally and locally for enhanced economic growth that could be achieved by the promotion of competition, entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation. The call can be linked back to as far back as 1979, when Professor David Bush of MIT published his report, The Job Generation Process. A key finding from his work was that job creation in the United States was not coming from large companies per se, but small, independently owned businesses founded by entrepreneurs using technology. He recommended that economic and job growth be stimulated via the application of entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation. and that government policy must target indirect rather than direct job creation strategies with a greater focus on the role of small businesses. I believe his findings and the recommendation could certainly be applied throughout the world. Bringing the discussion back home, I want to share the South African experience. We are having this worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit against a backdrop of record high unemployment in South Africa. As most of you would know, Stats SA released the quarterly labor force survey for the second quarter on Tuesday, recording the highest unemployment rate recorded since the survey started in 2008. Unemployment has increased from 32% to a record high of 34.4%, meaning 7.8 million people in South Africa are jobless as we speak. If we look at the expanded definition of unemployment, which accounts for those who are discouraged from seeking work, the picture looks even much bleaker. We are talking a rate of 44.4%. Our country is truly at the bottom of the pile. This topic, Ms. Molokchan, could not have come at a better time. It's like you are a sangom. You can see the future, that we need to be talking about that. Still on sharing the South African experience and linking it with the topic technology as an enabler and job creator, I want to take participants back to the Stats SA report. The Stat SA in its presentation highlighted two key things that are themes of my presentation today. They highlighted that some industries created jobs while others lost jobs. Industries which recorded jobs growth included those that reported higher use of technology and innovation, such as the construction, trade, and transport, while finance, community, and social services and manufacturing services recorded job losses. The second thing that I think is important from that report is that they highlighted that unemployment was lower for graduates compared to those individuals who only have matric or less than matric. I like that the report stats make the distinction that some jobs were created while some jobs were lost. I also like that they mentioned the job shedding industries and those creating job opportunities. When one delves deeper, one can see the beauty of the innovation and technology at play. First, the bad news. There's no denying the real pervasive and negative impact of technology on jobs. There is no denying that technology is a prime cause of job displacement, especially in the beginning of the adoption of technology. We have seen some technologies such as artificial intelligence and automation replace something previously exclusive to humans, the intelligence. We have seen its ability and cognitive capacity to rapidly scale across all sectors and be as pervasive as electricity. Estimates of the negative impact of technology on jobs vary. One high estimate, according to the MGI report of 2017, is that globally, approximately 400 million jobs will be displaced due to technology. Automation resulting from technology has been outlined as one of the threats to Africa's hope for industrialization and employment. A recent report from the World Economic Forum estimates that from a technological standpoint, 41% of all work activities in South Africa are susceptible to automation, as are 44% in Ethiopia, 46% in Nigeria, 48% in Mauritius, 52% in Kenya, and 53% in Angola. This is not surprising, as the immediate results of new technology will be job losses, because some jobs will become redundant. Machines and automation are replacing low-skilled workers. And if any company do not replace human labor with technology, it is susceptible to the losses due to heavy competition from other companies who will be using technology and will be taking advantage of what technology gives. Not just the low-skilled and semi-skilled jobs, even high-skilled jobs are a threat to the new wave of technology. This can reduce the employment opportunities available for technically skilled people. In the report, The WEF further highlighted jobs that are expected to be lost to machines by 2025. I'm happy that the previous speaker actually touched on this to say there are jobs that we already know they are going to be lost. So these jobs, if you look at them, these are jobs that can easily be handled by machines and by computers. Roles such as data processing, administrative tasks, and routine manual jobs for white and blue collar workers are expected to be done away with. We have already seen retailers replacing tellers with machines. I'm sure you've seen that. We have seen ATMs replacing most frontline services in banking. Gone will be jobs such as your data entry clerks, administrative and executive secretaries, accounting, bookkeeping and payroll clerks, accountants and auditors, assembly and factory workers, business services and administration managers, client information and customer service workers, general and operational managers, mechanics and machinery repairs, material recording and stock keeping clerks. So all these jobs will all be gone by 2025. If your business is linked to this, you need to research and start looking at these machineries that will be replacing the current business that you are running. The good news, although technology can have some negative pervasive effects, as mentioned previously, it can also offer many positive benefits and play an important role in job creation. The good news is that historical lessons strongly indicate that the introduction of new technologies ultimately creates more jobs than it eliminates. There's a positive spin to the job creation debate. That is the good news. Technology has been an enabler and a job creator. For every job that has been lost, new jobs will be created. It has opened new markets. We have seen how it has flattened the globe for many organizations. The aforementioned report by the WEF states that the rise of machines and automation would eliminate a huge 85 million jobs by 2025. But at the same time, the WEF expects 97 million jobs to be created, meaning an overall of 12 million jobs. The new roles that WEF expects to face growing demand in the future includes your data analyst and scientist, your artificial intelligence and machine learning specialist, big data specialist, digital marketing and strategy specialist, process automation specialist, business development professionals, digital transformation specialist, information security analyst, software and application developers, Internet of Things specialist. You will remember yesterday, one of the diva that that was presented yesterday, when we asked about the technology that they use for their organization, they spoke about data, to say data, that's where the technology really, or the secret is when it comes to technology and innovation. If you have the data, you rule the world. These are the jobs that small independently owned businesses founded by entrepreneurship will be creating, or even they will be starting businesses in that space. There are very evident potent technological advances in relation to job creation that one can mention. If we take, for example, the 3D printing technology, if we go into building houses using 3D printing, it's a great technological innovation. Eventually, it will result in some job losses because technology will take that in the construction industry, at least in the starting. But this innovation will then result in creating more affordable homes, and hence more people will want to buy a house. And if more people want to buy houses, then it means entrepreneurs will have to appoint or employ more people. So in the beginning, people lose jobs, but as the companies grow, then more people are going to be employed. A recent analysis and report released by the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation highlights the indirect job creation and ripple effect of technological-driven entrepreneurial startups, and shows that tech-based industries have the highest employment multipliers. One tech-based job creates 5 jobs in other industries. So when we debate the impact of technology on job losses or job creation, we must look at the whole value chain and see, okay, this juncture, this job has been lost, but what happens in other parts of the value chain. So if technological change will always happen and innovation part of the future, and the two creating more jobs than shedding, the question is then, what do entrepreneurs do about that, and how do they prepare for it? I feel like such a lecturer now, I almost feel like I can have the engagement instead of going da 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 da. I feel like asking you guys, what are you doing to prepare yourself if this is what is being presented in front of us? So preparing yourself and company for the fourth industrial revolution, it's something that's very important. Developing and implementing a digital transformation strategy. How many of you have a digital transformation strategy? Just by show of hands? Or even if it's not a transformation strategy, just a digital strategy. Do you have a digital strategy? Kim has? You have? Okay, all right. That's promising, because most of the times when you speak to entrepreneurs and you ask them about their ICT strategy, their digital transformation strategy, they give you blank look like I'm getting right now. And I would have thought this being an innovation and technology will have more people, showing hands that they do have that strategy. So if you don't have that strategy, this is the time that you need to be creating that. Investing in education and training, I suppose this is part of this investing in education and training, but with the changes in technology, we really need to be investing in ourselves always. Choosing the right digital tools as well as machinery, that is important, as well as joining the digital revolution and not being reluctant and, not wanting to join the changes, because change is going to happen with or without you. Creations of jobs via technology is going to evolve more than just the entrepreneur. It runs across the value chain. I think you spoke on the value chain about something that we got from yesterday. Yesterday's keynote speaker, Ms. Siphoka Zisimandla, spoke about the importance of preparation and understanding the entrepreneurship ecosystem. She emphasized how important each player plays a crucial role in that value chain. I agree wholeheartedly and believe that the ecosystem collaboration is the solution to ensuring that jobs are created, because technology-driven entrepreneurs certainly cannot create jobs alone by themselves. They need all the members within the ecosystem. In order to foster the growth of technological-driven entrepreneurs who can then create jobs and solve the unemployment challenge, each partner, each component in the ecosystem must play a role. So if you've studied the entrepreneurship ecosystem, you will know that there's lots of factors and components involved, but I'm not going to talk on all of them. I'm just going to choose 4: government, the role of government, the role of education, the role of access to finance, as well as the role of access to markets. So governance, talking on the government part of the ecosystem, governments must prioritize entrepreneurship and understand its importance in the economy and not just pay lip service. Government must provide engaged leadership, policy that addresses real needs, relevant regulatory framework and infrastructure that will support the technologically driven entrepreneurs who in turn will then create jobs and solve the unemployment dilemma. When I say government, I'm speaking broadly, and I'm including state entities such as the one that I'm leading, the Small Enterprise Development Agency. We must learn to govern differently from the bottom and not upwards, move away from our high towers. We must physically engage with SMMEs, take time from our busy schedule to attend summits like these, network with actual real entrepreneurs, using technology to understand how decisions that we take in boardrooms affect real lives of entrepreneurs, invest in education and upskilling of entrepreneurs. When we talk about education, this component is very broad, one in the ecosystem, and includes institutions of learning. I'm happy to see that we have included various universities as part of these discussions. It must include your mentors. We've got mentors and coaches and business advisors. All those elements are very critical in enabling technologically driven entrepreneurs to create jobs. It also refers to education of the entrepreneurs themselves, their workplace, as well as their customers. Technology brings change fast and rapid, yet education is the thing that has least changed in the last 50 years. If you have children, especially in disadvantaged communities, in rural communities, if you look at some of the things that they're still learning, you would think that they would change and they would be responsive to where we are right now. Obviously, as you go into Model Cs and private school, you see the change and you see that huge gap that we have between the haves and the have-nots. So our education really system needs to radically change in order to address and to talk to the technology that everywhere in the world is talking to. We were discussing during the networking session yesterday that in this day and age, there are still young people who only get to see and experience and engage with computers when they are at universities. I mean, that's crazy. How is that possible in this day and age? Another point of concern, in addition to the poor exposure to technology, is obsolete curriculum and syllabus that I've just spoken to earlier. Students go to universities for 3 to 4 years. Within 4 years, those courses are obsolete. When they are in that, no wonder we're having so many unemployed graduates, because they've studied and now they can't really respond to what the market is wanting. We need to radically transform our education system. There's been calls repeatedly calling for it, computer programming and coding and IT to be mandatory from primary onwards, because the future is definitely ITC, is the currency of the future. All of us need to be contributing to putting together or influencing relevant curriculum and syllabus to train the next generation in solving problems. Continuous teaching and developing of entrepreneurs, their workforce, as well as their customers, so that their customers can understand what technology is doing from their service offering. The third element, third pillar, finance and funding. We know how entrepreneurs always saying we have no access to funding. We can't do anything, there's no money. It is a critical element that is needed in order to enable technologically driven enterprises to create jobs. Access to finance remains one of the greatest challenges of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs struggle to gain funding and attract investment into their businesses. This is a global phenomenon. And entrepreneurs we have engaged with as an institution, and I encourage Thank you, thank you. And this is exactly what makes most people nervous about technology, that these things happen. But as you could see, they sorted it out very quickly. I was saying that entrepreneurs that we are engaging with as an institution and are encouraging to adopt technology and innovation often lament the reluctancy of both the private and the public sector to invest more on technological projects. They see the risks as too high. Someone must take the bait. Someone must be willing to lose some in order to gain some. Our entrepreneurs in technology spaces, our incubators and the likes, when they talk to us, they do tell us that they've got all these plans to advance technology. But immediately when they talk about those, we ask them, how many people are you going to employ? How are you going to elevate poverty and inequality? And if you're familiar with technological projects, you will know that in the beginning, those are the very last things that you are talking to. So maybe years down the line, you will be able to respond to that. But in the beginning, it's not the data that you will give us. And us using the taxpayers' money, we always want to be ensuring that we've got stats to show. We can't spend 20 million on a technological project and they ask us, how many people benefited from that technological project? And we say 2. Immediately in Parliament, you'll have problems that how can you give only 2 people 20 million? But if you look at the project and see in the long term how that project will assist, how it will benefit, should everything go right, the numbers look much better. So as an institution, we have been bold in investing in technologically driven entrepreneur projects. We are at the forefront. of funding innovation, incubators, and technological projects. We are forever pushing for entrepreneurs to be empowered with technological capabilities, skills, and infrastructure. The last pillar that I wanted to discuss is the market access. Next to access to finance, access to markets is one of the challenges for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs need to access local and global markets in order to sell more, grow, and create more jobs. With the advent of lockdowns and restricted movement and travels, the need for fast-tracking digital markets have been pronounced. Digital markets that will prioritize impactful employment creation across the board needs to be created and promoted. Although online buying has significantly increased in South Africa over the last 2 years, many consumers in South Africa are still nervous about purchasing online. Entrepreneurs exploring digital markets need assistance in educating their consumers about the safety of the digital market. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion and in answering the great debate on the role of technology in creating jobs, I want to re-emphasize that technology is an enabler and not the destructor that it's made out to be in some quarters when it comes to job creation. Numerous studies quoted have determined that overall, the rate of job creation will surpass the rate of job destruction. Technology will not take the jobs away, but will change the nature of the jobs. The jobs will be there, but not in the way we have currently packaged them. Therefore, the question and the fear should not be if the job will be created and if the job will be lost, but rather whether we have the skills to match the jobs that will be created by technology. Will there be job seekers who have been sufficiently trained to apply and take on the responsibilities? The jobs will become redundant. Unemployment rates will hit the roof like they have done right now. But technological advancement by technologically driven entrepreneurs has the potential to create many more employment opportunities than it eliminates. I want to call on both the private sector and the public sector to invest more on technologically driven projects in financial and non-financial terms. The risks are higher, but it is so much worthwhile. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joy. Two things that I took from our first two speakers, and I'm going to introduce the next speaker now. I think Ms. Dia, continuing to talk about being agile and a problem solver, and I think we heard that yesterday. That is such a key thing for our young entrepreneurs. And then, of course, Dr. Joy, so many valid points, and thank you so much. It's always good hearing from someone like you, and specifically something like boardroom decisions, and how they potentially affect the young entrepreneurs at grassroots level. And then, of course, that acknowledgement that while some jobs are being created, others are being lost. And if you look at it from a macro level, it makes sense. On the ground, it's scary, right, for a lot of people. So what's the solution to that? But very key points. Thank you so much. So we do still have two speakers. Please, for anyone online, if there are any comments or questions, please keep them coming. We do have Ms. Li on the online from China. While we're connecting her, are we? Ms. Li, are you there? Welcome. Hello.
Oh, hi. Yes, sorry, I was not able to join yesterday, so I was just really hoping I can join you guys today. So you can hear me, right?
Oh, I can hear you. Ni hao.
Ni hao.
The floor is yours. You may do your presentation, please.
Do you want me to start?
Please.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sharing my screen. You can see it, right?
We can see it. Perfect, perfect.
Okay, perfect, great. Thank you so much for having me. I was looking forward to joining the discussion yesterday about the science parks, incubators, and
Heather, we cannot hear you.
okay, hello.
Heather, it seems like can you just turn your speaker up or your input mic? Heather, we can see your opening screen, but we cannot hear you. We heard you a second ago. Are you still with us? Heather, we cannot hear you. We can see you online. We can see your profile picture. Can you let us know in the chat whether you can hear us? Okay. Yes. Okay. Can I read from here? Yes, I can hear you. Okay, maybe if you're using a microphone, Heather, can you just unplug and then plug your mic in again? I can't read that. What is the chat saying? Okay, so do you want to just talk through your presentation without sharing the presentation? That's fine. Can you still hear us? Okay, but we cannot hear you. Okay. Gosh, when you get older, you need glasses for near, you need glasses for far. Is there technology for that?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Okay, you are on.
Great. Yeah, sorry I can't share my presentation, but I'm glad to be with you guys in spirit. So yeah, very inspiring forum. And I'll just talk a little bit from the China side, because I know it's targeted on worldwide women entrepreneurs. So yeah, I just want to share a little bit context in China. So China, like we established the first science park in 1988 in Zhongguancun in Beijing. So after that, so now we have more than 100 science parks all over China, and mostly in the four big cities. The four main tech hubs in China are Hangzhou, where Alibaba's headquarters is, Shenzhen, where there's a lot of hardware, DJI, Transsion that's focusing on African market, and also Shanghai and Beijing. So these are the four main cities in China, and since the 80s, there's definitely a boom in having more incubators and accelerators around the country. So, and also, I think, I'm not sure how familiar everyone is with Chinese geography, but I think there are some emerging tech hubs that were also worth mentioning, Xiamen, Nanjing, or Chengdu. So definitely put it on your map when you come to visit China one day. I think it's going to be really exciting. So Xiamen is one of the really beautiful port cities, and therefore there's a lot of technology related to port and also VR, AI, and port automation. And Nanjing is more focused on mobility, and Chengdu is more where Chengdu is a very lovely city, has a lot of culture and really booming gaming industry as well. Yeah. So like the Chinese science parks are definitely more modeled after Silicon Valley, although we have developed more like with Chinese curse, sorry, yeah, with Chinese Chinese characters for sure. And then also a lot of these incubators are based out of universities. So Tsinghua universities, which is one of the most world-renowned Chinese universities, and there's X Park in Tsinghua, and over 50,000 startups are located there. And it continues to incubate more than 3,000 startups per year. So yeah, definitely very exciting, and it has a lot of policies to attract returnees after students study abroad overseas countries. They come back to China, and there's a lot of investments coming from the government to help them start the startups that's contributing to the local economy. So yeah, definitely very encouraging. Yeah, so so since today the topic is about female tech entrepreneurship, so China also has a lot of policies that supports more female to come into the tech industry. So yeah, lately there is a policy, I think it launched in July, to help promote more female participation in the fields of science and technology. And it includes 13 government bodies to have this joint program. So I would say generally it's a pretty balanced workspace in terms of gender in China for most of the Chinese tech companies. There are a lot of women in tech roles, but unfortunately still it's harder to see women in higher ranks in these companies. So that's definitely an area of improvement. But at least there are some policies that's encouraging it to happen, and a lot of STEAM education focus on children at early age. So yeah, definitely keeping girls educated early on about the importance of science and technology. Yeah, so I wanted to I was gonna talk more about because I founded the Dot Connector as a platform to connect China and Africa tech ecosystems back in 2019, where there's a really big wave between China and Africa, and Chinese investments going into Africa and to promote the investments and startups development. So I definitely see that as a huge opportunity. So in Shanghai, 2020, the beginning of 2020, we held Africa-focused accelerator program. It's called AfriCellerate. So that was a really big success. We awarded 10 Africa-focused startups in China, mostly founded by students who come to study in China, and then they develop the technologies that are beneficial to the Africa continent. So I think this is definitely going to be a trend in the next few years, as more and more students who are offered scholarships to come study in China and learn about the technologies and things on the ground. And with the support of investments and mentorship, I think we will definitely see more Africa, China related startups in the market. So I'm personally very excited about that. So like some examples are OPay, for example, is a startup that focuses on Nigeria market, and it raises a record of $400 million from SoftBank recently, as the first Africa-focused startup to raise money from SoftBank. And it has the valuation of $2 billion. And this company, it has a lot of Chinese investments, and it's purely operating in Nigeria and Egypt market. And then there's also a startup called Pay that's supported by Huawei and Transsion, and they are connecting Kenya and China, or more broadly Africa, Asia payment ecosystems. So definitely also like some very cool startups to watch out for. So I'm very positive that in the future we'll see more connections between China and Africa. And I also really want to see more women entrepreneurs in this field as well, because definitely I think women are at the forefront in the China-Africa relationship. And I hope that would also expand to the tech sector as well. And yeah, so that's just my little presentation without sharing the document. Yeah, feel free to ask me any questions, and looking forward to more of the forum today.
Thank you so much. And I'm so glad we connected, and, you know, to hear you speak without a presentation is perfectly fine as well. Of course, if it was my wish, there would be some collaboration with some of the science parks, and specifically on drone technology, to try and get local manufacturing going here. Because, you know, for us in South Africa to try and compete with the likes of DJI in the manufacturing space is a big reach. And so, of course, you know, a lot of people in my industry would go, "What, are you crazy?" But that would be my dream. So thank you so, so much. Miss Ivy, you have been patiently waiting, and you are last on the panel, but certainly not least. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so, so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Ivy Siavata from Kenya. I mean, it's amazing to be back here. Great discussion since yesterday for the panelists that were before me. I mean, amazing discussion. And I think I'll be touching more of what you've said and adding more of what we're doing here in Kenya, and just getting a presentation on, and just won't take long of your time. But again, thank you so much. I mean, this is a really, really great platform. I think one of the things when I think about technology, what comes in is the fact that, you know what, this is it. This is technology, what we are doing. I mean, Kenya, in South Africa, someone else in the US, someone in China, and we're all just getting into this platform, and you're all discussing all these issues. And please let me know if you can see my presentation in presentation mode.
Ivy, I can just put it in presentation mode.
Okay. I think I know what. Let me just stop. Let me see what I can do.
Bottom right.
Yes.
You were perfect. Just bottom right.
Okay. No. Good now?
100%.
Awesome. So my name, as I said, is Ivy Siavata. I'm a CEO and founder for the Incubate and Nest Hub, which is a hub that is in Kenya. We primarily do a lot of hybrid support for pre-incubation and incubation based in Kenya. So we've been here since 2020. Right in the middle of COVID, we began our virtual incubation. We've been having a lot of business advisory before that. My background is in innovation, health innovation. And so I wanted to come in and just work with people, especially people who are thinking about ideas, work on creating innovative, impactful, and successful businesses, especially in Africa. And that's what we've been doing. And you'll be seeing some of the examples I'll be sharing much later. But purpose of this discussion, we're talking about technology-driven entrepreneurship. And I think when I began looking into this topic, I asked myself, really, what is technology-driven entrepreneurship? These days, we have all sorts of ways of calling entrepreneurship. We have social entrepreneurs, we have all sorts of entrepreneurs, but really, who is a technology-driven entrepreneur? I kept on looking at it and thinking, most of them are operating very small businesses, sometimes owned by engineers or scientists. Most of these people are technology-driven. We have people who are finding problems or have application for a particular technology. All of them are actually doing a lot of technology-driven entrepreneurship. Then we have those that are actually launching new ventures, introducing new applications, and we see them right now every day, exploiting new opportunities that rely on scientific and technical knowledge. All these are technological-driven entrepreneurship. And then others are just working with others to produce technology change. And we've seen this coming a lot, especially in our incubator, especially in our market here in Kenya. People are looking at very innovative ways of doing business in a different way. And that's technology-driven entrepreneurship. Even with the least, even with the small businesses that we are seeing, the women on the roadside, I'm sure we have them in South Africa and other places, they're also working with their mobile phone to see actually how they can include technology in the small businesses they have. That's technology-driven businesses. And it's all over right now. And it's the in thing. When you talk about innovation, we're talking about technology. It's the buzzwords today, How are you including technology in your businesses? If you're actually looking for investor funds, they ask you, how are you including technology or innovation as part of your business model? So this is it. So technology-driven entrepreneur is not about a single individual invention we introduce, but a whole exploration, exploitation of many, many collaborations. If you have an organization, you have a company, you would know that you have still putting into technology in some of the areas. Not all of them, but again, you're still including technology. So you're still a technology-driven entrepreneur, even where you are at. So technology-driven entrepreneurship is actually not one-faced. I always say it's actually a whole myriad of many things where you can collaborate and cooperate and move forward to accomplish a shared goal. Now, where do I see the opportunities? And for me, these opportunities and also where the jobs are coming from. One of the biggest challenges I see a lot in many organization companies is actually the lack of time to get everything done. I mean, if you look at today's entrepreneur, let's say myself, or an example of myself or any other person, you start a business and you want to run your finance, you want to run your business, you want to go online, you want to go everywhere. What do? There's a lot of lack of time. But the opportunity is the fact that you can actually use technology in some of these areas. Today I'm here and I am able to run cohorts all over virtually, either through Microsoft Teams, either through Zoom. And that for me is an opportunity for many, many of us. But now for me, where I see an opportunity and where jobs can be created, imagine every company or 2 or 3 companies coming together and creating one platform that they can use, or incubators in Kenya or accelerators using a platform that they can actually use to give information to the cohorts that they have. That's an opportunity we're looking into. But really, what is stopping so many of us from getting into this kind of technologies? Think about it. The first thing when anyone talks about technology, what do you think? Yeah, you actually think either it's very scary, complicated, technology is always changing. You're always fearsome. And most of the people are not able to take in technology because of the fear. But the many who have taken it, they can see the opportunities that are there. However, there is the reason why we actually have interest in technology, because it is the smartest way to increase your productivity and also increase your profitability. Now, if today, I know some of the people will lose jobs, but guess what? The bottom line is you're actually adding into your productivity and profitability in your company in most ways. But every job you lose, there's always a job. I always say it's always a job created. So we will look at it in a way that as if jobs are being lost, but I think jobs are being created each and every day. And we have more money in our companies actually give value to our consumers or our customers. Now, another opportunity is looking at traditional sector companies or organization. Look at in every country you are in, look at that most traditional sector. How can you use technology to leverage and create a value-added activity? Not only for the local sector, but also for the global sector. Now we're in a place where today our businesses are able to move globally, not just locally. Think about any business you can think of, even for the people who are doing yarning, in the deepest areas of China or Egypt. Right now they're able to use technology to actually move their products any sector, any area of the countries or any other countries in Africa or in Europe. Now, that's the power of technology we're talking about. And that's the new market niches we need to look at. So we just don't need to look at, where we are at, the businesses we have. Every business can be a technology-driven business, and we can create new markets out of the businesses we have. Now, also starting new economic activities through radically technological changes and breakthrough innovations. And this we've seen a lot in healthcare innovations. Today, when COVID hit in many of our countries, we were able to start going, especially in Africa, going to hospital using our phones. We can actually now talk to our doctors, and it will never happen because of the protocols and everything, the risk. They will talk about everything. But today, wherever you're seated, if I'm not feeling well, I'll get into my mobile phone and just talk to my doctor and say, I need this kind of prescription, and get the prescription. And at the end of the day, send someone, a rider, to get the prescription and pay for it online or through my mobile phone. Amazing, amazing breakthroughs are happening. But what we need to do, and the opportunity is to look at the companies, look at the models that we have in many of the companies you're looking at, or the new ideas you're coming up, and see how we can actually create breakthrough innovations inside the companies that you're working with. Now, technology-driven entrepreneurship matches unknown demand to new technologies. Remember the old way, and I'll share just briefly as we go on. When we were beginning businesses, when we look at if you're a business coach, you realize when you were telling people to start business, you say, let's look at the market that is there. And then you create an idea or a business with the market that is there. Technology, what is happening in technology is they're actually looking at the problems that are there and creating a product out of the problem, not unlike the way we were doing the different business models before that. Now, everything has changed. Even the way we incubate our businesses, even the way we run our businesses, technology looks at the gap that is there. And I'll go back a bit. It looks at the gap, and then it looks at the unknown demand that we do not, we do not understand, then creates a market for that. Now, this is, for me, is the amazing, amazing thing, because we are creating new markets that no one else has gone through innovation. Unlike the older ways where we have to find who the customers are, then create the product or service around the customer. Today, the opportunity is that you can look for a technology and create a demand out of your technology. Business models are just changing, and that is a great opportunity, because now people are going to think outside the box, looking at ways of thinking out of the box, looking at the way we are running our businesses differently, and just creating a new demand and a new technology out of it. And now this is it. You look at the problem engaged, look at you incubate it. Then for us, we do a trial, which is just looking at the prototype, then create and actually get active experiments. So that's how we are running our businesses right now, through innovations. Now, what have we been doing, as an incubator? We have been looking at pre-incubation and actually, business incubation processes. And I like this. This is because it's our poster child, Baxi Boss. When she came into the organization, into our company, we began working with her from the idea stage, where she's an engineer, and she knew what she wanted to do. She had a problem she had seen in the villages where many people were children are not able to get vaccines or quality vaccines in the villages. Now, she created this box, as you can see, exactly from scratch, every part of it, but now included technology in it. I mean, this box, anyone can create it. But imagine now in the rural areas, a solar box that you can actually make sure the vaccine has the right temperature, it's manufactured locally, you're collecting data into it, and it can move from one area to another. So all these parts of where you have to have a clinic in one area, it's not there. And now this, for me, I call it a technology-driven entrepreneur. Looking at the problems that are facing in the industry or in the community, creating a solution out of there and using technology as part of it. And this is how the thinking is right now. We need to start thinking differently, because that's what technology is all about, and create new markets for everything. Now, I will never finish without talking about M-Pesa, which is our revolutionary, thing that we started here. Today with M-Pesa, which is money, on a phone, you can actually transfer money from your bank account to your phone, pay anyone or send money to anyone through your phone, pay for services through your phone, pay for food through your phone, order in and pay through your phone. And what has happened is with M-Pesa, it has created more technologies. Today, if I create an online platform for the Incubator Nest Hub, I've implemented M-Pesa into it. So when people are paying me for my services, what will happen is they will just go through their M-Pesa and send money to me and pay for the services. Now, creating new businesses. And this is how technology does it. Technology-driven businesses, basically, it's a whole, circle. Once you create one technology, it feeds on another, and it creates jobs in totally different areas that you can never imagine. So for me, my call for everyone that is on this call, on these presentations, or everywhere they're watching from, let's think technology. Let's think innovation. However small it is, however big it is, it has a point to actually set a difference in your business and actually in your communities. And that is it from me. I mean, I look forward to the discussion. I look forward to the questions. Thank you so much.
You see, I said last, but very not least, that energy all the way was felt in the room. Thank you so, so much. I think I'm so glad you ended off with those two examples, because they are real examples of thinking outside the box, and really using technology to solve a problem. So thank you so much for doing that. I think right in the beginning, you talked about entrepreneurs needing to embrace technology and the fact that we need to sometimes make our jobs easier. And I think the pandemic has really spearheaded some of that adoption, because small entrepreneurs often have to travel far to go and do their presentations. People want to see you and they want to see you again and again. And, even for myself, people say, I want to have a meeting with you. I'm like, Zoom, we can eyeball each other through Zoom once, twice, 3 times, do all your data gathering that you want to do, and then we can meet, as opposed to the other way around, right? And I think the pandemic has definitely forced that. So embracing technology that can make us more agile, but also more efficient, is so key for a small entrepreneur when resources potentially are limited. Thank you so much, ladies, for your amazing presentation. I want to ask the tech team, are there any questions or comments in the chat? And can we please have some input or questions from the room? Okay, Miss Cheryl over there, can we have a mic, please? Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you. So in my case, it's 2 comments. One inspired by what Dr. Ndlovu said about education, and I think that's where it all starts. So whether informal or formal, education is actually what gets us to where we need to go. The second one is based on actually the same topic that the panelists have shared, that says technology-driven technology. Is it the solution for job creation? Now, in my view, I think the solution for job creation is actually entrepreneurship itself. Technology-driven entrepreneurship, the solution is entrepreneurship. If we can include it in the current curriculum, I mean, it's in the entrepreneurship where we learn all the future skills, being agile, being relevant, rethink. Where else would you learn those future skills that are needed to implement what we've been talking about in the 2 days? So entrepreneurship for me is the solution for job creation. And it also depends and also puts the question to everyone that says, what generation are we raising? Are we raising a generation of problem solvers? Entrepreneurship itself is problem solving. We have so many problems. We've been talking about unemployment, which creates an opportunity for us to actually invest in changing the mindset that says, are we actually, and personally also I think we've passed the stage of technology usage. We know how to use this technology, but are we creating enough platform for technology users? Because that's where the answer is. As much as we create a platform for technology creators, that will create the jobs. that we actually are worried about today, to say we're not losing them, but we're creating them in a different space. We were using phones that were stationed in the house, we couldn't take it anywhere. Today we're using smartphones, you can take it anywhere. And people separate themselves from technology. They think it's a far-fetched thing. I mean, we operate microwaves every day. You plug the kettle every day. It's some sort of technology we use. So why separate yourself from that? And once we start investing in the problems around the communities that we're in, then we'll see actually there's a high rate of job creation. One simple example I can make, and it's something that is on my mind always, is the dumping side. And there's a high potential of job creation in the dumping side using technology. Waste can create biogas that can even address the issue that we have of load shedding. It's technology there. So it's the mindset that we need to change in terms of how we see these things that we become fearful of, in terms of actually embracing the opportunity to create even more. So those are the comments that I would just like to make, to say we actually need to create a platform of technology creators, invest in the mindset, and look at entrepreneurship as a broad thing that says, actually it could be a playground for a lot of things and address a lot of issues that we're actually facing as a world, as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the room? Ms. Salu, can we get a mic over here, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for either Ivy or Yejwan. How are you assisting to ensure that you address gender divide in your science parks and your incubators?
Ivy or Heather?
Okay. Maybe I can start from my end. I think for us has been interesting because 95% of our cohorts are women. That's very interesting because women love not taking a lot of risk. And so they want a place where they can work with someone until the end, and especially for coaches. And that for me is a great thing, you know? So what we have done is for every incubation we do, after every graduation, we pair up every woman that has successfully run their business or started their businesses with the next cohort that is starting. Now, like the wonderful lady who we just talked about, we've actually paired her with another young lady that is actually creating, a smart bin where it can actually differentiate the different waste, and it goes to different areas and use the food waste as part of actually getting manure to get into the household. Now, because of the technology part and also the fact that Nora, who has produced a solar vaccine fridge, has worked in this session, has created it, and has actually gotten funding for this, then she can work with the next cohort. So for our mentorship, it becomes one cohort mentors the other, and we're able to pair most of them so that they work with each other. Now, what we've done also is to encourage a lot of women to think different. And I'm a firm believer of thinking mindset change, thinking different in everything you do. So we actually calculate that we have a session where we talk about mindset change, thinking different, and we ask, how can you do this different? How can you bring in something new out of what you're doing? Even if it's an old idea, how do you do it different? So that's how we've been doing. I hope I've answered your question.
Ivy, I think that was an awesome question. And the fact that you said that over 90% of your incubatees are female, and that perhaps the answer is that they are less or they are more risk averse and therefore seek the innovation route, the incubator route for that safe journey. I think that was an interesting take. Ivy, how is your incubator funded?
No, that's interesting.
Now the fact that you laugh is part of the answer.
No, that's interesting. Let me tell you, women who are running businesses are the most of the hardest to get funding. It's been very interesting because, can you hear me? Dear, can you hear me? Okay, okay. So for us, it's been very interesting, and the fact that funding is talked about. So we have two ways we do our funding. One, we are getting funding from a good partner that we've partnered with, and secondly, also we have most of the incubatees paying actually for the funding for the program. So we have two ways we do it. Now, getting funding for any woman is one of the hardest things. Okay, I hold on. Okay.
Technology.
Technology. I know, dear, I know.
But technology is make us here. I'm from Indonesia, you from Kenya. We are here in the same room.
I know, right? Yeah, and sharing knowledge, getting to know each other still, you know.
Yeah.
And this
right.
is amazing. Yeah, this is amazing.
So they love.
Yeah, they have asked that we hold on for them too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. I saw you're a growth wheel advisor.
Yeah.
I'm also one.
Okay.
Yeah,
You keep
yeah.
in Kenya, yeah.
Yes, yes, in Kenya.
Are you in the group?
So yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We make a good friendship in the group, yeah.
Yes, we do. We do.
So where are
Okay.
they?
So this time we just got blue screened. Sorry.
Okay.
That happens. Usually my fear is I don't get lost during presentation. There are days that you're presenting and you just go off and you don't know you're off.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. They're back. Good.
You say welcome back.
Those online, we are back. While we were trying to sort out the problem in the room from a sound perspective, you guys talked amongst yourselves and we talked amongst ourselves. So we have one question to answer and then we'll be back online, okay?
Okay.
All right. No, thank you very much for the positive comments, as well as our other panel members for answering the other questions, the difficult questions, and also for just sharing their input. The question that the chairperson has asked, I think for us as CEDA, we have two delivery models that we use. And I'll start with the one that you probably are familiar with, the incubation model, where we have our startups, right? Depending on the incubator, the duration will differ. But ordinarily, you will have a 3-year duration, where you have the first 6 months, where you do the upskilling, and that's where the startups comes, the ideas, and you are trying to get the idea to incubate the idea until the very end. And then we have the 12, after that 6 months, there's the 12 months, and all of this is within the incubation period, right? Your 3-year incubation, where you try in getting the idea into a concept, then incubating that concept to ensure that the entrepreneur, the startup, is now out and ready to start the business within the incubation. So that's our first delivery model. But we don't then leave the entrepreneur there once they are now kicked outside the incubation and they are ready now to run their own business. Within our second delivery model, that is now the business development model. They are now kicked outside the incubation. Okay. The second delivery model, then the one that talks to business development, that's when we assist the entrepreneur, the startup, who either comes from the incubation, they've been incubated, or who either comes directly to us at CEDA to assist. And we have different programs that we offer to assist depending on a customized offering, because we do the assessment. We have business advisors who will do assessment to find out where you are, at what stage you are as an entrepreneur, and what kind of assistance you need from us. So it might be access to markets. We've got programs that will assist you there. It might be access to finance. We've got programs that can assist you there, but we do realize as a state entity, we can only do this much. So what we do, we look at partners within the ecosystem. So if we realize that the funding that the entrepreneur wants is much more than what we can give, we talk to our sister company, SIFA, we connect them so that they can see how they can assist with funding. We connect them with IDC. We collaborate with a number of state entities to help the entrepreneur who has been assessed, who we understand what their problem is. But we not only work with state entities, we also work with private sectors. The targets that we set for our entities throughout the provinces is that they need to have an X amount of private sector partners who will then assist. So whether it's through the enterprise development programs or whether it's through a specific program where we will have entrepreneurs working with those private entities, we offer that kind of help. So certainly the only time we stop is when you are no longer fitting within the SMME definition, but our program, our delivery models, they all talk to SMME from the time of idea conceptualization up to the time where they are sustainable and they can now pay it forward and help other entrepreneurs who are coming through. I hope that answers you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I am aware of time. I have been instructed to start wrapping up, but this topic and this conversation was really key. So I think we could really go on. So we did have two questions on funding of incubators in both China and Kenya. I wonder if you guys could hold that for if we do a wrap up later, or maybe even put it in the chat. That would be amazing. I see we have some questions online. We'll try and answer them. There's something about drone technology opportunity. Of course, I'd love to launch into that. But whoever asked that question online, please do dial in for the Women and Drones panel this afternoon. It is on the program, and I'm sure you'll get some answers from that. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. We were going to do closing remarks, but I think to be fair to the next speakers, we do have to move on. We are now going to go to our next Diva slot, which our esteemed CEO is going to introduce. So let's do one more round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you so much.
One, two, three, yes. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello? Hello? Yes, that's people. That's the whole idea of having a hybrid, then you don't get to talk to yourself all the time. I'm back again doing a Diva slot, and today we are joined by Miss Margaret Miyano, all the way from Kenya. Kenya is here, guys, and I was excited because they are leading us in so much, and too often we want to look out to the Western world to get what is happening, whereas we have our own people this side that are doing amazing things. Kudos to Kenya, Ivy. Next year, I'm bringing some of my startups, and we need to do like a soft landing thing. Let's learn from each other. Let's see how you do what you do, how we do what we do, and that is how we're gonna grow. So thank you so much for that, for volunteering to host my startups. That is, thank you. Margaret is from Pegama Farms. So I attended a course in Denmark 2 years ago. It was awesome. It was on innovation, incubation, and what was the other thing that we covered, Michael? Oh my God, entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship. It is offered by Danida. And as we were preparing for this particular event, I reached out to Danida, and this is that thing that we were saying, your network is your net worth. And they were like, wait, there's an alumni that we think you'll be so interested in. She's done amazing things. And obviously I had to just reach out. So welcome, madam. And we are excited to have you on board. And I would like for you to formally introduce yourself and take us through your presentation. Are you going to be running it from your side?
Yes, I'll do that.
You can start.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I think after so much deliberations, so much encouraging and learning from yesterday, again, great presentations this morning, I am really honored to be part of this, this network. It kind of felt like the earlier speakers were speaking into me. Then I really, a startup business, hardly 1 year. Margaret Miano, founder of Pegama Farm, which is a rural commercial hub for trading and learning. I'm also an alumni of Danida course, like has been mentioned, where we did training on entrepreneurship and innovation. And that really is what got me jolted into beginning my entrepreneurship journey. I'm currently working for Danida program in Kenya, that is green employment in agriculture, that is focusing on market systems and value chain development. I will go straight into my presentation. I hope I'll be. You can tell me when I'm on.
Yes, you can see it if you put it on presentation mode. Awesome.
Yes, Pegama Farm is a rural commercial hub for trading and learning. It is based in the lower eastern region of Kenya. And this is a business that we have launched late last year amidst the pandemic. We are a network of 3 friends. I worked in the region for the past 5 years. And once I was out of the innovation training, I was really jolted back into just getting my ideas onto action. I had 2 of my friends who believed in my idea, and they agreed to invest with me. What we are looking to address is the lack of market access for the smallholder farmers in the region, insufficient quantity and poor quality of produce, the exploitation by cartels or middlemen, and also the poor storage facilities for rural farmers. Our business model is looking at our partnership establishment, where we are working across the value chain. We're working with the smallholder farmers organized into small producer groups. These producer groups then aggregate their produce, where we collect it, bulk it, and distribute it. And our customers are currently the urban eateries and households, but currently focus a lot on our network. Our experience, which has been brief, given that we are just barely 1 year, is that initially we did have the idea of having the business from grain aggregation, and this is what we went out to the field with. This was in the midst of the pandemic, and we just realized it is important to be dynamic, given that we had not anticipated the dynamics that were at play during the pandemic. So we just learned that we just need to be dynamic, allow the idea to organically grow. So we kept it basic, starting with what we had. We had a small farm that has a fruit orchard. We have mango and oranges, which is predominantly what is grown within the eastern region of Kenya. The initial idea having been grain trading, but now diversified to grains and fruits, plus a piggery unit. We have focused on a circular economy. We have the piggery unit where we have set up a biogas plant. The biogas plant is then we're moving the bioslurry into the farm and using that as manure. We have also seen the importance of handling the projects independent of each other, so that we reflect on viability, given that these are all ideas that are organically growing by themselves. We have the piggery unit, we have the orchard, and we have the grain aggregation. So we're trying to handle as much as possible these projects independent of each other so that we're able to see the viability of each enterprise. Then of course, documenting the growth and keep records at every particular step. Then analyze the business risk thoroughly and have mitigations in place. As we are looking at it independent of each other, just be clear what business is, what are the risks for each unit of the business, and then of course, putting mitigations in place. The other very important thing that has worked for us is sharing the business idea with the team. The three of us are very clear that we are beginning an entrepreneurship journey. We are all independently engaged in other jobs full-time, and so having to run this and nobody is on the ground, then we have to really be clear about what we want to achieve, the steps we need to take, and of course what is required at each particular point. So at the top right there is the setup of the biogas plant, which generates power. It's what is used at the farm for cooking. Then that we put it back onto the farm where we have the fruits. We have the mangoes. At the top there is the orange orchard. Below there, that's myself at the farm on oranges. And at the bottom left, that is the piggery, so some of the piggery. So this in itself, what we are hoping is that within the rural setting, that we are able to motivate the local communities into just working with what it is that they have, and of course demonstrate the viable enterprises within our rural setting. Some of the challenges that we have encountered during the period was the difficulty in financing a startup project amidst the pandemic. We had really figured, been from the boardroom, looking at setting up with a lot of infrastructure. And then we realized within the pandemic season, it was not a smart idea to go out and start looking out for finances. So we really worked from the resources that we had. And of course, the prolonged lockdown created different dynamics when it comes to the supply chain. And so hence the reason why we even began working with what it is that we had. And that was the trading in the fruits. And we were using the technology in marketing this. This was Facebook and Twitter, as well as WhatsApp, just to reach out to our network. The other thing was the production risk, inconsistency in especially for the piggery in feed quality, then the erratic weather. We had anticipated that last year we would start trading off with the grains. There was a prolonged dry spell, and of course we had also done some potato vines that we were a substitute for the piggery, and that did not do well. Bins are set up in an arid area. Of course, it is very costly for, we're using water that we have to purchase every time and put up systems, and this has been very costly. Unfavorable business and environment, especially here in Kenya, taxation and a lot of legal framework in establishing a business is very punitive. It is not easy to establish reliable suppliers and partners, especially at a point when everybody is panic, everybody is trying to set up business, everybody has been thrown off balance because of the pandemic. So identifying reliable partners has also been a bit of a challenge. The main one has been juggling between employment and setting up a business. This has not been easy. 3 persons, all in different counties, with a business in a totally different county. So this is where this platform, I'm really grateful to be part of, has really come into point where we're just looking at integration of technology into the business, because it has to run, and this can only happen when we have set up systems in place that we can manage to run the business remotely, largely remotely. Then of course the other is the labor force constraint. Getting reliable and trustworthy workers has been one of our big challenge. Currently, we are working, we have been lucky to get a partner who's assisting us on the digital, working on the digital elements of the business. This is the Digital Launchpad program. We are looking at setting up systems for marketing, as well as a trading and learning platform through the African 118. We are currently working on sorting out a consistent water supply, so then the business can have sufficient, and we can also be able to supply to our neighborhood, as well as sourcing for a solar cold storage facility. Given that we are in an arid area, there's good solar, so that's already in itself an opportunity for us to step in and especially for the fruits. Installation of an integrated control system that is for business management is our big priority right now. And I'm happy to be part of this network where there's been a lot of learning, a lot of network, and I know I have a lot of takeaway from this. And of course, the other is identification of mentors and coaches and investors, just because we want, and especially from the conversation yesterday, it really is timely. Being the mentor, there's always something you can contribute to the other person, being your sister's keeper. And I think that is something for us as a business we have purpose to do. We already have our first person who's our first mentee who's supervising for us the farm is somebody we have given on a sow and that he served and is running for us the business supervisory role for it, and is also now part of the business. That being our first mentee that we have taken on board. And the other, of course, is doing the resource mobilization so that then we can be able to establish further and put in place the other components of the business that have not been set up. That is it from my end, and over to you. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this network.
Wow, that is also exciting. A round of applause, please. You know, oftentimes when we think agriculture, we think men. Obviously, there is women that are always at the background, plugging and doing all sorts of things. But it's so exciting to be at the forefront and unapologetically putting in the integration of technology, roping in other women. You spoke about 3 of you that have self-funded, but are there any government intervention? You've only been running for a year and you're doing amazing things already. Other funders, government intervention, are you a part of a incubation program over and above being a Danida fellowship?
Currently not. We have decided to just set up a system infrastructure where we have confidence that bringing a partner on board, they will see value. So we haven't gotten any partner, no government, but just basically putting in our own resources into this. And of course, that is the next level that we have already set up quite a bit of systems infrastructure, and we want to move it to the next level so that we can impact more.
Have you found any resistance at all being in the sector, considering it is male dominated? So as 3 women that are coming in, running a digital agricultural business, pushing your value chain, trying to get partners and what you call customers, are there any issues that you find that were just glaring and a pushback that was just in your way?
Oh, yes. Starting up this, especially where we are trying to step into a market that is dominated by cartel, there's been, of course, a lot of resistance. There's already a system in the rural area where the brokers, the middlemen, are the ones that are managing the market system, where they buy off at throw away, whether it's fruit or grain from the farmers, and then they are the ones dealing with the main market. So penetrating into this and convincing a local community that you are an alternative has not been easy. But also the fact that we have our own produce that we are beginning to trade and they see value, it's slowly gaining momentum.
Do we have any questions that are listed in the chat? Do we have any questions in the room before I'm just the only one taking over here? Are there any questions, any issues of clarity, any comments to be made? Okay, in the meantime though, you also made mention of taking up mentorship. I really think that is applaudable. That is the only way we're going to grow. When we do learn, we have a responsibility to teach. And we're just saying right now that that's a male-dominated place, male-dominated sector kind of thing. So when other women want to find out how they can do it, it's our responsibility that have found way to pave it for them and make it that much easier. Because we have struggled, we know how hard it is. There's no reason why those that are coming after us have to struggle as well. And oftentimes that is how you get to realize whether you've done good. I mean, if you've left a blueprint for others, that's a legacy that you're leaving behind. So congratulations and well done. We have here in South Africa a couple of agriculture business incubators as well that CEDA is funding. At the top of my head, I'm thinking Timbali, and I'd like to put you in touch with them just to also find out. They've been around for a couple of years, to find out what they have been doing, how they've learned and grown. And I know they reach out, they export their products as well. It would be nice to just touch base with them. And that's part of that learning that we just need to share with each other. Soft landing, come out and visit them, see how they've done what they're doing. And maybe they'll also come through and link you up with their mentors as well. That's the only way we're gonna learn and grow and be sustainable. So if you wanna go farther, you say go by yourself. If you wanna go even further, let's bring other people on board. And in the past 2 days, we are being challenged to be our sister's keeper. So with every transaction, we have to see how can I link you up with the next person that can take you further. So are there any other questions? Do we have questions or comments on the chat? None. So from your side, ma'am, if you knew then what you know now, what would you have done differently as you guys were setting up a year ago?
One of the things is that we would not have walked around with our idea in our minds written down like for the longest. It took the course for me to just decide that I want to jump into this. But I just never started. It would have been easier then with the proximity just to be able to do this. If we knew then what we know now, we would probably have begun with the little that we had, because we did quite a bit of investment with targeting the grain business. We didn't have the grain. We were counting on the value chain network. So we would have probably begun our investments with what already we had. And the other was probably we would have integrated technology from the onset, because that would really have come in handy now that nobody is on the ground to monitor it closely.
So in closing, a nugget, your advice to a woman that finds herself where you were then a year ago, what would you say to them?
I think it's important to surround yourself with people who see your vision and who support it. I just happen to be lucky to have had friends who really saw my passion and were willing to walk the journey with me. And we carry on the vision together. So if you have an idea, you will never know how viable it is until you really implement it. And that's an elimination process. Start with the idea that you have. If it doesn't work, pick on to the next, and one of them will definitely work. You will never know what's viable until you have started. So by all means, just start it and surround yourself with the right network. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We can't stress it any further than that. Check out who you are surrounding yourself with and start, ideate. If it's not working out, move on to the next one and make it work. So congratulations yet again. Thank you ever so much for joining us, and we wish you abundance. May your business grow in leaps and bounds. Here's to the first year, you've made it. Then we are looking forward to 10 more years that are going through. Oh, as we closing, well, I see there's a question here. Are there universal standards for incubators? From a sender perspective, how can we equally equip incubators across the country to ensure that there is equal distribution and availability of skills and resources? Miss Ivy, I think I saw you there. So I'm really going to take advantage of the fact that you are still online. Thank you so much, Margaret. Miss Ivy, did you hear the question?
Please ask again.
Please beam it again, Swiso. Are there universal standards for incubators? From a sender perspective, how can we equip incubators across the country to ensure that equal distribution and availability of skills and resources? Are there universal standards?
For us in Kenya, there are no standards, but we have a body that runs different. So I also sit as a board member of ASEC, which is the association for enablers in Kenya, which is accelerators, incubators, and the rest. So we are guided by some of the things that they talk about. We also have AfriLab, of course, that also runs, we have an association that runs incubators. So we also have that, but most of them have no guidelines per se, but we have a way of working, which is basically mostly most of the people have. For incubators, it becomes different because pre-incubation and incubation is very different from acceleration because you're working with pre-incubators that really have just started business or they have an idea. So also that we kind of get our own way at the end of the day.
Awesome. So in South Africa as well, I was a part of the process where we were trying to create national standards. We've worked with SABS and there was a whole committee that went on. And the idea with that was the fact that now we see a whole mushroom and incubation has become the buzzword. So now everybody thinks they can just get a room and some few equipment at that and call it an incubator. So there's some standards that are put out by SAPS that people were allowed to make comments into. And that was also to assist to have a particular model. We need to be able to say when somebody has gone through incubation, when they come out on the other side of the program, what do they come up with? So this is how Ms. Ivy was just saying there's something called pre-incubation, then there's incubation, and then we've created what is called an alumni. So there really needs to be clarity as you pass through business incubation, what it is that you have learned and how you have grown. So I hope that really helps you. So, and part of resources and equipment talks to funders that we have, government and private sector and so on. I hope you've been answered. So we're gonna take a short break. I see, okay, incubation is exciting. I'm gonna answer that one online. I'll get online and respond to all the people online that we can get there because we're really running behind schedule. I see Miss Tashlin is already online, Miss Nadia is there, and Miss Irene is joining us physically. So let's break for 10 minutes and then we'll come back for the next session. Thank you so very much.
No, and that's what it is. Leadership is the same. Leaders, great leaders are students of leadership. No matter how achieved they may be, they're still learning. And it's a lifestyle. It's the lifestyle of what I need to do to look after people, which includes things like listening, learning how to give and receive feedback, learning how to have effective confrontations, how to discipline when necessary in a way that's constructive. Roam the halls, get to know people, learning what it means to ask somebody questions. How do you ask questions? You know, like some people are naturally good at being curious about other human beings, and some people are uncomfortable because they're introverts or whatever, socially awkward, but we can learn. You know, how do you learn to remember people's names? Oh, I'm bad at names. No, you've just decided you're bad at names. We can learn to be good at names so that when we walk down the hall and say, hey, Tom, oh my God, he remembers my name. It's a nice feeling. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. There are many, many things we have to do and constantly work on to be a great leader, to create that environment. Everything that we're talking about in the Infinite Game is really, 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 really hard. It is so much easier to build a company based on short-term ambitions than it is an infinite cause. It just is, right? It's also fun, right? Until it's not. Less inspiring, but sometimes fun, right? Hitting a goal feels good, right? It's much easier to just hire and fire people frequently, hire fast, fire fast, as to hiring slowly and firing slowly because we try and take care of our people as best we can. It's hard to build teams. All of that stuff we talked about leadership, like what am I supposed to do to build a trusting team? Well, I wish I could give you a list of 5 things. It's really, really hard to be a parent. It's much easier to be an uncle or an aunt or not have kids, right? It's hard, right? So why do it? You know, it's fun and exciting to try and beat our competitors, you know? But to have to face our own weaknesses every day, oh, that's exhausting. You know, existential flexibility, I'd rather not. I just would rather not. So the reason this takes courage to completely change our mindset, A, about the game that we're actually players in, and how we want to approach these things, and do we want to shift our mindset in our organizations to prepare for the infinite game, to be organized for the infinite game, it takes courage because we're going to be swimming upstream in a world that is very finite driven. You know, the pressures on us are overwhelming from Wall Street or our own egos or from internal incentive structures or our bosses, whatever it is. The pressures are overwhelming for us to play the finite game. And so how do you stand up to massive external pressure? Courage. And courage is something that comes from relationships. You know, it's external. A world-famous trapeze artist would never attempt a brand new death-defying act for the first time without a net. They would never do it. So why do we think that we could do something difficult without external support too? I've had the opportunity to meet real heroes, people who've risked their lives to save the lives of others with the belief that they were going to die, and they didn't. And when asked, why did you do it? They all say something similar, which is they would have done it for me. It's external. And so we have to take the time to foster and take care of people around us, to nurture our relationships, because when we're going to be doing something difficult, when we're going to be swimming upstream, when we're going to be innovating and doing something different, there are days we're going to doubt ourselves. There are days we're going to get knocked in our ass. There are days that storms are going to rise, and we have to have people who say, I got your back. You need to do this. We need you. The world needs this. Keep going. I believe in you, you know? And so courage comes from not only our willingness to do that for others, but then their willingness to do it for us. And if we commit ourselves to a just cause and we're willing to do those things, then, you know, the great thing is we take a lot of people with us and change the world.
Welcome back to the 2021 Worldwide Women in Innovation and Incubation and Technology Summit. We are so pleased to have you. Now, our next topic is really, really exciting. We see them all the time. Some people have been part of them. Pitching competitions. When you have a business idea and you go to a pitching competition and you pitch your idea to judges and investors, but at the end of the day, you need to find someone who believes in your business idea. You need to find someone who believes your business idea is good enough to be invested in. So how do you do it? What do investors actually look for? And what tips can you be given today when it comes to investor readiness? It's so great to be joined today by Ms. Serena Davies from Greece, an intra-entrepreneurship scaling expert. She's been involved in tech, investment due diligence, and she's a board executive. Ms. Serena, welcome. Is she online?
Hello.
Hi, I'm so relieved to hear your voice. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Serena, we are very excited about this Investor Readiness Masterclass. Serena, please go ahead and introduce yourself and feel free to take it away, take the spotlight away with your masterclass today.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize for the background. I'm in an extremely rural area. The connection may be poor. You'll have to hang in there with me. I couldn't change this trip though. It's not just the continent that has bad connections. Here we have electricity and connection problems as well. So first of all, I wanted to thank the organizers very much for thinking of me. I've been doing work on the continent since 2007, and it's been just exciting developments. I want to not thank the other speakers, but I have to say that I'm a bit in awe of everybody who came. There's such an amazing group of women. And lastly, to thank the attendees, because the most valuable thing we have is time, and you're giving me your time, so I really appreciate that. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I'm gonna share my screen. So I'll put it in presentation mode. So today I was asked to speak about investor readiness. And specifically because there's different phases of fundraising, I was asked to speak about investor readiness for pre-seed, early stage. So that's the focus of this. Just a little bit about my background. I've worked and lived in 5 countries with incubation-sized startups, and I've lived in 7 countries with seed-sized startups. So there's a lot of commonalities in the growth of situations. Now, usually when I talk a little bit about myself, and I'm gonna stop the share screen, is that I talk about my experience, my jobs and things like this. But today I want to talk a little bit more about my experience as a woman. Since we are talking about women in technology, I wanted to address it a bit more as my experience as a woman in this journey through all of these things. So it starts actually with how I grew up, because I grew up in a mixed culture house. So we had multiple languages, different foods, different holidays, different that. In one country, I wasn't enough of the other. In the other country, I wasn't enough of the other. So I kind of grew up as an outsider, and I got used to it. It wasn't uncomfortable. I just got used to always being a little bit weird, let's say. So this is helpful, because if you're a woman trying to put yourself somewhere, and you're used to and you're uncomfortable being weird, you're not uncomfortable with always being a little bit outsider in other cultures, I think it gives you the resilience to ignore the psychology of that part and just kind of get on with business. Now, when I first started at university, I was studying mechanical engineering. And the first year you sit in a big lecture hall, there's 200 or 300 students. And as I looked around, I was the only female, or maybe there was one more female. And I recall one time, because I was studying at Texas Tech in West Texas, which is, it's an incredible university, 50, 60,000 students. They invest a lot. It is a technical university, but there are not a lot of other cities around for a 6-hour drive. So it's quite isolated. Now, at one point, the professor stands in front of me, because I like to sit near the chalkboard, and he's looking straight at me and very slowly says, "Do you understand?" Now, I just said, yes, my English is quite good, because I thought maybe he, I was foreign or something like this. But as this repeated happening in other classes as well, I realized that, oh, these guys just are not used to seeing a girl or a woman in these classes. So it didn't get to me. I just kind of chuckled, because I was used to being in so many different countries where we had to come to understand each other. Either it was an accent we had to understand, or food, or holidays, or whatever it was. So I think this played an important role, but so that's kind of it. I have to give a lot of kudos to my parents, though, because when I was young, I had started disassembling things in the house because I had this natural inclination to be curious about how things mechanically worked. And instead of my mother getting mad because I was taking apart her appliances, which sometimes I was not successful at putting back together, she went out and purchased used appliances and things like that that I could practice on. So I think that encouraging home environment for curiosity and success and failure was also very key. And I think that's something that moms do pretty well. So that's kind of my background. So then I started in venture capital in the US, in Austin, which was the second highest funded city in the US at that time outside of Silicon Valley. So you can imagine then again, a female, going around talking about venture capital, I was a junior associate at the time, but so many times my boss had to justify why I was in the room. Why was I there? And he was constantly asked. I wasn't asked, of course, because I can't speak for myself. Women can't speak for themselves. So he was constantly asked to justify this. And I decided then to move to the Netherlands. The view, it was a huge advancement in my career. The female thing was less of an issue because I spoke this very mystic language of technology. So this is what they cared about. I moved there when I was 27. And in the next 7 years after that, I worked in 3 large companies in senior level positions that all experienced buyouts. If you can. I'm not sure what the comment, if I can have the camera on the side that you're sitting on. So I have to kind of sit here because of coverage. I'm actually not on Wi-Fi, I'm on cellular coverage. So I have to, I'm afraid at some point I'm even gonna have to pick up my laptop to find coverage. so this is the best I can do for right now. I apologize for that. So that's, that was my background. Then my journey on the continent began. And so that's just, I wanted to give some of that contextualized background, because even when I was in the boardroom in the Netherlands, and I was allowed there because I was successful, but because they gave me a chance, what I saw is, and I wanted to, speak to so many people who talked about leadership and things like that, was that it's not enough just to have female in places. We want to put more women in places, but the truth is that we also have to fight for the traits that are considered female to be as valuable as the traits that we consider male. In those 7 years, I had to dress like a man, act like a man, talk like a man. And I think that this wasn't the best thing. They didn't bring out the best. So within my team, I could do the empathetic things that a female leader could do. My product manager, she lost her father unexpectedly. I gave her as much time off as she wanted. I was reprimanded for coddling and being too kind. She was the hardest worker when she came back. And I think that's a female trait. I think conflict resolution, the way, let's say female, I don't want to say woman, because I would like men to have more female traits. So let's call it a female trait and a male trait. Conflict resolution, especially with moms who have multiple kids, is usually more empathetic rather than authoritarian, because you realize that they're going to have to live together after that. So you don't want resentment to build up on one side or the other. And this type of conflict resolution at work is very useful. So I think as we see more women in places, I want us to also fight for female traits to be valued as much as male traits, because I think just becoming a man and being allowed to be a female in a male space isn't enough. So, I mean, that's obviously a little bit of philosophy there, but so very happy with all the trends that we see coming up and the things that I've been hearing from people here, because that's obviously the case. So we're going to work now on your first professional ask. Okay, we're going to get into the meat of things. The class outline, first of all, getting yourself prepared. Then we'll talk about investor profiles, and then we'll talk about the materials that you need And then at the end, I'll leave other in case I left something out, because I'm not going to read from my notes. So I left other for a space for me to look at my cheat sheet. So we think of entrepreneurship as a linear process. And, we have to a bit say this. Ivy had the same thing as well, but this sort of presupposes that it's a predictable process. So, but no, it's not. We know that it's absolutely a mess and chaotic. And what does this have to do with investor readiness? Well, because entrepreneurship is chaos. You have to learn to do multiple things. You have to learn to do them in many ways. So building trust with your investor is important. And this sort of entrepreneurship is method. We know that it's iterative. We know that you have to be able to handle a lot of chaos. Is important to be able to communicate to the investor in the sense that this is where we've come from. And now I'm able to, handle this type of chaos, and I'm able to do it in a very efficient way. So I just want to sort of, add some sanity to the fact that if you're feeling there's a lot of chaos around as an entrepreneur, that's normal. Okay, so don't get scared by that. So let's talk about product market match. We know MVP as a minimum viable product. I expand that concept of minimal viable product to include finding your first customer that will pay and your competitive analysis. So we have the problem. Usually you come with your first solution. You try to find your first customers. There's many other solutions out there that people are using. They aren't necessarily always commercial. Please bear that in mind. So when you talk about your competitive analysis, so for example, I have very dry hair. You can't see that because of the light, but I use olive oil. So if someone is doing hair products, they need to include olive oil or coconut oil or other items that people are using that aren't necessarily commercial. And it's important why is that important? Because the entire time that you're engaging with investors, it's about building trust. They have to trust you that you know something more than they do. So the more complex your competitive analysis becomes, the more they trust that you truly understand the waters that you're navigating. So that's where these other solutions, that's where a complex competitive analysis, why it's important. Because you're building trust. First and foremost with an investor at this stage is about building trust. And the more you know about your market, the more you know about your customer, the more they're going to feel confident, and the more you can handle chaos, the more they're going to feel comfortable that their risk is lower. So as we move to the right and you start, you have your solution, this becomes then your minimum viable product, your actual physical product itself. But you've already gone through and looked at the competitive analysis, et cetera, because you're talking to your customers and you're creating something unique for them. So the more you go around and you have a richer understanding of the product and you create this valuable solution, this is where you find your final business model. Because this is going to be, in the beginning, you may think, as we know, entrepreneurship is iterative. Your business model will come out from really understanding the customer and where they're willing to spend money. It may be in the strangest position in your value chain that you didn't realize in the beginning. But a minimum viable product has to have with it at least one paying customer or a customer who's indicated that they're willing to pay. Now, usage is an indication, absolutely, of willingness to pay. But if you can have one financial transaction, this is very important, not just for the investor, for you. To me, an investor is an afterthought in the sense that if your business is going and you know it, then it's a matter of finding a good investor. But the business model tends to fall out from all that iterative process and then getting them to pay for something. So your go-to-market model is your ability to find these specific set of customers that are interested in your product. Now, I agree with Ivy that it's not always that there's a need and you fulfill the need. It can often be that your product creates a need, but you still have to find the specific set of customers that are going to be willing to indulge that need and pay for it. So that is all part of this sort of go-to-market model, comes out of this, what I call is the MVP process. Now we'll move on to the org chart. We always think of an org chart as very hierarchical, of course. This is how we, this is the standard sort of org chart. Usually with small companies up to 50 employees, holacracy is much better. Now, if we, speak to Ms. Simandla's opening speech when she talked about, you've got to have other people that are there to support you. And so holacracy is a much more flat organization. It's much more realistic. So everybody in the organization leads a project as a project leader and owner, and everybody is also a project follower. So even the CEO at some point is going to work for somebody else. I've had people surprised when I come in. I've led teams of up to 200 people, and I come into a project because I want to provide some oversight to it. But in fact, my input was then to take notes, to take meeting notes. And that surprised people. But everybody, if you as a leader can't remember what it's like to be a follower, you're probably gonna not notice sort of scaling issues in your organization or things like that. Now, what does this have to do with investor readiness? Because it has to do with understanding management and having a management style. A lot of programmers, a lot of young people are very talented. They work from 10 to 4 in the morning. If you're going to force them to be in an office or work from 9 to 5, you may lose out on a lot of good talent. If you have only one person, if you are the bottleneck for management, what happens when you get sick? Then the organization falls apart. So in discussing how you're going to handle certain things, because of course you have the investor pitch, but hopefully when you go into due diligence and you go into a deeper discussion around investor readiness, these are the kind of questions they're going to ask, because they want to know what will happen then if this person falls away. If you understand how this will happen, if you're ready for that conversation, if you show how you're, not just that you know how to lead leaders and how to create leaders, this bodes very well, and that lowers risk then for an investor. I also think that everything that you do for investor readiness should just be based on good business sense. What's good for your business. So anyway, let's talk. We have a management team. That's very standard when you think about. Let's talk about advisory board. Okay, it's very important to have an advisory board. This is different than mentorship. It's important to have a mentor, but a mentor is more someone who's going to pat you on the back, and when you are having a hard day, is going to encourage you. An advisory board should be formal. Y Combinator has templates that you can download to have them sign. Usually it includes, at some point when you have the cash, a sitting fee. And also you motivate them with shares that get given to them over time, not all up front. It's called vesting. But the template will show you some guidance on that. Now, I think the Y Combinator template is a little bit too strict in some sense. It's for, but you will adapt it for yourself. Now, what's the role of an advisory board? Usually young companies don't have every skill. So if you do a gap analysis between what you feel like you need in-house, what's your own skills gaps, and if you could recruit somebody to help you, an advisory board can also help very much with PR. It can help you. It also helps hold you accountable. If I have a meeting in 2 weeks where I have to have a deliverable, I do it much better than if I just know that I have to get something done. So an advisory board helps to hold you accountable as a CEO towards certain milestones, because it can become very abstract as far as, yes, okay, I know I need to do this, but by when? So an advisory board, I think, is very useful for that. But make it formal. Don't make the advisory board just, informal. Have them sign something, because it needs to be mutually committed. Now, in an org chart, so usually in the presentation, we'll talk about that a bit later, you have your management team. Backup slides, always ready for the next depth of conversation, is that you should show your org chart for in-house and outsourced. You can use different colors to show that. But when you've had a good supplier, say you don't have the person who does digital marketing very well, but you've identified an outsourced group that does it very well, that is basically part of your organizational structure, because it's not a question mark as to your ability to deliver. It can be a graphics artist. It can be a strong logistics company. It can be many things that show that what you need in order to deliver your product is within your hands, either because it's secured by a contract or because you have the person in-house. With digital marketing, I really like to encourage people in the beginning to hire somebody that's been proven to be good at it. If you have someone in-house that wants to learn that, to become very good at customer acquisition costs, digital customer acquisition costs, you have a right to all of that data that you essentially purchase when you outsource to somebody. Have them sit next to them so that the in-house person is learning skills and growing those skills, but you're not paying for them to learn and grow those skills because you have the expert there. But it is good over time to have certain skills brought in-house, but you can't, as a startup, always pay to teach. So this is one of the, I think, best things that you can do as a startup, as a young company, is have that outsourced expert and then slowly show how you're going to bring that skill in-house if it's just a core thing. So the next is use of funds. We're used to this type of graph where you've done your financials and you have sort of this total use of fund that's divided between marketing, operations, product development, blah, blah, whatever it's going to be. This is too high level. Okay, so when you do your pitch deck, okay, this is fine, but you have to be ready for the next level of conversation. And that means that each piece of this pie comes with another pie chart that is much deeper. So if we take marketing, what is it divided into? Absolutely every part of it. Because how does every amount you're going to spend get you to your goals? So we look at marketing, personnel, every piece of that pie needs to have another pie chart so that the investor knows that you understand truly your costs, what's really going on. Marketing at a high level like this, it means nothing, not really. Now, the reason that investors like to have this at a high level is because they have their own sorts of KPIs. You will have investors that are biased towards, oh, I want most of the money spent on marketing because you should be selling. Others will say, no, we have a bias towards product development. One consensus across investors is that they don't want to pay a lot for personnel. So if your personnel costs come out to 51%, or even 40% of total use of funds, this is not going to bode well. Just for you to know, the sweet spot is between 15 and 25%. I often point out to investors the sort of, not hypocrisy of it, but if I hire a consultant, this is considered a different bucket than personnel. But in fact, we have to have people to help us run our company. So, but if you're strong in this discussion, if you're ready for it, then it's going to help you with the investors, because at the end of the day, your goal is to earn their trust. They have to trust that you know how to run your business and you know what's needed to succeed. So this is, okay, now let's talk about valuation. Valuation is, of course, the most difficult discussion when it comes to pre or low revenue, first, second year revenue stage. They often talk about traction. So what's your number of users? What's your customer acquisition cost or growth rate? Okay, fine. We can figure that out mathematically. But the truth of the matter is that if these numbers are low, one of the most important things that you can do to gain trust is to show your milestones that you've achieved. If from the beginning of starting your company, You have monthly management reports, and they are on file. And you have an action list for the next month to say, I want to accomplish this. And you can prove that you have made an internal project management and you have met your milestones itself. It shows that you understand. Even in the notations, if you miss something, you were supposed to sign up for, I don't know, whatever. And you only sign up 2, or you didn't sign up any. If then behind it is, we found out that it was harder to do this than we thought because of X, Y, Z reason. And this is notated in management reports. This is part of your learning. You can prove and you've documented your learning curve. So this is part of, okay, we've learned a lot. We're not going to learn on your dime. This is how we've learned. We can prove it. And so the project management and the use of funds that I'm going to present to you, my confidence is so high because I've learned, and here's the proof of my learning. So the team is very important for evaluation. If I want to start a logistics company, there was a young woman here, amazing woman, 25 years old, raised $400,000 in Greece, which is not always famous for being female friendly. She had found a logistics gap in the market and opportunity. Her background, her master's was in logistics. She had worked 3 years in the logistics industry. So it wasn't just a tech guy who graduated university and built an app. This was somebody who, although her app was outsourced, she could explain to you the code. She understood enough how to manage a tech development team because she had the working prototype. But her background as it related to the problem was very, very strong. So this got the investors to trust her. Let's talk about sort of growth pattern. I've borrowed this from a guy that I don't even know. I found it on the internet. But if we talk about product development, it cannot be the top model, of course. It is that you go from something simple, usable, but sellable, and then it becomes more and more fancy along the way. And so that's the product roadmap that you're going to present to them. So your product roadmap, to me, use of funds. The classic way of presenting it is your milestones laid out, what you've achieved in the past, of course, and what you're going to achieve. So this is, you should absolutely keep doing that. The next though, and most of what I'm going to show you, all these things that I've been telling you now is for the next step of conversation, okay? Because an investor pitch deck is pretty well known, it's pretty standard. But when you can do this you need to have for the depth of conversation, because again, it's about earning the trust. You know your business. You can look them in the eye without blinking and say, I know this. So for your product roadmap, you say, okay, this is what I'm going to do in month 1 or month 2. This is the amount of cash I'm going to spend. This is the balance in the account. And that you know your business. You have to have a strong financial model so that, for example, if seasonality turns out, if your revenues didn't turn out a certain way, if whatever it is, that your financial model will give you an answer of the consequences. Now, I've done classes just on financial models, so I won't get into that much about it, except to really encourage you to invest in one. So now we get to the last part of what I call internal readiness, which is your mental preparedness. Very few people talk about this, but I think it's very, very important. The value of a mentor is, and maybe your mentor could be your auntie, because it doesn't necessarily have to be about business. It can be about how do you face difficulty. There is no entrepreneur who's heard yes from the beginning. There's no entrepreneur who's delivered a product from the beginning that was perfect for the market and has never changed it and never had a problem. You've got to be ready to hear no. If you've got your MVP, you've already gone through the iterative process. But going to investors is it's a mentally draining and very difficult process. I wish it worked, but I haven't met an entrepreneur who said, wow, that was fun. So, unfortunately, you have to get ready to hear a lot of no's. You have to get ready for people to ask questions about your industry that probably they don't understand. One of the things that I love that's happening now is that when you have a female in the room, there's not a lot of women in venture capital, but on the continents, there's already several funds that are run by women, and also some angel investor platforms run by women. Rising Tide Africa is run by women. It's an angel platform from Nigeria. I'm sure there's more that I don't know about. But usually I've noticed, because as I said, I've been on both sides of the table as an investor and also as fundraising, is that when there's a female in the room, she gets it. She gets it faster. And then you get past having to defend the credibility of the idea and getting to the meat of things, which is your use of funds, the org chart, the financial expenditure, those type of meat of the business things, rather than trying to have validate the business itself. I worked with an entrepreneur in Kenya who was making a formula for nail polish, and every pitch to male investors, well, I don't know, I don't think any female will know that it's true that when a woman gets more disposable income that's free, that beauty and health services and those types of things, that's where the money goes first. After your rent and whatever, you get a little extra cash, you want to spend money on things. And nail polish is actually a higher spend than lipstick. It's considered an affordable luxury. You don't have to explain this when there's a woman in the room. They get this. You don't have to debate how women spend their money. So that's a really nice trend that has helped a lot. And I'd like to see more females in the investor and pitch rooms so that we can focus on the meat of things. So the other thing about mental preparedness, and most entrepreneurs have this, but I want to talk about it again, because you're going to hear a lot of no's when you pitch to investors. Okay, you have to have a different perception of what failure is. You have to hear every no as some type of success towards reaching your goals. Whether it's, hey, I gave that presentation better this time, I answered the question better this time, I got less annoyed because the guy didn't understand. You have to look at failure as different. And in fact, there is no such thing here really, because anything gets you answers, gets you to the point. Even if you have your first startup, I was in another conference where a woman said very well, an African conference where it was about investors again, and saying that in the US model, we are allowed to build financial failure into a lot of these startups. We give a lot more runway for finding the customers. And it seems that, in Africa, it's expected that room for failure just it's not part of the use of funds, so to speak, giving 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more months to find things. Amazon, we see, is a huge success. It had years and years and years of losses. In the US, I say here, sorry, but in Africa, we expect people to break even in 6 months or a year. Can you still hear me? Because it says my connection is unstable.
We can hear you loud and clear, Miss Serena.
Okay, thank you. So that's the mental preparedness that I want to talk. Or who's there, who's going to listen to your frustrations, to whom you don't always have to be extremely professional with. You can be emotional. One thing that we get criticized a lot for as females is that we leak when we get overwhelmed. Some people call that crying. I think it's just the body's way of releasing tension and stress. It's why we have fewer heart attacks. So I think it's a healthy way. And a mentor, will be okay with understanding that process of us, that we leak sometimes. So, and then, okay, the advisory board. So when you're approaching investors, you have to do your homework. most investors will say upfront what industry that they're going to invest in, and they say what stage they're going to invest in. Whether it's right now, it's very popular. There's so much money on the market for growth funds, for growth stage, and yet that's not a very good market match to where we are at. We need more angel investors and more pre-seed and seed investing, and then it's also their risk appetite. So my experience is that when the people running a fund were entrepreneurs themselves, they have a much better risk appetite than the ones who are maybe bankers or just finance people, because they don't have that intuitive feel that another entrepreneur will have. Industry is a big deal. Right now, fintech is popular. Everybody seems that they want to invest in fintech. Unfortunately, you miss out then on opportunities like the Baxi Box and Afro Comics and all sorts of other things that are happening, that are exciting, that are useful, that are viable. And to me, my I don't want to use the word criticism, challenge to the investor community is that right now all boats are rising, and to just focus on fintech, that's not venture. Where's the venture in that venture capital? There's also a tendency to judge a book by its cover. When I was in Kenya, I forgot to mention, I'd been in Kenya for 4 years, and my project there was to raise 60 million for Wananchi, which we did successfully. And because I love being an angel investor, we went out to the rural area, and there was this woman who, a lot of small farmers are missing out on revenue opportunities because there isn't cold storage. Just a small, could be even 5 meters by 5 meters area to store their produce or store things until they can find a buyer. This woman, she shouldn't have to do a pitch deck. She shouldn't have to have a business plan. If an investor is willing to go out and see the area, everybody knew her. I had the utmost confidence that that woman was going to go out and get her bills paid and find her revenue, no doubt, because in small towns, everybody knows each other. She had the respect of the people around her, and she saw this need for that. We went to all the development funds. She only needed $10,000. I was willing to put in 5 of my own. I was willing to give a guaranteed, let's say, loan process for the other 5. The development funds weren't willing to do it because their profile was so inflexible. At that time that I was there, many of you Kenyans, I don't know, oh yeah, Ivy's still here. In 2010, Tabitha from Karochi Breweries was only trying to raise $50,000, and the development funds wouldn't fund her. We didn't have venture capital like we do now at this time. And of course, anybody who knows that they would have been very, very well off. But they just didn't have the right profile, and she persevered, and now she's on the covers of magazines. I think she's the second highest taxpayer as an industry within Kenya. She's absolutely just amazing. Ivy says, I remember. So do your homework, because you're going to want a match, and you don't want to waste your time. The other thing about approaching an investor is, please don't send your things out as an attachment. There's platforms like DocuSend. Rising Tide has what's called a digital data room. And why is that important? Because you can see who actually opened it, how long they spent looking at it, and you have a verifiable record of who has looked at your things. And this is part of sort of IP protection. So this is very important. I want to
Ms. Serena?
Yes.
I don't know if you want to repeat that.
How much time do I have left?
As long as you need. We're here to learn.
Okay, that's a generous answer. Okay, so this is a digital data room really protects you a lot. And I think that because of IP, ideas go out and then it's like, well, you see it somewhere else. And this is a way the investor will know, okay, they're serious. It's a very small thing. I think there are affordable digital data rooms. I know startups, the cost is very difficult, but it's something that I highly recommend looking into. At least please consider it before you decide that you can't do it. So if we now get into approaching the investor, there is a pitch deck and there's an investor deck. And I think there's some confusion about what the difference between the two is. So a pitch deck can be read on its own. An investor deck, a pitch deck is visuals. It's mostly visuals. It's what you use when you're in person. It helps you tell a story. If you're good at telling a story, and there's a lot of places that practice, all these great incubators that we've heard about today, help practice about this. You're telling a story, so the slide should just augment what you're saying. An investor deck is something that can be sent, it can stand alone and answers the main questions. So Kawasaki, I consider his pitch deck a great template, and I've included links to 2 templates for pitch decks. He says it should be 10 slides, you know, maximum 20 minutes and 30 size font. If you're giving it in person for a 1-hour meeting, you do 20 minutes because you're going to leave the rest for conversation. And the rest of that conversation comes to the items that I was telling you about. We spend a lot of time doing a great pitch, 30 seconds, 2 minutes. Okay, I get it for competitions. But this is just to get the attention. When you're going to go to a term sheet, when you're ready to get a serious investor, you're going to have the backup slides. You're going to have to be prepared for a deeper conversation. And that goes into then your org chart, how you're going to scale, what your management philosophy is, this use of funds, what is marketing deep down, you know, what is your product development roadmap? Do you have a track history of meeting your milestones? Or do you have a history of problem solving? Those types of deeper conversations are going to happen. So investor readiness isn't just about, hey, can I tell my story really well? Great. So you can tell your story and you're charming, which I'm not an investor who judges a book by its cover, but it's, are you ready for the next level, the deeper level of conversation? Because you have to get ready for a term sheet. Your goal is to get a term sheet and to get the investor with you. So investor readiness is also about understanding them. So here I've just put the 10 slides, but we've talked about these 10 slides. And the templates will do a much better job of explaining what goes on to these slides. Most of these incubators spend a lot of time on helping to pitch. So I won't spend so much time on this because I think this information you can get somewhere else. But I do want to talk about these terms, a term sheet. I don't know if this shows up very well on a small screen or not, but this is sort of a typical term sheet. This is again taken from Y Combinator. It's a template and I'm just going to use it for conversation, but it's very important that you are ready to have the discussion with the investor when they come to you. Now, it's not about having a lawyer. A lawyer will tell you what's legal in your country, but investment is, what is your agreement going to be? I always say that getting an investor is more of a commitment than getting married because their money is with you. You can get a divorce. You cannot divorce an investor. That doesn't happen. It's very difficult to do. So you need to understand the term sheet and you need to understand the consequences of these items. And it's not just from a business standpoint. So I'm going to give you a highlight of some of these terms Because even if you go into Investopedia and you read a definition, they don't tell you the consequences of these, of what they mean business. So I want to talk to you about the main ones that have given startups problems because they didn't understand deep enough what it means. Okay, so first, understand the difference between preferred and common stock. Preferred stock is you must pay a dividend every year. So an interest rate, it's almost like having a loan. Now, you don't have to pay it out cash-wise, but then it accrues on your balance sheet. Legally, you're still liable for it. So that's very important. Common stock comes with voting rights. Preferred stock does not. That may sound confusing by the title, but preferred is preferred because they're preferred as far as the way the cash flow goes. Common stock has voting rights, and so it has the ability to influence your management. Now, how do you protect yourself from this? Let's say you grow. In Kenya, the founders were pushed into minority shareholder position. They ended up, which happens often. It happens in Greece. Makes me sad that you fight so hard to get to a certain position, and of course, an organization is going to grow around you. But if it grows around you and you haven't had your cash out, you have to protect yourself. The way to do this, if you fall below 51%, is to have a very strong management contract in place where you are the manager and you talk about what your rights are as a manager for which decisions to make and not. Usually it comes down to the fact that if you make a business plan and you've agreed to it with the board and you meet if you've agreed to certain targets and you're meeting them, then you have a management contract that's untouchable and you remain with some amount of control. So please keep that in mind. Now I'm talking about 50, 60 million, but this is important in the shareholder agreement as to how your growth is going to look. So let's take right of first refusal. Most investors will request a right of first refusal. This sounds very straightforward, right? You have to ask them first. Now, there's two ways to word this. One is to say, I give you the right of first refusal, but it has an open deadline and they can take however long they want to get back to you. This they can kill you with. So what you have to put in is, yes, I'll give you the right of first refusal. If I don't hear from you within X number of business days, which will be negotiated, of course, at least some indication of interest, not closing the new investment round, I will assume that your answer is no. And this is very important wording because you are going to be able to continue with your business and not legally be stuck waiting for them to answer. So please keep that in mind. The other day is, of course, also give them a certain amount of time to close the round. So, okay, they indicate to you within 7 days that we're interested, that's fine, but you still need them to close the agreement within 30 days so that they put their full attention towards you. I have watched, unfortunately, companies go bankrupt here as the investors, having very different timelines than entrepreneurs, because in entrepreneurship life, a day is a year in the life of a banker, is that they don't view time the same as 30 days for you can be everything. Mine around the simple title like right of first refusal. Now let's go to liquidation preference. Most people think of liquidation preference as when you go bankrupt. This is not the case. Liquidation preference and a liquidation act is when maybe you IPO or you have a buyout or you have anything that sort of liquidates your shares into something else. So liquidation preference, to me, a liquidation preference, preferably you leave it out completely. But one time is fair. What does this mean? It means, for example, let's say you're bought out by somebody and the cash that they bought you for converts then. Their liquidation preference, say they invested 200,000. If it's one time, then they get their cash back and then the rest is divided. If the liquidation preference is 2 times, it means that they get 400,000 back, and then the rest is divided. Okay, so this liquidation preference can hurt you in the long run, but also it can hurt you with the next round of investor potentially. Because if that guy's liquidation preference is high, then the next investor will see that as a risk for the cash that could be accumulated later on. Now, I don't know if I'm speaking too fast or if this sounds complicated, but what I hope to do is at least to bring these vocabulary to your mind so that you know that it's out there and the risks around it, so that you dive into it deeper when you have a chance and you get to this point. Now, the next 2 terms, again, drag along and tag along, they sound very, very, benign when you read about it. So drag along means that the majority can force a sale onto you. So if investor has a drag along clause, and there's different ways to do it, and they can say, hey, if we find a buyer, because the way investment funds work is they are time limited. They have 10 years. And that means they must liquidate because that fund must close down. So as the investment gets older, they have a higher pressure to convert their investments somehow. If you have a drag along right call, they can force a sale onto you, because the new buyer may say, oh, we don't want the old management there. And a drag along right will force your shares to be sold. And this, so let's say it's 6 years down the line, they find a buyer, but you still want to hang in there. And they can force you to sell, even if the sale price is very low. So this is something that's hurt people. So it needs to have a long conversation with your investor. It should have, a lot of detail as to how it would work at which stages. A tag along is something a lot more gentle, which means that if you find a buyer, they have to be allowed to be included in the sale. So imagine a tag along actually benefits you. Imagine I'm an investor. I own 40% of the shares, and I find a buyer for my 40%. And you would say, okay, you've done all this hard work. You'd like to have a chance to have cash out as well. A tag along means that they have to consider you as well in that purchase. So it's kind of protective of you. Now, I've done master classes just on term sheets alone, because there's a lot packed in there, as you can imagine. But this is a good start for it. So now under other, the one thing that gets, I think, overlooked also when we talk about entrepreneurs and starting up and all the chaos around it, one is management reports. It may seem strange to make management reports because maybe it's only you or it's only a few people, but this documentation is important. I think the ritual at the end of the month, the first of the next month, of having certain KPIs. So there's going to be certain KPIs that are universal, like what's your, cash balance, different types of things like this. How many employees do you have? Was the cash expenditure higher or lower than what you expected? But there's other KPIs that are maybe very specific to you. There was a company here that does steel galvanized. So zinc prices are very important. That's a KPI. That's something to keep in mind that's specific to your industry. Those type of things, and keeping an eye on them, it's important, very important to you, but it's also important to an investor because they see that you understand the elements that will affect the costing. Exchange rate can be a very important thing, because a lot of times the components, and I hope this changes because all the resources come from Africa. So I hope, building of things happens more and more in Africa, is that we're importing things, and therefore the exchange rate becomes a volatile issue. So one way to offset the risk of exchange rate is if at your bank, you hold a foreign currency account in that. Most banks now will have dollar, will have euro, will have yen, exchange rates. you can have a certain amount of cash that you keep in that account, and that can help to lower the risk of that exchange rate fluctuation. It's something that a lot of small companies don't think about, but it helps you also. It's good. It's actually just good business to do, but it also shows the investor that you're thinking about the risks around your business and that you're keeping them in mind. So other things may be the weather. If you're in a tourism business of some type, and how many, if you're doing, a friend of mine is a windsurfer here, how many days of wind per year? It can be a KPI that doesn't have to do with, say, traditional financial things. So that's kind of learn, figure out what your KPIs are. Now I said I kept the other section because I wanted to throw a few things in there. I wanted to speak about the role of education. I think it's a very important topic. It was very rightly said and so point on to say we're getting degrees that took 3 years, that the second you graduate, they're no longer the information is. I think the education system has to innovate. They have to look at what their role is. I've studied in 3 different countries, 3 different unique university styles. And what stuck with me was the university that I learned at the country that I learned at, that taught me how to think more than what to think. So a lot of
Serena? Can you hear me?
I think I'm back. Am I back?
Yes, we can hear you. You can conclude.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, I'll start there. A lot of different insights from what Margaret had said and Ivy and everybody, but I'll stop now.
Ms. Serena, thank you so much. I'm seeing a lot of comments from our online viewers and here at the audience. People are saying this has really been a valuable masterclass, and you certainly touched on important things. One word that sticks out to me that is very important is the word trust. And how many times you mentioned it, and it is very important because for investors, they need to trust that you know your finances to the T. They need to trust that you're not going to go and buy a Ferrari with the money that you get. It's very important to make sure that you know your finances to a T, and you show the investors that you are a trustworthy investee. We are going to be thinking with you. My question is, obviously, as you stated, that trust is very important, but it works both ways, doesn't it? Because as the investee, they found that one of the biggest problems or hindrances to investments is the fact that investees are very resilient to giving off the ownership of their company to an investor. Do you have any advice for if anyone comes across that situation? What would be the best thing to do in that regard?
You broke up a little bit. Do I understand the question well? It's a matter of how to know which investor to trust or how to...
Yes.
So I love that you asked this question. It's so important. We think often as people who have the cash as somehow having the power, we should thank them. It must be mutually beneficial. Cash is a commodity. What entrepreneurs do is the real diamonds out there. So you have to trust the investor. Do they see the market like you do? Are they willing? Is there chemistry? We often think, I'll take any cash at any amount, but it can't be that. This is a marriage. So the chemistry needs to be there. Can you build a relationship with them? For example, if they don't give back to you, then how's it going to be later on? They're showing as much their philosophy to you. So I would say don't take money at any cost, because it's a long-term relationship. If the relationship starts poorly, or your intuition, which entrepreneurs tend.
Thank you, Serena. I've got a question from one of our online followers. If you could please put it on the screen.
How do we spread that message?
Is the question, were you able to see the question? Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm able to see the question. Well, I mean, forums like this are very important. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my hotspot now to see if I can make my connection better, but I think I can't. I think forums like this is why I started off by saying it's so important to have women in spaces who keep with them female traits, because I think that this message is intuitively understood more than having to be stated. I think the more women are places, that this message grows with that. We can bring it up as a topic, I think, of what's unique to our plight, but I'm not sure I have a good answer. I apologize.
No, I think it's perfect. Is there any other questions? I think there's one at the back of the room from the Queen.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Serena, for such a wonderful presentation, very enlightening. I think I'm one of the entrepreneurs where I used to pitch almost every Friday to potential investors. I know one cannot claim that you have learned, you know it all. And like, for instance, you have benefited so much. But what I'm finding to be happening, and I might sound a bit arrogant with the investors that are there, because this time around, they're the ones that are coming to me, unlike before, 3 years ago, I would approach them. But what I am not comfortable with is that there's a new model that they are coming up with, that before they can invest, you need to go through their accelerator program. And I've been to so many accelerators, innovators program before, you know, so is it wrong of me just to say thanks, but no thanks, you know? I cannot go to another accelerator program. What I need now is, it's like client, I need paying client. If you promise to help me with that, then I'll go through your accelerator program. But any other thing of mentoring, hand holding, I just need sponsorship, someone who will expose me to client. But sometimes there's this little voice that, Queen, you are sounding arrogant. Why are you beginning to have that view with the potential investors, you know? And the second one is more of something that I would like to share with other colleagues here, is that I read the book by Cohen, and that taught me something about being rejected by investors, because 98% I got rejected 2 years ago, you know? But after reading that book, it gave me a lot of courage, because Cohen says, you need to develop a rejection vaccine. And how you develop that, by keep on pitching and pitching and pitching until your fears become less, and to lead ultimately to a win, you know, and that works. Thank you.
So I would like to start my answer by saying, why is it when we as women are confident, we think we are being arrogant? I immediately know that you are confident. I have a hard time believing that you are arrogant. Everything that you have told me is a wise businesswoman's sensibility. Every hour as an entrepreneur wasted is wasted towards achieving your goals. why should you sit in a classroom that is giving you no value add? So I just applaud you. And second of all, congratulations for where you are right now. I would like to try to give you some vocabulary that may help you in that conversation. So many times, because we had this also here in Greece, many times the funders have a requirement towards the people they raise the money from that people have gone through their accelerator class. Because in fact, if it's development funds, they say, okay, we're doing capacity building. Many of these see your success and they want you through their accelerator because you're going to look great in their PowerPoint presentation later, because they're going to claim success from you. I say stick by it. If you feel that the cash they offer, because I'm assuming there's some cash with it, there's two ways I would approach this possibly, and I don't know if it would work, but one would be, does it have to be me, or can I send someone else to sit in the class? If you feel that what the cash they're offering is so important, or some connection they have at the end, or pitch day is going to be important, ask them if another body can occupy the space. Okay, and if they really want you there, this is a loophole that they're going to grant you, okay, because they know that you've done these things already. You need to help them sort of fulfill the donor's requirements. So that could possibly be one. The second would be, okay, show me your accelerator classes and let me reassure you that for class ABC or whichever it is, that I have already fulfilled those classes, and have the conversation around the skills that they think that they're teaching you in them, and show that you've already taken the class and graduated. Most of the time, their inflexibility comes around the donor, because they have to fill the donor requirements. So if you're a little empathetic towards that, maybe you could find a way that you can mutually overcome that. But of course, only, as you said, only if what they have to offer you is valuable in the end. So that's how I would approach it. What do you think? Does that sound like they'd be open to it, or?
Well, she's got a smile on her face. So thank you so much, Ms. Serena Davis. This was such an interesting topic, and I think it's really fantastic that you were able to raise 60 million. You need to come and do that for us in South Africa. Right. Yes. So thank you so much, Ms. Serena.
My pleasure.
Right, staying on the topic of cash and millions and funding, the topic on funding continues. Up next, Ms. Gele will be leading the funding and capacity building women in tech topic. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good evening to others, and morning, hopefully, to some other people. My God, I've been sitting, chilling, and thinking I'm done for the rest of the day. I'm so offended. Okay, so the next one that we're talking about, Miss Irene, please come and join us up here. Hey, Wendy, we see you. What is Wendy saying? Presentation was very, very insightful. It was. We all agree. My God, Miss Serena Davis, all the way from Greece and traveling. I didn't get where you said you are right now, but I thank you so much, dear friend. I thank you. This is what happens. We meet up, we network, and we had a session online. I met Serena through Ntsiki, then we had a workshop, and I heard what Serena was doing. I was like, oh my God, this is what we have. I don't have any money because, but I really feel the need to create this thing. And her words exactly was, my fee is your cost or investment. How did you say it, Serena? I like that.
I said my speaker fee is whatever you can afford, even if it's zero.
Like, that was so empowering, you know? She was not saying I'm free. She was saying, I will charge you what you can afford to pay. And I'm taking that, and next year it will be in dollars, and then the other year it will be in pounds. So I'm receiving it. Welcome and thank you for joining us, Miss Irene. And online, I have Miss Tashlin Uester from the Innovator Trust, as well as, where am I now? Miss Tashlin and Miss Nadia from Rwanda. Are we all there? Yes. Welcome. So now we're going to be talking money and capacity building. Are you ready for us, Tash? I think we'll start with you. If you can briefly introduce yourself and then take us through your presentation, and then we will move on to Nadia, who will do the same, and then we'll come back here with Miss Irene. Thanks. Over to you, Tash.
Okay, I'm just checking if I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Great stuff. Good afternoon, ladies, and happy Women's Month to the ladies in South Africa. Thank you so much for having me on this panel this afternoon. And I'd like to acknowledge you, Kelly, as well as the AB4IR team. Thank you for doing such an outstanding job. I've been listening for the last day and a half. You've been online, and the engagements they've been so powerful and so insightful. And I just want to acknowledge you for the tremendous work that you're doing in this field. But also a big shout out to all the guests that are within the audience, as well as the guests that are online. So yeah, thank you so much for joining and for affording me your time this afternoon. I'm Tash Lister, and I am the CEO of the Innovator Trust. I'm just going to stop sharing my video quickly so I can get into the presentation. Okay. All right, so the Innovator Trust is an ICT-focused entity. Sorry, where am I now? Yeah. In terms of the Innovator Trust, we are an ICT sector-focused entity that has been set up to empower Black-owned SMEs to ensure that they become sustainable, enterprise-focused businesses. We are a 100% female-run entity, and we are also 100% funded and 99% Black-owned entity. In terms of this technology summit this afternoon, just if I can just spend some time on this slide. As this is really a technology summit, it obviously stands to reason that we can't do anything without technology. We've just come through a year where this has truly been proven, and we know that technology is the future of the globe, of society as a whole. And at the end of the day, we all know that for the economy, and especially the South African economy, to survive and to thrive, we need entrepreneurs, we need small businesses, we need them to succeed. I don't know why my mouse does not work. So just before I get into the conversations around capacity building, entrepreneurship and nation building, I thought I'd put up a slide just to give us some insights from a South African context. And just, I think some of these stats are just pre-COVID. So I found one stat so interesting, which was that South Africa was ranked 35th of 180 countries in terms of easiest to do business with, or to do business in. And that was because of starting a business seemed easy in South Africa, dealing with getting credit seems easy, protecting investors seems obviously that we scored quite high, but I think that's also from a banking environment because our banks are synonymous with being phenomenal banks within South Africa. But where the problem comes in for South African entrepreneurs is that entrepreneurs are failing as a lack of access to finance. And they say that the problem is with the access to finance, and we need to delve a bit deeper into what those problems are. And then on the right-hand side, I just mentioned here also pre-COVID that And it was such an interesting stat for me when I saw it the first time, was that South African SMMEs and small businesses make up 98% of all businesses in the country. And of that, 26% of our workforce actually come from small businesses, and they contribute 39% of the GDP. At that stage, we had 38% of small businesses were owned by female entrepreneurs. And I can attest to that because going through our program, our incubation program, and the entire focus in terms of our enterprise, pre-COVID, we had about 36 to 39% of our businesses were female owned. However, if I look at our businesses today, they've reduced to about 26%. So the impact over the last year and a half has been tremendous on business in general, but also on female businesses and female tech businesses. Obviously, that's our core focus, is the tech business. And that's clear because obviously the priorities have changed. The industry has shrunk. Business has not been booming for big business, but also then when we look at small business in a nutshell as well. So there's been a clear impact for female tech entrepreneurs. We then just looked at what the profile is of entrepreneurship within South Africa. And it's predominantly male, 60% male, and it's driven by opportunity and not need. And males age between the ages of 35 and 44. And then just in terms of where the sectors are sitting, where the entrepreneurs are sitting, is in terms of providing services for wholesale and retail sector, the health, education, and government services, and then obviously manufacturing. Now getting into the funding life cycle of a business. So this was a model that we drew up just specifically to understand where our entrepreneurs were, or what space they were playing in. And when we look at the concept of the startup phase, that's really your ideation phase, where you have a young business between 1 and 2 years that ideally has just started their business, created a logo, trying to put a team together, having developed certain products, still busy testing those products, probably trying to patent and trademark it. But where's those funds coming from? Where are these pre-seed, seed funds coming from? And this was savings, family loans from family and friends, credit card, overdraft debts, and obviously government and public service funds. Then looking at the early stage of a business, which is just in excess of 2 years, we looked at what those businesses were requiring from a support structure. And that's primarily because we found that when a business has gone through a concept or an ideation phase, there was this, what we call this valley of death. And yet, if you're starting out as a business, and I think a couple of the previous speakers had actually spoken about this, is that we have to factor failure into a business. And it's not wrong, it just needs to be factored into the business, and understanding that failures are going to happen. And every business is going to have many no's. It's how we deal with those no's, how resilient we are during that process to get through it. And therefore, when we get into early stage, which is where the Innovator Trust specifically plays a fundamental role, is to ensure that businesses are skilled within their finances, understanding the financial models of the business, assisting them to build those financial acumen, resources, etc., that's required. I mean, we obviously within that space, you know, and I also heard one of the previous guests ask the question about acceleration. Why do I have to go through these capacity building incubation programs again if I've been on so many? And she's absolutely right in asking that question. But what the previous speaker had relayed was also, I think it's important to understand what those gaps are still that need to be addressed in the business. And if there are still gaps that need to be addressed in the business, for the business to get to an investment round, you know, let's address that through an incubation program and not necessarily having to focus on everything from start to finish. And within the Innovative Trust program, for instance, we look at literally everything, but we have to address and sit back and prioritize what those gaps are within an early stage business, so that we can avoid and support businesses from going through that curve, which is that valley of death that we basically refer to here with our model. And this is just another roadmap or journey that I think most of us can attest to. Most of the small business, whether you are in tech or just the general small business that's in different sectors of the industry, you know that when you start out with a business and you apply for funding and there's generally a derailment or you don't have the access to those funds and it's declined, that's where you get to know what are those issues, where are those challenges sitting. And it's fundamental that, you know, there's probably training, regulatory requirements, systems and processes, cash flow, cash modeling, funding, or credit ratings, all of those mountains that an SMME encompasses and needs to go through, that ultimately a capacity building incubation program can support an SMME with. Once you get through that, in order to get to the point where you can actually apply for further funding. So where the Innovative Trust obviously plays this fundamental role is through supporting and deconstructing this valley that, you know, some people see as failure, which we don't see as failure, but really deconstruct it and how do we build it up. And we've obviously seen a tremendous amount of tech entrepreneurs having gone under a lot of strain over the last year or year and a half. Many faced a lot of liquidity issues. And as a result, you know, overheads didn't go away for any of the entrepreneurs. Overheads were still there. There were still rentals to be paid. There were still salaries to be paid. Insurances needed to be paid. But liquidity became a problem. I don't think everybody had liquidity just lying, cash flow lying around for in excess of 2-3 months. And if there is no revenue coming in, which we all understand, it clearly dries up that liquidity and ultimately leads to other issues like your credit scoring and your credit scoring suffering now as a result of that, which makes access to funding even more difficult. So yeah, and because of all of that, we said, you know, let's really look what this program looks like. How do we refocus finance? How do we support our entrepreneurs? Because we currently run an enterprise development program. Yes, we run a supplier development program as well. And we give access and exposure through webinars and trade portals. We provide all our SMMEs with access to an accountant so that we know that they have the services of an accountant to get those annual financial statements up to date, to make sure that, you know, if there's UIF that's payable, the compliances are correct. And even within this sector, within the tech sector, I think health and safety is such an important part for a tech entrepreneur. And that's not just general health and safety, but it's health and safety accreditations, health and safety compliance requirements that any tech entrepreneur really requires, especially doing business with larger corporates. It can become such an expensive exercise, but this is where we play a role to support, to train, but also implement, for instance, systems and processes with the SMME so that they can alleviate the paper trail and potentially have a software system or a digital platform where they can upload all the health and safety and compliance requirements within the tech space. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have various programs, which is enterprise development, supply development, as well as our youth entrepreneurship program. But if I can just focus on our enterprise development program, which is really focused on making sure that our SMMEs are built up to become sustainable SMMEs. So sustainable, running with a financial model. Our second focus is to make sure that the entrepreneur actually leaves the program in order and it's able to service large corporates and large clients in a leading and a meaningful way and able to deliver quality. This is just a snapshot of what it looks like. It does require an entrepreneur to be dedicated and resilient. So it requires that, I suppose, underlying principle of an entrepreneur having a resilient attitude, because the program that we focus on is a 2-year program. And you get various incubation programs, but our focus really has been on a 2 to 3 year training program, because we don't believe in 1-week programs or 2 to 3 month programs, because you need, if the intention is for us to support SMMEs to become sustainable, the requirement is a longer term, but it also requires that trusting the incubation process, trusting the process, and the entrepreneur really needs to be committed and dedicated and resilient in order to receive the kind of support that's provided. Again, just a quick snapshot of what we talk about when we say sustainability and enterprise focus. It's a clear direction, there's a framework. What is the route that we follow between 2 years, and what are the short-term, medium, and long-term goals that we'd like the entrepreneur to achieve, because ultimately they need to finish the incubation program and end up being sustainable and enterprise focused. Again, a quick snapshot of what happens per month, because I think it's also important. We talk incubation all the time and we talk about capacity building all the time, but what does it look like? It's an introduction to gap analysis. What are the markets? Understanding your business modeling, breaking down the finance, breaking down HR. And again, it happens per month. There are different days that we run these workshops. Currently, all of them are remote working workshops. We have mentorship sessions to have discussions. Underpinning and underlying all of this is a marketing program that we provide to our SMEs in order for them to have new websites, a whole brand refresh, logos, and we provide all of that within our program. In addition to that, the health and safety, for instance, we cover all the health and safety training to ensure that SMEs don't incur those costs to go on health and safety training, fiber training, what we call this, the cybersecurity training that SMEs have to go through. So just in a nutshell, what have we achieved over the last couple of years from a capacity building perspective? We've had about over 170 SMEs on our program, over 100 youth on our program, and about 110 SMMEs and tech entrepreneurs that have come through our supply development program. I mentioned earlier that we had this huge drop off from 36% to 26% in females on our programs. And yes, if there's anything that we have to do, we have to bring our tech entrepreneurs back. We have to find ways of supporting, training, incubating, nurturing as many tech entrepreneurs in this space. We are based throughout the country as well. There are a couple of provinces that we are not in, but obviously that is of a long-term program. Just a couple of initiatives that I want us to go through and to show you is our Women in Tech. It's an appreciation experience that we have annually for our ladies, really just to acknowledge the female entrepreneurs that are on our program and to thank them for being part of the program. Because I think what we neglect many times, it's thanking entrepreneurs for having gone through their own journeys and to be part of a process is an enormous task. Because like I said, it takes so much trust between the two parties and it takes dedication, and it really means that you need to bare your heart and soul. So who you bare your heart and soul to is so important. So we have this event that happens every year. This will be our 6th year on the 4th of November. We started a new initiative over the last year, which was really about searching for innovative young tech businesses that are able to scale and benefit from our programs. And the characteristics of this business is that they must be youth-owned, tech-driven, show grit, show passion, be determined to succeed during absolutely the most difficult times. We do believe that upheaval and challenges leads to innovation, and it's our responsibility to nurture these young businesses into sustainable, thriving businesses. So these young startups are now starting on the 1st of September. And last but not least, we also have our Fin 1K program. This was just a pilot initiative that was born out of the insights from entrepreneurs around finance. And many were struggling with their finance. Many are struggling with access to finance. Many are struggling with providing financial statements, for instance, in order to get the finance and other challenges. But we found a similar yet a very different challenge amongst our youth. And this was that many of our youth started on our youth entrepreneurship program and didn't even have bank accounts, for instance. And so we clearly know that there's a fundamental problem when it comes to understanding finances and why it's imperative to have this great understanding. And in closing, ladies, just to note that the last year and a half, it has proven that no person is an island. No business can stand on their own. Everyone is interconnected. And we created this platform, which is Conversations to Innovate, where we consistently engage with entrepreneurs on their business transformation within this new normal. And the reason for that is we are social beings. All of us are social beings. We like engagement. We like physical engagements. And we've been unable to have most of that. And as a result, yes, we had the mentorship sessions. Yes, we have the workshops. But from an Innovator Trust perspective, we found it so important that there were weekly engagements with entrepreneurs, phone calls, webinars, so that all entrepreneurs that are on our programs have felt they are not alone or on an island. But in closing, if I may just say that it really is important that incubation is seen, or capacity building for business is seen from all fronts, understanding what the gap is and understanding what the problem is to gaining the access to that finance. And what we have seen over the last 6-7 years is it's a multitude of problems within a business and gaps within the business. And once we address that one by one, we can support the business in order for them to gain or have traction when it comes to funding. We are not a funder, but it clearly means we can support the business. So that is it from me. Thank you so much for having me. If you want to ask any questions, I am available, but you can also engage with us online. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tash. I really like the idea that the Innovator Trust is a woman-empowered organization. That gets me all the time. It just works for me. Thank you for that. Ms. Nadia, are you ready?
Yes. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All the way from
Yes, yes. Thank you for having me. One second. So should I share my screen? Would you, hello?
Would be able to. Your presentation, should we share from our side? Are you sharing from your side?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Can I share from my side? Can everybody see it? Hello?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. First, I'll maybe do a short intro without the presentation. Go back. Right. Can you see me? No.
I can see you and your presentation.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nadia. I am calling in from Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you so much for.
Please put it on slideshow mode.
Okay. Is that better? Is that better?
Is that fine?
Can you
Okay.
see it now? Okay, great. Can I?
You can carry on.
Okay, great. Yeah, so as I was saying, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nadia. I'm calling in from Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you for having me. I was born in Rwanda. I moved to Belgium when I was 12, lived there for 20 years before coming back end of 2019. I am a mom of a 4-year-old son. His name is Aiden. And if you can tell, it's Nadia backwards. I'm the founder of No Code Campus, which is a no code training program in Rwanda, and a crowdfunding platform built without code called Shiraweze. And we also run a startup studio with my friend Victor Hindi, who is also dialing in from Kigali, who is attending the conference, where we help early stage startups that need an MVP or just need to kind of tell somebody about their idea. We help them build it without code. So, I think I skipped, yeah. So what is no code? I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with it, but no code technologies allow anybody to build a website or a mobile app without code. And that's why I figured it would be a great opportunity for young people in Rwanda, but not only Rwanda, but the whole continent in general, to discover these no code technologies that are blowing up in the West, but that are still in their infancy in Africa, and particularly sub-Saharan Africa. So we're based in Kigali, but we would like to be present in other African countries. We provide free internet access to anybody who is interested in learning at our hub. We call it a co-building hub. So the idea is you don't have to pay for anything. You just come, grab a seat, and learn something or work on your project. We're not in very far from the urban areas of Kigali, and we're open from 8 to 7 when it's not during the lockdown. The classes primarily target young people between 18 and 30, and the only requirement is that they have a good understanding of English. I see comments. Are they for me? And yeah, so the mission is to kind of get as many people to learn how to use this platform as we can in Rwanda, but also across the region. The context of Rwanda is that we have a high youth unemployment rate. Before COVID, it was around 16%, and we think that it must be significantly higher with the pandemic of 2020 and 2021. And we still don't know what the future looks like. So our solution is that if, or at least our premise is that if these young people can learn how to develop these websites and mobile apps, they can either create their own jobs or they can provide their skills to paying customers, not only in Africa, but across the world, because yeah, software development doesn't need to be a physical job, so they can work for people in the US, in Europe, and anywhere in the world. The market size for no-code technologies is estimated at 187 billion by 2030. So if we can get young people to hop on the no-code train, if I may use that expression, they will be in a position to secure jobs in the coming years, which is a challenge for our young continent. This August, we held our first ever all-girls no-code bootcamp, where we took young girls that had no prior knowledge of no-code or code to attend a 2-week introduction to no-code, where they were able to work on different tools, build out their ideas, for a whole 2 weeks session. The team last year, this time last year, it was just me. I just had a laptop and an idea in mind. And this year I've been joined by 2 other volunteers. Pablo is based in Spain. He gives a glide, an introduction to glide session, and Ola is from South Africa, and he joined us earlier this month. Why now, you might ask? I think this time is the time to accelerate the digitization of the continent in all areas. We have seen what it's like to not have a digital presence during a lockdown. That means you're unable to do anything. You can't sell, you can't interact with your customers. So if we can provide affordable solutions that help small business owners to go online, then I think that's an opportunity for young people across the region. The methodology that I use, or that I at least have been implementing for now, is train a small group of young people that from that pool of students, we always retain 1 or 2 who become mentors or coordinators that can help another group, and so on and so forth. So we hope that by the end of this year, we'll be able to proudly say that we took somebody from a situation where they had no knowledge, no job, or no project, to a phase where they either have a job or they have a full-fledged project that is generating revenue. This is our hub in Kigali. And these are a few of the projects that the students over the past few months have been able to work with within their first few sessions. This is a website about a music podcast. Pascaline wanted to work on a website as a wedding stylist, wedding planner. This is a website about Rwanda, the places to visit in Rwanda. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
we're not seeing any of the things that you are mentioning, and I'm not too sure if it's
Oh, really?
our side. Say that again, Taba. Oh, now we're seeing something. That's beautiful.
Okay, I have to go back. Let me go back. Or should I just keep going?
Yeah, 'cause
Carry on?
I need you to wrap up in 2 minutes. But
Okay.
So yeah, thanks. Now we can see.
I'm so sorry about that. I can share the presentation afterwards. That's not a problem. So sorry about that. Yeah, so this was a restaurant menu that the students made so that people don't have to touch the physical menu that is either leather or plastic. You simply scan a QR code and you can access the restaurant's menu. We did this for a few restaurants in Kigali. During the high of the pandemic, we also had registration books at venues. So we made a digital one that people simply had to scan a QR code and enter their information without having to touch pen or paper, which is also a way to kind of limit the spread of the virus. Yeah, so these are the ladies that attended the last one. We had a great completion ceremony, and I think they will go on and use their skills to either build projects for themselves or for others. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about not having all of the slides displayed, but I hope you got value from what I was saying. If you have any questions, feel free to connect on LinkedIn or via email.
Thank you so much for that. We are so very excited and looking forward to working with you and Ola. And that's how I met up with you. Ola reached out to me. I saw you guys chatting and I was like, I want a part of that. So it's interesting. We'll ask more questions and engage with you a lot a bit later, talking about how to code without code. Like
right.
Apps, programming without coding. I'm really, really interested in. I think we will be hosting the first one with us and Ola from our incubator. So
Great.
networking and changing the world. Miss Irene.
Excellent. Thank you.
Come back to you just now, Nadia, with questions. Miss Irene, it's over to you.
Can't see, the wonderful team at ABYR decided to plank me on top of a ladder because that's how short I am. But thank you guys. You guys have been awesome in just trying to get me up here. But I just want to get everybody's attention. So if you could just stand for a minute. If you're at home watching from wherever you're watching from, I just want you to stretch a little bit so that I can have your attention, right? That's the pressure of having me as the last speaker, you know? Just stretch a little bit, you know? Just before lunch, hey? All right, get active if you're at home. Move around with your laptop. Don't leave me speaking to myself, please. If you have to go to the bathroom, take me with you. All right? Thanks, ladies. Please do have a seat. Thank you very much. I'm just using this prompt for the first time, so I'm hoping that it's going to work with me. Just let me know when everything is. All right, cool. So it's showing behind me, which is great. I'll introduce myself in the meantime. So my name is Irene Okoye. I am the Business Development Manager for AMI Southern Africa. I have worked in the third sector for a while, just for about a decade now. Goodness gracious. That's when you know you're getting, like when you are plus 30 something, that's when you know that you're getting older. So it's been such a pleasure to work with the NGO sector, but more so I'm very excited about the work that I get to do at the African Management Institute, which is what AMI stands for. So, you know, I've had the privilege of sharing in so many stories of entrepreneurs, and I'll get to that in a minute, but it's just been awesome to see how entrepreneurs are taking up space, and women especially. I love that women in this room are doing such fantastic things. We're challenging narratives, we're challenging stereotypes about who we are. And it's what Serena was talking about when she was saying, you know, sometimes when you speak up for yourself, it feels like, oh, this is not my nature. I shouldn't probably be saying that. I should be humble. I should be taking that opportunity. But I really like the fact that, can I say this? Women have balls. We are kicking ass. I really like that. I hope I'm going to get censored somehow if that's not allowed. But I really like that we are taking it and we're taking the bull by the horn, and we're actually creating spaces such as these. So I really am proud of the work that you're doing with your team. You guys are phenomenal. And I think if more spaces can be created for women to exchange ideas, we're going to get somewhere. Yeah. Right. So before I get to preaching, let me introduce you to AMI. If this is going to work with me and my nails. I am so not winning with this. All right, great. Awesome. It's moving behind me, so that's awesome. So AMI is really passionate about working with entrepreneurs and businesses across Africa. We're very proud of the work that we get to do with ambitious people like the ones that are sitting in this room. I hear women doing aviation. I'm excited about drones. Things that, you know, I thought it was a boy's job to do, but now, like I said, we're challenging the narrative. It's no longer about the boys, right? Ours is learning that is practical. We want to ensure that the learning that we're providing to entrepreneurs in whichever industry that you're in is actually making a tangible difference. So we work a lot focusing on tools that you need to actually get you to where you want to be. Okay, just before I get to that, I want to talk about the work that we do. So a big motivation for why we do what we do is we believe that skilled people build thriving businesses, and those thriving businesses create quality jobs, right? And at the end of that, we have quality jobs that are also driving dignity. We want our people to have dignified work. You know, we want to be able to be in a position where our own people can drive their prosperity. So they're determining their own growth, and they're determining how they run the communities around them. And that's what women in this room are doing at the moment. So a lot of things have been said about capacity building. I almost feel like I'm coming to summarize this topic, but I want to talk about it, and I want you to walk with me. I'm going to use a story of Jane, who's an entrepreneur like most of us. Now, Jane is looking to start a business. She's been running and iterating for the last year. She wants to launch her product. So she's thinking of all the sources of funding to take her to expand, first of all, to give her market access, but to expand the product reach that she has in mind. So these are some of the things that Serena has talked about. I'm not going to go into all of them, but you can see personal investments, bootstrapping. I had somebody talk about how women don't have an appetite for risk. And I feel like that's changing, right? That's really changing. It's taking a bit of time, but it's changing. So bootstrapping your business, angel investors are out there, family and friends. Imagine pitching to your mom and getting an investment. And I'm not saying that because my mom is in the room, but we do have something at AMI which we call the mom test, which is basically you pitching to your mom and getting her ideas or getting feedback from her. Because we know the hardest person to convince sometimes is the closest person to you, right? So if you can get some feedback from people close to you and actually get them to buy into your business, I think you've gotten somewhere. So, you know, we've spoken to entrepreneurs, and I've had the privilege of sharing in so many stories, like I said at the beginning. One entrepreneur that comes to mind is one that has launched a big shoe brand in Kenya called Enda. And they bootstrapped their business. You know, they were the first of its kind. You know, they thought about how the Kenyan landscape has great runners, and we know that from the Olympics and all the gold medals that we won. I say we because I'm also Kenyan. The gold medals that we won. And besides that, they thought, well, there's no shoe. You know, we've got the greatest runners, but yet they have to be sponsored by the Nikes, which we appreciate. But how can we create a shoe that's proudly Kenyan? I was about to say American, proudly Kenyan. And they decided, okay, so the first place that they went to look for funding, because of the unconventional nature of what they were trying to do and the cost factors associated, a lot of angel investors and formal funding structures were not willing to invest in this rather risky business. So they decided, okay, we'll start with our friends, we'll start with our own savings. And they've grown the brand to a point where they also try to look at crowdfunding, things that we don't think about as a way of raising capital. So they thought about that as a way of getting their business to where it is. And they've grown it to a point where investors are approaching them for investment instead of the other way around. So there's so many ways of looking at Jen, the techpreneur, getting her business out there. And of course, there's so many myriad of funding opportunities have been discussed, so I won't go into them too much. All right, so some of the obstacles I believe that she's going to come across is some things that we've discussed. You know, when Serena was sharing, I really connected with a lot of what she was talking about. She was talking from an investor point of view, right? And I'm speaking from how do we do the homework as we go for this investment? How can we be ready? Most of the time I've found that we're not able to articulate what we're trying to do. You're not sure where your business model is, or you're not sure about your business model. You're not sure the intricacies of your business as a business owner. So that's why when you get to a funding conversation, it is rather tricky because you can't answer questions such as, okay, in terms of your competitor analysis, who else is in the market? Where do you see your financial projection, your revenue? Have you done that homework? So we need to be in a position where we are speaking from a position of power, where we understand what we have, that somebody cannot challenge us based on what we are offering. You need to be an expert of your own product that you can stand. I had an entrepreneur once say, I believe so much in what I do that I tell my team every time, I believe so much in it that when I sit next to a funder or somebody or a customer and they totally trash what I'm doing, I say, you know what, I will stand by what I'm doing because I believe that I'm doing something that makes sense to me. So I believe we need to get to that point where we are so confident in what we provide and the issues that we're trying to tackle that nobody can sway us. Because ultimately, an investor has their own need, right? And you've got your own need as a business owner. So how do you bring a synergy between what they want to do and what you want to do? You really need to stand by what you do. Lack of understanding of the investor landscape. Conversations such as these open our eyes to understanding that it's not always formal loans. It's not always bootstrapping. There's, you can raise capital in different ways. And that's what, you know, a conversation from Serena helps us to think about. We start coming out of our own cocoon and start realizing there's so many things that we can do to propel us forward. And then lack of awareness of funding opportunities. There's so many products that I believe right now in Africa specifically are geared around transforming and enabling women to access the economy. because we've been left out of the economy for a while. But I believe that there is programs and there's opportunities that are around us right now that we can take captive of. And of course, compliance and due diligence prep, Serena spent a lot of time on that. It's quite important for us to understand there is so many, and I will say this, there's so many compliance issues that we need to know. I really believe that, and I want to challenge this notion where women, so when I was doing my research, there was something that was saying that, oh, women don't understand, they don't have financial literacy. I had time comprehending that terminology. What is financial literacy? And why is it something that women are somewhat seen as not understanding of? How complex can it be? Women are doctors, women are accountants, women are so many things nowadays. So, limiting it to a lack of understanding of financial literacy made it, for me, I had an issue with that. So I think compliance and due diligence, that's part of the things that we need to know. I believe that we don't need, necessarily a lawyer to explain. It's great to have a lawyer, but we need to be able to articulate. We need to be able to ask questions. When you sit with a financier and they're telling you something you don't understand, we need to be able to ask from a position of power. What does this actually mean? What does that interest rate actually mean in the long run? And then attitudes of financial institutions. Now, this one I had an issue with because it's something that we all face, whether it's those automated programs that just the fact that you're a woman, your profile matches that of a woman. The system literally puts you, you've already been downgraded before you even have a conversation with a financier. The stereotypes that exist. One of the stereotypes I was reading is, there's collateralized loans. And most of the time, if you're married, sometimes your property and law dictates that, property needs to be, you have to have consent of your partner to be able to put your house on sale or whatever as collateral, right, for that loan. So there's so many stereotypes that we need to change in how financiers operate, in how investors look at us as women. So other than the fact that we're being stereotyped as, oh, you are risk averse, so you won't be asking for too much money. Oh, the interest rate is going to scare you. Or the fact that you're a woman, you probably don't have experience. You probably don't have this, you don't have that. So there's so many attitudes that already exist that Jane will have to go through. And then, of course, there's insufficient women-focused products in the market. I've spoken about this, but I don't think I can speak enough. The public sector is doing what they can. Private sector is doing what they can. But I still believe more needs to be done. Women need to have more access than they have right now. It doesn't have to be just formal loans. It doesn't have to be an incubator program. It doesn't have to be. We need to be more imaginative than we are about how we support women. Sometimes what I've realized during my work, in my work at AMI, is the fact that we need to also be talking about technical assistance. That's something that we don't talk about. It's not always about finance. Sometimes it's about technical assistance. Now help me get to the next stage of my business. I need to grow it. I need you to help me from a technical aspect point of view. All right, so how does AMI do what we do? So there's a lot of programs that I could have spoken to today, but I decided not to do that. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our methodology, which basically looks at, ours is really blended, where you have an online experience and you have a facilitated sessions, and then you engage with our online platform where you can do a couple of courses. But we really believe in making learning a journey and individualized. That basically means that as you run your business, your needs are very different from Kelly's needs. So you want a program that not just what I would call one size fits all. You want a program that's really specific to where you are in your business. And that's what we try and do. So at the beginning of our program, you will do a business diagnostic, which allows us to know what are your goals as a business. Irene's goals are pretty different from Kelly's goals, right? So when I get into this program, I want to know that by the end of the program, by the end of 6 months, I am somewhere. So you've got a team from AMI monitoring your growth. You said you wanted to grow your revenue. We want to work with you, look at your matrix every single month and tell you, oh, wow, you are there or you're not there. We want you to try and use this particular tool to help you achieve the results that you want. So there's, ours is very tool-based, practice, You want to inculcate habits. So learning doesn't need to be that thing where you sit, like, when you want to have difficult conversations, it's one of those things you don't want to do because it's not the culture of your organization. So we want to make these practices, whether it's just monitoring your financials, whether it's just your bookkeeping, we want to make them, because you want to cascade that into the entire organization. So when Kelly is not there, somebody else knows that, hey, this is how we do things. We ensure that our bookkeeping is where it needs to be. We ensure that we're having the difficult conversations with our clients or our investors or financiers. Learning needs to be on the go. We've realized that, with COVID, it's propelled a lot of things. And I love A-B-4-R because it literally stands for what we're trying to do right now, where people are trying to adapt, because if you don't adapt, you die, unfortunately, right? So we want to make learning the same way. Right. I have to say this with all due respect. If you are in the education sector, I'm really sorry to say this, and I'm definitely a product of business school. But I have to say that times for us to sit down and go through theories that we're not able to apply when we get to our office are done. You need to be able to say, I call it Uber for learning. We need to get to a point where if I need a tool to help me figure out what kind of investor I need, I can go to a platform that allows me to do that. I don't have to be sitting in a classroom. I can be sitting in my bedroom or somewhere in the rural areas, and I can still access the learning. I can log into a Zoom session. I can go on the online platform and get access to those tools. Okay, so what happens to, I know you're probably asking, what happens to a case where you don't have access to Wi-Fi? Then our platform actually has a functionality that allows you to still have offline access to the learning. And when you're in a Wi-Fi enabled area, then you can access the learning. So there's so many ways of doing this. Practical, experiential. Most of us and adults learn by doing, right? If you've heard of the 70-20-10, we learn by doing things. We want to experience, you want to run a business, then see, okay, this didn't work, what can I do? And then we learn from our peers, that's the 20%. Where we sit in places like this and learn and hear from each other. And the 10% is a formal learning that you'll probably sit at a business school or whatever training program that you're going to sit at and learn. Lasting habits, and then learning needs to be social. Again, our methodology at AMI allows people to connect. It allows people from West Africa. I should have mentioned that we work across Africa. We've got a presence in 35 countries. We've worked in 35 countries. We've got a presence in Kenya, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Nigeria, and growing. So we're really proud of the African context that we have in mind. And most of our content is really about the African entrepreneur and in the complexities that exist in our continent. And the last bit is definitely about results. Whatever you're doing in our learning session, is it giving you the result? I did speak about that. And of course, we measure impact. I always tell my team that I think we over-survey people because we're always trying to see whether people are learning, whether people are getting the impact they need in the business, because that helps us iterate as well. I'm just looking at Kelly just in case she's flagging me down and I can't see, right? Yes, I've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. Cool. I'm just going to go back to that slide. I've talked about the 70-20-10 rule methodology. Sorry, not rule. I've spoken about individualized learning journey. Now I want to talk about benefits of capacity building. And this lovely device is, okay. All right, so that's where I want to get just as a wrap up. I think a lot of these have been spoken about, benefits of capacity building to Jane, who, as I explained at the beginning, is the investee that we have in mind. So I called my first point better articulation. So it's not just her talking, or communicating better, but it's her being able to understand her business model. It's her being able to articulate it, pitch it. And then, of course, framing the kind of conversations she has with investors, which is quite important. If you can't frame your conversation and ask the right questions, then you're in trouble, because you need to understand what kind of support do I need? What is the investor asking for? Do I want to give a chunk of my business to them or not? So those are some of the conversations that you need to have. Selection of investors is quite important. You need to know at what level and what kind of investor you need. So having some capacity building, having some training, being able to understand what you're trying to do, where you see your business, what your vision is, and who you need to help you along that is quite important. Compliance, I've spoken about. Capital allocation. When I was thinking about this point, I was basically thinking about how you can get a whole lump sum of money, which is what you've asked for. But the challenge always comes in how you spend it, right? And we need to be quite, we talk about corruption, we talk about all those things, but I think we need to be good stewards of what we get as, investees. We also need to know this is how I've allocated my money, and just having basics helps you with that. And of course, we want to also make the investors happy. And I believe capacity building does make investors happy because, other than, the fact that we talk about de-risking and we talk about credit worthiness of investees, I think, seeing somebody who's really done their homework makes it so much easier for an investor to have a conversation with you. And I think that's where we need to get. So whatever kind of investment you're looking at, I think you need to be able to really, really be clear, do your homework as an investee. I know, Kelly, I've got a minute to go. All right. Ecosystems matter. I really believe that as much as capacity building is really important, I believe that it's not the silver bullet. I work, in a capacity building institution, but I also believe that what we essentially stand for is ecosystems. We're not in this alone, and we can't be in this alone. So I believe we've got policy, but I just hope that we can get to a point where we can see implementation, whether it's with our ESD programs, we're actually implementing what we're trying to do. It's not just having beautiful written policy documents that we talk about, that are dusted off, that talk about, oh, this, oh, that, this is what we're going to do in year 2020. But when we get there, there was no accountability. Nobody was held accountable. So there was no implementation. Application of a gender lens to financing solutions. That's really important to me. So at the moment, I'm working on a project that looks at how to introduce a gender lens to what we do from a capacity building element. How are we doing it? Are we making our learning inclusive to women? Because women are always busy. We are multitaskers. I think that's a word. We multitask a lot. We multitask a lot. So the big question is, are we making our learning that agile to the kind of learner that we have, who is a woman, probably busy picking up children and doing what we need to do as, the different caps that we wear. So we're looking at that. And I think, financiers from all levels and every element and sector need to look at how they can introduce a gender lens to what they do. Mentorship and coaching, I can't stress enough. And I think a lot of speakers before me have spoken about it. And lastly, networking and communities. Those really matter. They give us a window to what other people are doing. They allow us to innovate. They allow us to network. They allow for collaboration. And then finally, just because I love Beyonce, but because I just believe really that for us to talk about entrepreneurship and the involvement of women, it's going to take a broad collaboration between different ecosystem players. And just having this conversation and this platform allows us to do that. So we don't want any woman falling down the crack. Just like somebody used, the first speaker yesterday spoke a lot, used a lot of analogies based on sports. I want to use the similar one where it's a relay, right? You come out of, in an ideal world, you come out of a business incubator program, there's an angel investor, there's somebody to help you along as you grow your business. And finally, as you pivot, you're also helping somebody along, because that's what we really need to be doing as women. And then finally, I really love this quote by Beyonce, and I'm going to say one last quote, and then I will sit down. We need to reshape our own perception of how we view ourselves. We have to step up as women and take the lead. I was just interviewing somebody last week who's also a female entrepreneur who's built an empire in Kenya. That's Dr. Esther Mushemi. And in one of the publications she's done, she says women need to own their femininity because that's our superpower, literally. So we don't need to down ourselves in any way. We don't have to, downplay what we bring to the table. Somebody said that it's a man's world. Yeah, it's a man's world, but it's also a very gender inclusive world where we women also matter. We can be who we are. We don't have to change. We don't have to be like men to be in this world. So thank you so much. Kelly was about to shut me down.
So please let me do you the favor and complete that sentence. It is a man's world, but it would be nothing without a woman. That's how it goes. Okay, so our future is in really good hands. I am humbled. I'm like, wow, hey? She spoke about being mom-proofed. Can I just point the room to the back right there? Her mom is here. Her number one fan is here. So it is definitely mom-proofed. She is talking about what she's walking her talk. Mentorship, we really cannot go around that. So anyway, everybody spoke to that, and Tesh has jumped up. You know, Serena's session was so powerful. We're still getting comments in the room, online, and everybody's like, we want more of that. Between her session and this session that we're having, I think next year we're definitely gonna make more time for funding and capacity building. And is Serena still on? Just so that you know, we want more of you. And Tashlin, if you are there and or some of your teams are there, I think we should really join our heads and see how we could perhaps have a half-day session or agree to a full-day session with Serena. She must tell us what is her fee, and perhaps we can make something happen, because that was a really, really powerful session. And I can only imagine that if we have enough time, what we can do with the session. So that was much needed. I'm not going to allow much questions. Please do tap in. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Serena. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, look, where there's a woman, there's always a way. Don't stress. We're gonna make it happen. Definitely, we'll find a way. Thank you. Nadia, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Irene. Absolutely. Irene is here. If you have follow-up questions, please make sure to speak to her. If you have other questions, do type in on the chat and on the Q&A, and we will respond to all of those. If there's a speaker that you'd like to be in touch with, let us know. We'll connect you. If not, please find them on LinkedIn. Most of the speakers that we have here, some we knew, some we didn't, but LinkedIn is a really beautiful platform. I am not advertising them, and if I am, they owe me, but let's network. Your network is your net worth. Remember that. So we're gonna go on a brief lunch break. We're running behind schedule. It's 13:47, and I am hoping that we will start promptly at 14:05. That makes us 15 minutes late, but we're hoping to catch up on time. So at home, please go to the kitchen. Now you can go to the kitchen. And for us, please, let's rush to the room where we had our lunch yesterday, and let's be back promptly at 14:05. You don't want to be left behind. We're almost there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Ivy, I see you still there. Serena, thank you. I am so honored. Thank you. We'll see you in a bit. Oh, thank you very much. All right. What did I
If you wait for me, then I'll come back to you on my own, on my own. I say, ooh, hey, hey, ooh, if you wait for me, then I'll come back to you on my own, on my own. And I say, ooh,
Do you know the good you are? Do you know it?
And I remember having a moment thinking, I'm now, for the rest of my life, going to be called a bad girl. I really don't belong here, and I don't even know how this happened to me, that I am in a place for bad girls, because I didn't feel like I was a bad girl.
And so the question is, what do you believe? Do you believe that you are worthy of happiness?
I know that if you allow the past to define your present, that you never actually really get to live the life that you meant to live. You are responsible for your life. And if you're sitting around waiting on somebody to save you, to fix you, to even help you, you are wasting your time, because only you have the power to take responsibility to move your life forward.
I had failed on an epic scale. An exceptionally short-lived marriage had imploded, and I was jobless, a lone parent, and as poor as it is possible to be in modern Britain without being homeless. The fears that my parents had had for me and that I had had for myself had both come to pass, and by every usual standard, I was the biggest failure I knew. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that failure is fun. That period of my life was a dark one, and for a long time, any light at the end of it was a hope rather than a reality. So why do I talk about the benefits of failure? Simply because failure meant a stripping away of the inessential. I stopped pretending to myself that I was anything other than what I was, and began to direct all my energy into finishing the only work that mattered to me. Had I really succeeded at anything else, I might never have found the determination to succeed in the one arena where I believed I truly belonged. I was set free. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default. So given a time turner, I would tell my 21-year-old self that personal happiness lies in knowing that life is not a checklist of acquisition or achievement. Your qualifications, your CV, are not your life, though you will meet many people of my age and older who confuse the two. Life is difficult and complicated and beyond anyone's total control, and the humility to know that will enable you to survive its vicissitudes.
So the question is, what do you believe? Do you believe that you are worthy of happiness? Do you believe that happiness, success, abundance, comfort, fulfillment, peace, joy, love is a part of your birthright? Is that what you believe? Because you will manifest the life that you believe. I've always known that no matter what my belief is, I'm going to be right.
When you do well, people notice. When you do your best, people notice. And so wherever you are, always do your best. And doing your best puts you at the next level. It's about what can you do. You just need to run that race as hard as you can. You need to give it everything you've got all the time for yourself. For yourself.
As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters.
What matters is now, this moment, and your willingness to see this moment for what it is, accept it, forgive the past, take responsibility, and move forward. This is your second chance. This is your opportunity to seize this moment and make something of your life.
Making a mistake does not make you special. Everybody makes a mistake. What makes you special is how and if you get up. They said, Carla, why don't you talk about the pearls that you would have given to your 25-year-old self after being a woman on Wall Street for 30 years? So here's how it goes. Dear Carla, the first thing that I'd like to tell you is own your power. When people are starting to question whether or not you can, and you start to doubt whether or not you can, red flag, you have just given away your power. The next thing I'd like to tell you, Carla, is you must be comfortable taking risks. If you never reach far enough to hit that wall, you won't know how far you can go. What's the worst that can happen if you take a risk and it doesn't work out? So you fail. But guess what? Failure always brings you a gift. And that gift is called experience. The third piece of advice, Carla, is remember that it is easier to beg for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. The fourth piece of advice, and Carla, this is a big one. If you meet somebody, a guy or a gal, that you are interested in, and they tell you that you are too much for them, they are right. Do not dim your light for somebody else's convenience. The fifth piece of advice, Carla, is you must celebrate your victories often. There'll be lots of things that will happen in life that might make you sad, that might make you pause. So when the great things happen, no matter how small, celebrate. When it's your birthday, celebrate all month. My next piece of advice, Carla, don't worry about making mistakes. And oh, by the way, making a mistake, Carla, does not make you special. Everybody makes a mistake. What makes you special is how and if you get up. The next piece of advice, life is a journey. Don't be in such a hurry to go towards things. Enjoy every single lesson that life brings you. And then finally, I say to you, as my good friend Judith Adu said to me, this is real life. This ain't no dress rehearsal. So make sure that you go for it all of the time. Put your foot on the gas no matter what it is and go for it. You have absolutely nothing to lose. If you are stuck and you're not sure whether or not you should try something, always default to the try. You already are clear about what no looks like, so why wouldn't you play for yes? And as I close, I say to you, Carla, when you empower other people, you magnify and amplify your impact. You have all the goods that you need in order to maximize your success. Sincerely, Carla.
We love Carla. Welcome back from lunch. That was the quickest lunch I've ever had. Do I still look famished? Okay, we are running slightly behind time, but that does not mean we're going to rush through our program. We are going to work this as efficiently and as agile as only us women can do. So welcome back to the room. Welcome online. I am expecting 2 lovely guests online, and I am sitting with a lovely guest on the stage in person. We are now going to have the Women in Gaming, Animation, and Virtual Reality panel. Next to me is Miss Elizabeth Kruger, who is an AI and chatbot expert. She is dressed in gaming. I feel like a complete nerd next to her, but we embrace ourselves. And this is the first time I've met Elizabeth in person. We met at this very platform last year online. And Miss Dia, Elizabeth, and Miss Kelly and I were the last 4 bouncing around to DJ music online. Okay, so that's how we met. We also have Miss Joy Mwangi from Kenya and Miss Evelise Fortum from Brazil. So I'm going to open the floor to Miss Joy first to do her presentation. Each lady will do a short presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A and a panel discussion after that. Joy, are you on and ready for us?
Yes, I'm on and ready for you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Hello.
Hello, fantastic. Thank you so much for having me on your panel. Thank you, AB for IR, as Kelly said earlier, that LinkedIn connects the world, and that's where we met her from. And I was really enjoying what the women have been saying since yesterday and today. And just to echo what Irene said in her last session, where mothers are, if you can pitch your business to your mother and she buys it, then you have something good to go. So my name is Joy Mwangi, and I'll start by sharing my screen so that you can see my presentation. All right, can we see it?
It's perfect. You're ready to go.
Fantastic, thank you. So it is a privilege to be on here speaking about challenging the digital gender stereotypes and advocating for more women entrepreneurs in the digital space under Ada Animation. Just to introduce myself, my name is Joy Mwangi. I am the current CEO and co-founder for Ada Animation. I do have a bachelor's degree in PR from Daystar University, a professional diploma from Chartered Institute of Marketing, and an MSc in marketing management. Now, it's amazing that we're championing animation, and everything that you're hearing is communication, but that's not where we started. I actually wanted to be a DJ when I finished my high school. And just like Irene said, I pitched my idea to my mom, and she thought I was bonkers. And so she then told me, hey, Joy, I don't think being a DJ is a bad idea. However, if you could go and get a degree or get your skills developed elsewhere so that you can have your papers, you know what, bring it to me and you can go and be a DJ. So somehow I have her to thank, because I'm now in the animation space. And it's been a series of about, 10 years in the industry, working in the media, working in marketing, and now in animation with my co-founder, John Kamara, who we have walked this journey of discovering what the studio can be, and I'd love to tell you more about it. So I am a media and communications enthusiast and a content creator. I do blogging, script writing, and production. Now, when you look, and just to give us context about the animation industry globally, we're saying that currently the market is projected at 404 billion by the year 2023. Now, if you look at the years leading up to it from 2018, we were 259 billion in terms of our worth in the market, 264 in 2019, and 261 billion in 2020. Now, fun fact about animation is that most people think animation are for kids, or it's just, it's just another content. But the reality is there is so much we can garner from the industry when we content create, and there's so many opportunities. So I'd love to know and to also talk about how women can tap onto that opportunity as in the animation industry. Now, when we look at the 5 top leading studios in the world, just are the content that we've already watched, our kids are watching, if our grandparents, our grandkids are watching as well. We have Pixar, which comes in at number 1 with a net worth of $8 million. And they did Toy Story, which was one of the best CGI and computer-based animation. They also did Soul, which was my personal favorite, and it was about talking about personal development and just understanding who you are. Such a beautiful animation. We have Walt Disney that came in at number 2 with a net worth of 3.27 billion, and they did Big Hero 6, as well as Frozen, which has been watched over and over again by so many of our children. We had DreamWorks Animation at number 3 with a net worth of 3.8 billion, having done Shrek and Kung Fu Panda. And we do have Studio Gilby, which is in Japan, and its net worth is at 1.426, having done My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited War. It was beautiful to see what we can get from the industry, because now that we're in a pandemic, and even before the pandemic, so many things have been boosting the animation industry, unlike before, which started, fun fact, in 1937. So if you look at some of the things that are boosting the industry for us now, is 1, global consumers are displaying a growing appetite for engaging high definition visual experiences. So if you look at the animation that we're watching, most of what we're looking at is 3D. Now, in the animation industry, we have 2D and we have 3D. 3D seems to be taking the lead, but 2D is not left too far behind. We have consumers who are consuming more immersive content across channels. And if we look at our key distribution channels, we have Netflix, we have Hulu, we have Showmax, we have YouTube. So much content is being consumed because now more than ever, with the pandemic, guys are staying home. We have access to subscription channels, we have access to mobile phones, and so that has really improved the consumption of content. And as we were saying, the demand for fresh new content cannot be left behind. If you look at Netflix currently, some of the films that we watched way back are currently coming back into the space because the demand is quite high. So for the animation industry, we've been placed at a platform where the more you content create, the more people are willing to consume, and that reflects in terms of improving the economic value. Now, with a growing internet penetration and access to multimedia devices as well, customers are spending more time streaming digital content. If you also look at the increase in targeted broadcasting hours by cable, you find that the hours now are increasing. And so that means, again, content is needed. There's availability of low-cost internet and the penetration of mobile devices. We have the demand for animation and VFX content to power our experiences, such as augmented reality and virtual reality, which is what we're talking about today, and also the advancement of technology. Now, times are changing, and technology is the biggest contributor to how we're consuming and accepting that change. Now, if you look at women in animation, for example, there was a study that was done by the University of South Africa of California that was trying to understand where women have been placed in animation. Now, the first thing they did was that they gathered 250 women in animation through the Women in Animation Society, just so that they could find out what is our imprint as women in the industry. And they realized that women make up roughly half of the executives in animation and fully half of the most powerful positions in major film animation companies. Now, that is really amazing if you ask me. In the last 12 years, 37% of producers of animated movies were women, to showcase that the industry is taking inclusion seriously and affecting change. Now, across 100 popular animated TV series, women made up 16% of the animation directors, 20% of leading animators, and 11% of the lead storyboard artists. Now, women have not been left behind as far as we're championing animation. Now, when we look at gaps in the animation industry in Africa, first we look at some of the key players in terms of the countries in Africa. We have South Africa coming in first. We do have Ghana, we have Nigeria, we have Kenya, and we have Egypt as well. Now, the gaps that we realized in the studio that are really helping or hindering us from thriving in the industry is first, lack of mentorship and access to funding locally. So you find that most of the short courses for animation are from international studios and they're quite expensive. So as an African unit, then we find it very hard to be able to catch up with what is it called? I've lost my train of thought. So animators are struggling to acquire funding and also acquire training, that's the word, training, because it's very expensive. Secondly, we have high tax incentives and tariffs. So when you want to bring in equipment to be able to support your studios, then it becomes very hard to do so because the government in Africa, if I was to speak here in Kenya, then the tariffs are very, very high, which means that most animators and creatives are not bringing in equipment. We have copyright and IP legal issues. So our animators don't know how much copyright and how much policies have been put in place to support and prevent their content from being taken advantage of. And so this is some of the things that and the gaps that we have, and we're trying to see how then can we garner that and help the animators here make the most out of the opportunities that are there. Now, in the Kenyan animation industry, for example, if I was to give you statistics, we have about 200 to 300 animators in Kenya. We have just about 47 studios here. We have about 11 teaching institutions in Kenya. The gender ratio, out of every 10 animators, only one is a woman. And the number of certified instructors are less than 10. And most of our animators are generalists, again, because we're trying to learn everything, bits and pieces. Yet when you look at the thriving studios, most of their creatives and animators are specialists. Now, a lot of time, a lot of skill, a lot of training has gone into getting to where they're at now. And so that means we have a lot to catch up on. If you look at Ad Animation, and I can tell you a little bit more about ourselves, Ad Animation is proud to be Pan-African, and we're headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, and we have a secondary office in the UK. As a studio, we thrive in developing stories to inspire African narratives, and we're proud to premiere the first Kenyan movie come December this year of 2021 called The Last Lagon. It's about the Maasai story, and the Maasai is one of the tribes in Kenya, and so that means we are also, as we are encouraging animators to create content, we are right at the forefront of that, trying to show that, yes, we too can develop our own content. As an emerging player in the African market, we delight in bringing up generations of animators that will not only just tell African stories through animation, but also we look to inspire and mentor them through our capacity building program. Now, our mission through that is to develop top-tier animators in Kenya and across Africa by providing ambitious animators with the skills and the tools and the mentorship, which is what we talked about in the gaps, so that they too can catch up with what is needed. If we look at our vision as a studio, 4 things that we look to do is first to champion the SDG 8, which is decent work and improved economic growth through animation. We look to capacity build, and by the year 2025, we're looking to train about 1,000 animators from the 54 countries in Africa. We then also, we also look to job create, which means by training, we're also empowering the animators to get the skill to content develop, not just for themselves, but also for collaboration projects. And also come 2024, it's our desire to be able to win an Oscar with works that we ourselves have done. I know people would think we're crazy, but I know that as the clip said earlier on, if you believe it, then nothing stops you from achieving it. Now, in terms of our objectives as a studio, first is to be able to create capacity within the animation and gaming industry through capacity building programs, as we said, which is a virtual, due to COVID, but before, a physical program that looks to take creatives through a 3-month intense program of training of animation. They work on a project together. And with this project, then we're able to get them to investors to pitch their ideas, to pitch their content, and develop themselves as animators, but also as studios. Secondly, is to create awareness of the size of the Kenyan animation industry and its scalability in the economic value so as to attract local investment. Thirdly, to attract foreign investors working within the local industry through commercialization. So that means that one of the things that has really helped the animation industry thrive in North America, in Japan, is collaboration. So you find with animation, there's a lot of time that goes into it. You have your director, you have your executive producer, you have your illustrator, your 2D animators, your 3D animators, your script writers. And so it's a whole community that comes together to create that which we watch. And so that means a lot of collaboration goes into it. And lastly is to be able then to seek for funding to support this collaboration projects and productions and programs, because when you're running capacity building programs, a lot of funding goes into it so that we can subsidize the amount that helps the animators to get the skills that they need. Now, we have not done it by ourselves. We have an amazing powerhouse at Ad Animation, including Dean Leon, who's the CEO and founder for Splinter Studios. We have Lamar Hawkins, who is the executive producer for Oh My Gosh, Jack Japuro, who's the co-founder for Happy Madison. We have Kevin Shapley, who's the CEO of Kidrick Multimedia. We have Joanne Yarrow, who's the executive producer for Live Animations, and Fardes, who's the CEO for Chocolate Mousse. Now, such talent and key industry players help us to continue to improve the quality of the programs that we run for animators so that we can bridge the gap between what is being done and what we need to do to scale up to get there, so that when we talk about turnarounds within collaboration, then they play a key role in mentorship as well. Now, this was just Ad Animation launching in the year 2020, August. And so we're just slightly under a year old, and it's amazing to see some of the things that we've done and accomplished so far through our boot camp, which is a capacity building program. We are a first in Kenya for Africa. So we're saying that it's not just harnessed for Kenyans, it's also harnessed for Africans. And our desire is to be able to allow animators to access training at the most subsidized rate so that they too can scale up. We also are proud to be able to have run a cohort for 15 last year, September. Come this year, September on the 6th, we'll be running one of the biggest programs we've ever done because it's an East Africa based. And so we're calling for animators who are on a professional level. You do have the skill, you have taught yourself or you've gone to school. And so we're saying we want to train you on how to package your content for commercialization, but also to help you understand how teamwork and collaboration works. And at the end, and one of the biggest outcomes we want to do is with the projects that come from the bootcamp, we then want to be able to come back and have them pitch to investors who can support the work. That was graduation for our bootcamp. Ad Animation has been privileged to partner with the government in Kenya, just so that we're able, KFC, which is Kenya Films Commission, is the governing board that looks to support creatives and provide them with the capacity building initiatives that they need to scale up. Now, through our partnership, we've been able to do two things. First, in May, we ran the very first Animation Summit in Kenya, but also in September, then we're working together towards running the biggest bootcamp for East Africa, many both in urban and rural areas of the animation creatives. We did get seed funding this year, and that was very exciting for us as a studio because we're able therefore to scale up and get the equipment, and that means providing jobs for animators in Kenya, not just in Kenya, around Africa, to be able to support the bootcamp programs that we run. And therefore the idea is to be able to have Ad Animation to build a world-class studio with the desire to provide more opportunities for animators. These are some of the works that we've done just so that we're able to see, and that's the movie that will be premiering in 2021. And so when we look at the opportunities, and this is the final thing, opportunities of the industry for Africa, we're seeing that there are four things that are very profound and we can tap into, not just as especially for us as women. First is to be able to own our own IP, because you realize that when you look at the projects that have been done, for most of them, IP is not in Africa, it's. And so we're saying by creating our own content, we therefore are able to retain our IP as we tell our stories. Secondly, the idea is to be able to then tell African stories and not just adopt what is happening out there. So through telling our culture, talking about our values, talking about what we believe in, we can do that through animation made in Africa for Africa. And in return, what that does is that number 4 is that we're able to create jobs. When we train, when we network, when we collaborate as an industry, then we're able to get work from outside to come in so that we can build our economic value, but also through telling our own stories, we're creating jobs because more and more women are able to get into the animation industry. And also when you talk about collaboration, we're saying that working with other animation studios is not based on competition, but through collaboration, we're able to get much more done. Now, in other animation, we say that animation creation can be found in one roof, not just in one country, but as a continent for Africa. And so we're saying for women, we are in a time where most of us are now able to get the skill. Animation is not gender-based, it's skill-based. So as a woman, if you have the skill, then animation will definitely thrive for you as a creative, as a business owner, and even for your children, empowering them to be able to get the skill they need to thrive. Thank you.
Joy, that was just wow. I had no idea. And I literally sat up. I think we all did, when you really brought out that combination of teaching animation and encouraging it, but still linking it to the culture and keeping it within your country and within the culture. I just love it. And thank you so much for sharing some of those animations. Honestly, blown away. Thank you so so much.
Thank you.
Now, ready for our next panelist, Evelise Fortum. Are you ready for us?
Yeah. Hi there.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I have some material here. Let me share with you. Is it right?
It's 100% perfect. You're good to go.
Okay. So I was saying thank you very much for inviting me here to the event. I'm going to talk about some data of the presence of women in gaming, animation, and VR in Brazil. So, well, I'm Evelise. I work at the university, Pontifical Catholic University at São Paulo. I'm partner of Homoludens. It's a research and consultant firm here in Brazil, in São Paulo. Our firm is had affiliation with Fabra Games, is that the Brazilian Game Association here, and we have some data that I want to share with you. So I want to introduce, this is Maisha, it's a Brazilian superhero. I'll show you some stats about women in creative economy. So first, Brazil's digital game industry, it's where I work. So we had a census in 2018, and we have some data. We know that now we have more firms and more companies than I'm showing here in the research we did. We have several game studios here. Most of them develop entertainment games, but we also have studios that develop serious games. Nearly half of them develop mobile games, especially. And 80%, the revenue is sorry, I'm bad about numbers in English. Well, what I'd like to say is that the industry is mostly composed by small and medium companies here. Although we have a very big company here, we call this a unicorn, that's Wildlife. Wildlife is a Brazilian game company that has several another game dev studios in the world. So although we have one big studios, most of the studios here in Brazil are very small. The presence of women here in the Brazilian digital gaming industry. We have only 20% of workforce are women here in Brazil. Only 11% of these women are Black people. So we have some issues and we need actions to include these people in the industry. And I'll talk about some of the actions, some of the initiatives that we are doing here to include diversity on the industry. Here in Brazil, 39% of the companies didn't have any woman at all in the company. It was just composed by men. And 67 of these companies didn't have any woman as a partner. So when we have a woman in the company, the woman is a collaborator, is an affiliate, but she's not a partner of the company. So we have it's getting better from the first census we made in 2014, but we have a lot to do here yet. So this is in the gaming industry, the area distribution and gender. We see that most of the women, they work at marketing and sales. We have very few women that works in program and project management, that is doing the game itself. We have some that work at art and design, but we still have to do a lot to do to include women, especially in coding and program games. In virtual reality, we don't have a specific research about it. We have no data about gender and diversity on this industry. Here we have 41 game studios that develop VR or AR games. And we have an association. The association is XRBR. And we have a lot of firms here, but this is a very small industry yet. And we don't have any data about gender or diversity. This is animation. Animation industry is far more developed than games here. We have some films, and they especially produce short movies, but the companies are small. We have scissorless employees, so we have very middle and small companies. I want to introduce you Monica, that the girl with the rabbits. She's very popular here in Brazil, but the animation is very popular also in Japan. So their franchise are very popular here because they are launched in the 60s, and she's still popular with kids. This is Milena. Milena is a character they made to include Black girls in this kind of animation. So it's here in some animation industry, we have a movement to include diversity on the characters. So Milena is one of these characters. This is Luna. She's famous because she's broadcasted to 96 countries. The Earth to Luna. Here in Brazil, we call Show da Luna. The professionals we have in animation here, 28 women in animation, 46 is the main source of income for women. We have a research here, it's a PhD thesis, and the researcher says that the woman has, they receive it less, they are less likely to be paid for their work because games and animation, we have sometimes people that work for free. So women are less likely to be paid for the work than the men. Although they have the higher education, the women in animation, they studied more, but they don't receive for the work. So there's a lot to do here. And the men, most of the time, they don't have a university or a faculty study, but they receive it more for the same job. Brazil's audiovisual industry, the biggest of the ones I'm saying here. We have the culture of the novels and soap operas here. That is very, very popular from television. We export the soap operas to uncountable countries, especially for Russia. So we had a very movie production. We have Ancine. Ancine is a Brazilian film agency, and this is the data from Brazilian film agency. We have a lot of production. They made a research in 2018, and they look at all we produced here, the productions, movies, series, short films, from TV shows, home videos, documentaries, fiction, video, musical, variety, animation, reality shows. Well, all that was produced, and they want to see how women are participating of this production. So in this year, they see that only 20% are directors of these productions. Only 25 of the workforce where the writers are women. Women are more located as executive producers, 41, and 12% were directors of photography. So although audiovisual has more women here than the other industries, we had a lot to do to include women and diversity on the audiovisual industry. I'm going to talk some examples of initiatives we have here about how to include. I was saying about include women, but we have a lot of initiatives that are about diversity. Diversity, we say, including women, including Black people, indigenous people. We include also older people. We include people with disabilities. So we had a broader actions of diversity, and some of what I'm showing here, they are not only for including women on the scenario, on the industry, but include diversity as well. We have some actions on gender equality and diversity. Some actions are more related to how to include girls on, especially girls on STEM, because we know that it's very important to include these girls as soon as we can, because the girls are more likely to not choose these careers because of the sexism and things like that. So we have some actions to make girls to get interested in STEM on this kind of science. We have actions to include women in IT, because it's another place where it's difficult for a woman to be. We have actions in audiovisual and animation, and we have actions on women in games and VR. So I'm talking some examples. So who provided these actions? Universities, for example, we had universities here. You can have some tuition to be on the university. You can have some discounts at the university if you are a woman, if you are a Black woman especially. We have some NGOs and associations that had some initiatives. The government until 2018, we had some federal initiatives to include diversity on the public calls of making audiovisual, but now we don't have on the federal government, but we have from the states and we have from the city towns or the city house. We have some actions of gender and diversity to include women. Here in Brazil, we have some which we call the collectives. The collectives are groups of people interested in some special issues. So we have groups of Black people, groups of women, groups of indigenous, groups of women that had incapabilities or things like that. So these groups, they reunite and they make some actions or some initiatives to include these people. We have actions that are provided by the students. We have actions from the students on the high school and especially from the universities. And this is very important because the young people help us a lot how to understand the better way to include these people. And we have some initiatives that are by the companies. The companies in general, they afford the events or things like that. So we have some initiatives. Here are just some examples for that. Abra Games, this is the first one. Abra Games, they have, they call it stamp of support or a badge of support. But the idea is if your company has 50% or 80% of women, of Black people, of neurodiversity, of people that are older, you can have this, this stamp, they call, that you can have this stamp on your site. And the association says that you are a company that promoves gender equality. No? These actions are understood as holding events and support sponsorships that help spread the culture of respect and equality in the study and the work environments of the gaming industry. So you can have this stamp if you have conditions that show that you include these people on your company. We have Especine, it's a São Paulo Film Commission on the city of São Paulo. I'm not going to talk too much about it because Pedro talked about it yesterday, but all the public calls released after 29 incorporate diversity policies. So you have to, when they are distributing the public calls, you have better conditions if you include gender or racial diversity on your proposal. In Rio Grande do Sul, it's another state here, we have another diversity committee. It's they also had a group on the gaming industry. This is Abra Games from the gaming industry. Especine, it's an audiovisual but including games. And this is from the Jogos. It's a local association of games from Rio Grande do Sul state, and they have a diversity committee. They have a group to debate how to include more people. We have an initiative that's called Minas Programa. We can introduce it for the Girls to Code, but it's a special initiative, especially for Black girls to learn how to code. It's not specific about games, but a lot of them work with games too. So they have several actions, like you can have some discounts on courses. They make courses to lecture to these girls and things like that. We have another initiative that's called Cinema Nosso. In English would be Our Cinema, Our Movie. And it's also an initiative to train kids and teens to Black women, to bring Black women to audiovisual games, VR and AR. Here we have a chapter of Women Game Jam. Women Game Jam, it's an international event, but we have a very strong chapter here in Brazil. A Game Jam, it's a marathon of producing games. And this is focused on the female public. Just women can participate of this marathon. Before the pandemic, we do it face by face, but now it's mainly online. We have also here an initiative that's Sampa Diversa. It's a chapter for Global Game Jam here. And they had a lot of actions, including providing panels, workshops, and talks about importance of diversity in the industry. And they also welcome indigenous people, LGBTQA+, low-income people, people of color, people of disabilities, and women. Devil Girls Games, it's an initiative for students in Rio de Janeiro. Here we have a lot of students initiatives to bring girls, so the girls unite, so they can make some workshops or bring professionals, women professionals to tell them their experience. Here we have an initiative that's called Change the Game. It's a Brazilian initiative, but they had the sponsorship of Google Play. It's an online marathon just for girls to make a game, and this is also here we have a company that sponsor most of these actions. We have some companies, especially here, most of them are from gaming industry. We have companies from gaming industry that sponsorship these initiatives. So to finish, I'd like to say that together we can do it. So I'd like to say that you don't need to wait for the government or for something big to make an initiative to include people. Here we have several initiatives. There are groups of people that have share some interest. We had a lot of initiatives that are from students, and they make a lot of difference. So I'd like to say that this is very important. Small initiatives are very important. We don't have to wait for the big ones, but these small initiatives are very important, inclusive for you to ask, for you to ask for the government, to ask for the universities, more initiatives to include women and diversity as well in the audiovisual, gaming, and VR industry. Well, this is my contacts, and I'm finished. If you are curious about Brazilian games industry, we have brasilgames.org. We had a lot of information here. And so that's it. Thank you very much.
Ivelisse, thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause, please. I love what you said at the end around, why do we have to wait for government directives? We should all be doing our part, and we shouldn't have to wait for those quotas or those instructions or those initiatives. So I think that's a good thing for us to remember. I'm now going to be handing over to the lovely Elizabeth Kruger, who's sitting right next to me. She has her own special mic. There you go. You can just sit here if you like. Over to you.
Great stuff. Thank you, everyone. And thank you so much for Kelly and the team that's having me today. I must say I've been inspired by all the ladies and all the passion and the drive that I've heard this past 2 days. Now, I will be talking about the gaming industry, and I would love for them to play my presentation before I introduce myself. All right, there was one with music, but if you don't have that, it is okay. So today I'm going to talk a bit more about, and we're going to get a bit more grounded, from all the passion that we've heard today. Let's get a bit grounded. And if we get grounded, I might step on some toes. So maybe if I step on your toes, it's time that you step up your game. All right. So first, my one slide that says I code and I menstruate, because that's what women do. Okay. And yes, I've got a few yeses. Except from that, I love my art lashes. And yes, I love my acrylic nails. And yes, I do have a curvy body and I do like to show that off because I love myself. So if you feel offended or if that's not okay, it's time to step up your game because I'm a go-grammer. All right. So very important, ladies, if we look at the gaming industry, before I'm going to tell you how do you get into that? How do we step up our game? Our ladies that spoke before me set out very nicely some of the divisions in the gaming industry. That is animation and even AI is so much part of your gaming industry. But there's also what's available in the gaming industry is art, concept arts, your UI and UX, texture, environment, lighting, 3D effects, 3D artists, 3D modelers, riggers, animators. Don't forget about the game designers and the storytellers. And then what about the voice actors? Okay, and then there is our gamers, you know, our games developers. We love code. We love to bring things alive by code. And we work on mobile games and PC games, and we create console games. We also work on engines like Unity and Unreal, Houdini, HTML5. We use languages, programming languages like C++ and C# and JS, and quite a number more. And then there's also your testers and your QA people. All right, so there's a lot of job opportunities for you in the gaming industry. But how do you go from programmer to go-grammer? All right, a statement I want to make is, before I tell you how we can close the gap, and just to make sure that we all are earthed, is the statement is, yes, I have a period. And to put it lightly, does men lose their balls? Oops. Once a month, okay? Do they need, you know, to shed blood once a month? All right, that means that does their body need to get ready to receive my eggs every month? And how do they react? Okay. In our case, our bodies need to get rid of the preparation that was there to receive the sperm. We go through all these emotional stages, okay, that we need to deal with. And we do that from puberty until menopause. And the only time it doesn't happen is if you're lucky enough, and I would like to emphasize that, it's not a given that women can bear children anymore these days. There's so many women that need to deal with that as well. So taking it all into consideration, if we count it, it's about 1/4 of a century that you menstruate, that you need to deal with that. It's a lifetime. All right. So yes, I do take that into account when I plan, when I need to deliver. I keep in account that that is something I need to budget for, you know, time-wise. I might not feel well. Does that make me not suitable to work in a male-dominated world? Hey, bro, just deal with it because I am suitable. My biology, my curves might make me different. So embrace it. Ladies, embrace that you are different and just go for it. So how do we close that gap from programmer to go-grammer? First, ladies, it's very important that we look at the pipeline. By the pipeline, I mean start exposing yourself or start exposing girls from as early as possible to programming, especially in the gaming industry. It is so technical. You work with so many male. It's programming, it's code, and that's why I sit in front of you today, because I just love technology. I just love programming. I just love to break that code, you know, and you know, just I forget that I'm a woman when I'm doing that, because it's not a woman that's doing that. It's not men that's doing that. We do that because we're passionate about that. All right, so get involved, network, do online events, join gaming jams, you know, and just do it. And then make sure, what are you passionate about? What do you want to do? You know, and if it's games development, go, then do it. Don't be afraid of what's out there. Just follow your passion, follow your dream, because you are also allowed to have a dream. You are also allowed to live your dream. So just do it, ladies. Another thing we need to consider is people are not just going to accept us because we are women and because there's a gap that suddenly needs to be filled, or there's a program that we can enroll in. People love to work with people who have good people skills. They love to work with people that get along with other people, that know how to treat people. People like to work with people that got a bit of humor. I don't have a lot of that, but I try. And I think that's okay, you know, just try. And again, I just want to say, embrace a growing mindset. Embrace the difference. You're allowed to be different. The workforce, this world need the balance that you are bringing to the workplace, to the industry, to the gaming industry, to the programming, the AI industry. Embrace who you are. And ladies, go beyond and just go and do it and be a go-grammer. Thank you.
Elizabeth, I love presentations when we make up new words. So go grammar. This is the new word. Thank you so, so much. Wow. When I listen to presentations of topics that I know nothing about, and suddenly you go, how did we not know this? You know, how did I not even, I watch animations with, you know, the nieces and nephews, and I'm like, someone did them, but, you know, not knowing how this all works. In preparation for this, and I just want to encourage anyone that's online, please comment questions, and I'm going to just start closing off by summarizing something. But in preparation for this panel, I saw a Forbes 2020 study of the top 14 global gaming companies. It was revealed that 84% of the executive positions were held by men. And outside of those executive roles, only 24% were women. And then 41% of all US gamers are women. Now, if you think about your customers in that industry, these are buying games. They're looking for identification and, you know, to try and see themselves. And then, yeah, so, you know, the gaming revenue comes from a larger percentage of your target market, but it's being designed and managed by not your target market. Very interesting. How do we correct that? And I think you guys on the panel have done a really good job at trying to explain how we're going to do that. So thank you so much. Is there any question or comment in the room? Yes. Refilwe, can we have a quick mic over there? And while we're waiting for that question, we are going to swap the last two sessions around. We are running a little bit late. We have one of our colleagues in the US who's gotten up super early to join us, and she has a client meeting after this. She's been super flexible. Otherwise, we're just going to swap the two last sessions around, if that's okay with everybody. So we're just going to wrap up here with the questions, and then we're going to go to our Women in Drone panel. Refilwe?
Hi, Ms. Elizabeth. Thank you so much for giving us all that information, because I think a lot of us, we didn't know that there were so many jobs behind gaming, actually. Because I've got two boys at home who totally love gaming, so it's actually quite nice to see the work behind it. So I just wanted to find out, how did you get into gaming? And what do you do anything in terms of just giving out information to maybe young girls that look up to you and want to get into the space?
For sure, yes, Refilwe. I've been my whole life in the IT industry. I started off as a nurse, did my qualification as a nursing sister, but as you can see, I could not do the submission thing. So I just left, you know, I just resigned and I just said, I can't do this. And those days, there was I only knew of one agency who, that was, you know, what do you call that? That's recruitment agency. And I walked in there and I said to the lady, Reheta, I said, you know what? I want to travel the world. I want to climb the corporate ladder. And if you can't give that to me, don't contact me again. You know, no cell phones, no nothing those days. So when I got home at my flat, because I was walking from the hospital, that was those days H.F. Wood, and these days Steve Biko. So I was walking home right there at Rose Cottage, and when I opened my door of my flat, my phone was ringing, and it was Rehet, and she said, I got the job for you. And I got the job at one of the top companies as a medical consultant with my medical qualification. At Accenture, those days Anderson Consulting. I've been with them for many years, start having my kids, resign, they asked me to come back. And then after a few years being in IT, doing programming, doing project management, you know, I mean, you can just run so many projects. It's all the same, doesn't matter what the figures are, on the end of the day, it's the same. So we started a training institution, www.IQ Worldwide Pty Limited, and we start training, programming, animation, games, and yes, that's what we are doing. And then now we're also involved in, I'm also involved and expert in conversational journeys. So it doesn't stop. When you're passionate about something, that's why I'm so fired up about, you know, live your dream, you know, follow your passion, because if you do, you will be skilled enough. They will pay you that salary, but be yourself. You know, if you love the calls and you love the clothes, you know, I said to Kim, this is the most conventional that I will get ever in my life, you know, but, you know, this is who I am. And I think that is what girls and even the men want to see out there. They want real women working with them. They don't want robots. They don't want their mothers to work for them. They don't want their wives to work for them. They want co-workers that share the passion they share, that understand, yes, they're a bit more brutal and blunt than us, but that's why we come in and we bring a bit of balance, you know. So yes, so there's so many institutions in South Africa where girls can study. They can follow my institution, www.itiq Training and Solutions, on Facebook, on Instagram. Kelly got all my detail. I can refer them to other institutions. All depends on what they want to do. They can look out for programs for girls and code, girls and games development. So yes, just start doing it. There's so much training online, you know, so just start, do it, just do it.
Just do it.
Yes.
That's the message. Really impressed with Joy and Ada Animation. That was a message from, I can't read it here, Nkato Kamande. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Oh, I'm getting a thumbs up. Okay, cool. Any more questions? We need to wrap up and start the next session. Anything online, guys? Anything else online? Comments, okay. And comments would be all positive, right? Okay, awesome. Let's give this panel another round of applause. Thank you so, so much. Okay, so Elizabeth is going to leave this hot seat, and I am now jumping into my passion, if I can get even more passionate than I am in general. And this is our Women and Drones panel. And I am so thrilled to introduce a group of sisters in this industry. May I call up Queen Ndlovu and my friend Mafu, and we've got Sharon. Hi, Sharon. There, I just saw you pop up. Sharon Rosmark and Louise Jupp. Where are you? There you are. Okay, we're just waiting for Queen, the drone queen. Here is your throne, lady. So we are going to, so it's quite a full panel. Every lady is going to introduce themselves with their short presentation. Sharon is actually going to facilitate this session. Sharon is the CEO of the Women and Drones platform in the US. Sharon and Louise Jupp actually brought Women and Drones Africa into Africa, which was launched earlier this year. But I might just steal the show for a few minutes, and please indulge me. Yesterday, we had the most inspiring keynote address by Ms. Sibukazi Simandla. And she talked about us being our sister's keeper. And she also shared with us a very moving and personal story about her health journey over the last year and a half or so. And the fact that yesterday was her first public appearance and actual presentation, that she really had to prepare herself physically and mentally for that. And in keeping with that, I'd like to call out this group of women that are going to be on this panel, and also my dear friend Louise Jupp, who is debuting on the public forum for the first time in about 6 months after her battle with her health. And I'm struggling to keep it together, but my friend Louise, I am so glad you are back. We have had your back the entire time, this entire team and everyone at Women and Drones and Women and Drones Africa. And if there isn't something that says you are my sister's keeper in how we've done this for you and with you in the last 6 months, I don't know what is. So welcome back, my friend.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, my sister.
Okay, I'm going to hand over to Sharon. I was very rushed at that. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Kim. And can you hear me okay? Great. If you don't mind, may I share my screen?
Please do that.
Okay, great. Let me bring a couple of slides up. Can you see my screen okay?
It's coming up right now.
Great.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, let me go to full screen. All right. Well, thank you again, and greetings from the United States. I am just thrilled and honored to be here. And thank you to Kelly and Kim and the entire team for inviting me to participate in this panel. I am honored by this opportunity to spend a few minutes talking with a few of our fabulous ladies in the drone industry. And before we introduce the panelists, let me just say that for those of you in our audience who may not be familiar with the drone industry, you may not know that our panelists today are actually history makers. Why? Because they are at the forefront of helping to shape the drone industry. What you may not know is that our panelists are history makers is because we're at a unique inflection point in aviation. Never in the history of aviation have we seen such a massive adoption of new aircraft taken to the skies. And these ladies are a part of the fastest growing sector in aviation, drones. So with that, let me just start. Let me change to the next screen and introduce our three ladies. And actually, I'm just going to just let them introduce themselves. They sent me their bios, and it is amazing, particularly all that we're accomplishing around the globe. And these ladies are just representing a very small slice of the thousands of women that are in the industry. And then I will close out with just kind of giving a perspective here in the United States and a little bit about women in drones. So with that, Queen, if you're ready, why don't you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about yourself and what you're doing in the drone industry.
You want to go down? Okay, Mafu's going to go first.
Okay, Mafu, that's great. Mafu, why don't you kick us off then? I can't hear her. Is she there? Okay, great.
We're just getting Mafu's screen up.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. 7 years ago, I was told I'm not capable of running my own business. And guess what? I believed it. My name's Mafnase Ngosa-Malenga. I'm the founder and managing director of Southern Africa Institute of Aviation, Science and Technology. I'm the co-founder of Shengamo Media, and I'm the country director of Women in Tech Global Movement Zambia chapter. And this is my story. I have a background in aviation, and I saw a need in my country of having aviation training. So most of people in my country and I, most of the time we have to fly out of the country for trainings in aviation. So I saw a need to really have trainings right there in my country. So I reached out to international partners and local partners so that we could open up an aviation college right there in Zambia. We agreed to open up, and 3 months along the way, all the partners backed out, and I remained alone in the business venture. It took me 1 year to just prepare for the institution to open up. I got international trainers, local trainers, got international accreditation and also local accreditation. And I thought the industry was ready after 1 year of planning and thinking everything was it was lit, and it was and the industry was ready to receive us. Unfortunately, all the doors that you could think of were closed for me. I reached out, cried out, knocked for every door to just have an opportunity. but all the doors and opportunities were closed for me. Year after year, I wanted to prove, I reached out trying to prove that I was the best, or the institution was the best in the country. But unfortunately, nothing came out. For 3 years, I reached my rock bottom. The only thing that I was left with was money to buy electricity, either buy electricity that will last for a month, or buy necessities for my kids like diapers, and I had to choose between. That day, I went back home thinking what a horrible mom I was. And I believed those words that I was told I was not enough, or I wasn't able to run a business. I thought I was a failure, and I was a laughing stock in the industry. That night, I went back home, and I had only one person cheering me on, and that was my husband. He told me, I still believe in you. I believe in your dreams. And we reached a decision, and that was to sell our house. And this house was right after we got married. And imagine, for years, we spent years building it. And we had to sell it to invest back in the business. I felt like I was failing my family, robbing my kids their inheritance, but I did it anyway. For 3 years, I had my best 5 students. And I told myself, I do not have to prove it to anyone, big organization. I'll be me, we'll be us, and I'll do the best in the industry. That year, we had more students joining in, and we had our first graduation. And most students started enrolling with us. Our name got out there. And we had our second graduation ceremony, 2020. My biggest satisfaction along this journey is seeing our students getting employed. Right there in the industry where they told me I wasn't good enough, they believed in our students to give them employment. I saw some students getting called for internship, and that was my greatest satisfaction. Then I saw another need. I got interested in drone training, and the same voices told me, there's no one who has ever done it in Zambia. It is difficult. But this time I was clever enough not to waste my time or another 3 years trying to convince people that it is possible. So I started looking for women that have gone before me, that have done it all. I reached out within my country, I couldn't find anyone. I went online and I met women and drones. I quickly registered it and became a member. And there was one lady that reached out to me, Louisa. She invited me for a fire chat. And I told Louisa, I am scared looking at their profiles, these women, and wow, I was like, I'm not enough. I do not qualify. But she told me, you are the right person and we need you in our group. She welcomed me, and I was so scared in that fire chat. Then I met one wonderful lady, Kim, so welcoming. I met Sharon, I met Queen, and I saw this is a loving community. And joining the community, I came with my guts or my walls up. I was expecting criticism, but these ladies were so welcoming that immediately I had to break my wall. I felt at home, I felt loved, and they cheered me on. I went back to those voices back home and said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to introduce drone training. And this time, I'm humble enough to learn from the women that have gone before me and learn a new skill. Then knowing, and I realized, it's so easy trying to bring technology. We're saying we're women in technology and we want to embrace technology and help close the gender gap. But I realized, what about the people in the rural areas, the young girls, the women in the rural areas? So I decided I'll do both. I'll reach out to the urban areas and also rural areas. I started a program to train kids in the rural areas with drone training. But I realized there's more to it in the rural areas. There is need for clean water. They do not have electricity. So if indeed we're going to close the gender gap, how are we going to leave behind the people in the rural areas and just say we're closing the gender gap? We needed somebody, we need people, more people to reach out in the rural areas. We're building a computer lab, and we are also trying to put solar panel, and we want to buy 15 laptops. And I am so grateful for ladies called Priceless Women who contributed money to just dig or drill water in the community. Lastly, it takes you and I to make a change. As we wait for the funding, look around you, what do you have? It can make a difference in the community that you are. Thank you.
This
Great,
was
thank
not
you.
meant to be a soppy panel, but it seems to be a lot of emotion. Well done, my friend. Well done. Queenie, are you ready, or do you want? Okay. Okay, Queenie, you ready? Stand over there. Okay.
Sharon's going to introduce me, or should I continue with my presentation?
Do you introduce yourself and do your presentation? Is that fine?
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Sorry, the intro about Louisa just put me off guard, so I'm kind of emotional. But thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing your story. It helped a lot. I'm kind of helped. And coincidentally, we are speaking about the same woman, Louise, and she's there in my presentation as well. So whatever we are saying about this, authentic is there and it's happening. But welcome back, our friend. I asked Sharon, who was facilitating, to do an introduction for me, because sometimes I become shy a bit about sharing my credential within this drone space, but nevertheless, I'm asked to do it myself. I'm Queen Lovu. I'm the CEO and co-founder of QP Drone Tech. Other than owning QP Drone Tech, I wrote a book, thanks to Louis. who invited me to co-author the book with wonderful ladies. So the book did very well, did at #1 spot on Amazon. And also I'm a MD for Flying Lab South Africa. Yeah, so that's, and also I'm an award judge, yeah. So let me go back to my presentation because it's what I prepared myself for. Can you go back to the slide, please? Yes. So that's the name of the business, Cupid Drone Tech. It's a born global business, you know, and we're a drone manufacturing company, very much based in South Africa because I see some surname with Chinese. We're just having a satellite office there in Shenzhen. I've never used this kind of, I'm into technology, but I've never used. How do you go to the next slide? Yeah. So this is the queen behind Cupid Drone Tech. I have a name these days that they've changed my queen name to the drone queen. So this is summary, a queen drone in action. The company actually started when I thought about it, when I was exposed, when I was in a business school, I was exposed to different technologies. And the one that I fell in love with was the drone space. And I chose China to learn more, to get exposure for the industry. So the picture in red is me spending about 6 months in China, going to all the provinces to learn more about the industry. And that's the book that I co-authored. Thanks, Louis, for doing that to me, you know, and I'm then actually doing some building condition assessment with my strategic partners there. And there's a picture behind there, but the picture don't lie, you know. If it's not in the picture, then it didn't happen. So we are we are busy there doing some assessment for the coal mine there. And sometimes I get invited, like today, to share our drone journey. And there, with the blue attire, I was launching my MVP at the mine. So that's me in a nutshell. So my journey about the Cupid drone business, you know, upon being exposed to China business model, which is very popular, they're into manufacturing. They build these drones. The women are saying they're building a bank. I'm building a drone, you know? So yeah, so that was our original business model, you know? So I like it because I thought of the situation back home in South Africa, that we need to be industrialists to create jobs, you know? So that's why I fell in love with the model they use there. And what I like even more about that, what I've learned in Shenzhen, that they couple manufacturing with training. So every big companies, the DJIs of this world, they have a huge manufacturing facility somewhere in the industrial area. And next to it, then there's an academy, training academy. So I could relate to it because when I thought of our situation at home, that this is a new business, it's a new emerging technology. So it's important for us that we do some upskilling, reskilling, because there's lots of graduates that are sitting there unemployed, you know. So I thought, okay, I'm going to implement that back home. Unfortunately, when I came back home with all the ambition, it was early in 2018 that I'm going to do this, you know. It was a bit difficult for me to get attraction. Like if I pitched to investors, hence I was asking about the investors' readiness, you know, they felt that it's risk for them to invest in this drone. They don't understand it. It's new. It was in 2018, by the way. It's new. It's risky for them, you know, and they were not too comfortable. But also South Africa is a country. It was not an early adopter as far as this technology, as far as drones are concerned. So I said, okay, I've been into business before. I've run businesses for the past 22 years. So let me use the wealth of knowledge that I've accumulated for the past 2.5 years in drone space and offer services. But I also knew about my weaknesses, that I needed to collaborate with other service providers in the space, you know, because obviously to win in the service space, you need an ROC license. I don't have, you know, you need fleet of drone. I don't have, but that doesn't stop me from offering services. So this is what I have. But pivoting into services helped me so much because now I'm able to learn about the pain of the clients. You know, I'm doing vertical integration from manufacturing to pivoting to services, meaning that all the pain of the clients that they have with the existing drone, you know, I'm able to go back to my manufacturing model and build the kind of drones that they have. For instance, there was an incident where we wanted to fly, we couldn't because it was windy. So now I'm able to build drones that are weather resistant, as an example. So the vertical integration is helping me a lot, you know. So there are 2 areas of services that we are offering as QP. The first one, I've already spoken about it, where you offer drone services to different industries. The second one, I'm doing passion because I love plowing back. We say it's drone for good social impact. So we are using drone to make difference out there in the communities. So we are so fortunate that as a company, we are awarded a license to be a Flying Lab South Africa. So Flying Labs, they're the digital hubs whereby they're using tech for good, or they're using drones to make impact, you know, social impact to the local community. So I'm an MD for Flying Lab South Africa. So this is what we do on the side, you know. But the third area of services that you are offering is that every time I would go to CEO of big corporate to pitch about QP drone, some of them, they say, we know about the drones, you know that captures information, but you don't really understand the value, you know. So I said, okay, coming from a training background, maybe it's a chance for me to come with a program, a crash course for executives and decision makers. So this is what we are busy designing with one university there. So that's QP holistically. Okay, I just want to share with you some few attractions that you were able to secure. It started slow, but now all of a sudden there's change of mindset regarding the manufacturing model. We are about to launch our 2 prototype in the next 6 weeks. You know, the first drone that we are busy building now is called Umbovana. It's named after my grandfather, Umbovana, because he said he believes in me so much, saying, please go to school. I know one day you'll be a game changer. Hence, I've named the drone after him, Umbovana. We're building Umbovana, and there's another one, there's 2 of them actually. Another one is Lady Speaker, a drone that will use it for public order policy, you know, because it has broadcasting messages. So we are busy with that prototype as well. And thirdly, we'll be launching a prototype where we are using a drone that has a low emission capabilities, because we need to talk the issue of drone economy, you know. So this is the interesting development about manufacturing, because I changed the model before. Before I was relying on investors, on people to assist me, CSR out of this world, but I decided, okay, let me go mean and lean, let me go lean and make use of the few resources that one has, so that to keep on making some progress on the manufacturing space. Okay, so yeah, so these are my toys that I'm busy with. We're hoping that we'll be launching them in 6 weeks' time on manufacturing. Okay, so we offer services, we offer services for this industry infrastructure, you know, where clients have huge infrastructure, where we, the industry partner, we do building condition assessment to compile a 3D model, and also we offer security surveillance. You know, security, I come a long way with it. The reason why I went into manufacturing, because I saw Chinese building these huge, gigantic security drones that can fly for 24 hours, you know. So I thought, one day I'm gonna build those, you know. But now, hence I said, okay, since I'm not doing it for now, let me offer the services on security. But then I'll go back and build those security drones. So we're doing construction management, progress monitoring, insurance, disaster management, health, logistics. This is a type of drone that will be launching as a prototype with a company from South Korea. And yeah, and the prototype that we are building, we are building because we are targeting clients that are into maritime, rail and border patrol, and energy and agriculture. So these are some of the clients that we are talking to. Okay, we won't lie with the pictures. It's us here guiding a vaccine site from one of the clients, the team that is helping us. Same here, some Queen in action there, doing some surveys. With the industry partner as well, we are able to use drones also to do surveillance underground. We're doing one of those services for the client for building condition assessment because there's a lot of leakage related challenges. They can't identify the source. So we are using all the cameras, including drones, to check the source of the leakage. Yes, so I'll be concluding with the last services that we're offering at SQP Drone Tech. I mentioned that we were flying labs South Africa. So all the South Africa, all the flying labs, so each and every country, there's a flying lab. So because we are in South Africa, we're chosen as a South African flying lab. So we have 3 mandates. Number one, we need to run a STEM project, so that we ensure that we reach out to young people and local communities that under normal circumstances, they're not in a position to be exposed to technology. So what we do there, we expose the young ones with the world of robotics and drone. That's why we say it's tech for good. And also the target, as I said, young ones, rural kids, school-going kids, unemployed youth, graduate and startup. By the way, we are having another workshop. I'll invite you if you are interested. This coming Saturday, we are reaching out to schools on drone technology. Usually our workshop is 1 to 3 days, and the content is practically orientated. 70% is more on all, because kids get bored, they need to touch this thing, build and unbundle and fly them. So we do that. And depending on the client, they prefer weekends or do offer holiday camps and or after school project. Okay, so that's the first mandate, the flying lab, that we have to run a STEM workshop. Secondly, we have to have host webinars, where we invite industries in the tech for good space, UNICEF of this world, So if you are interested, I'll invite you our next webinar hosted by South African Flying Lab in partnership with Robotics. It's taking place on the 2nd of November. We'll have every company, all the innovation, the social impact investors will be there. People are into the space of drone for good. Will be sharing best practices, how to go about doing it. And the last mandate is a flying lab that we are expected to run humanitarian or disaster management project. For instance, there was a fire in UCT in one hospital. We are expected to be the first responder in partnership with all other rescue operators if there's an emergency. For instance, in UCT, we're supposed to go there. And what is good, because it's a global movement, should we feel that there's a crisis in South Africa and we are not in a position to manage the situation, we are at liberty to call for help for all the flying lab in the world. They'll be flying to South Africa if it's drought or there's something to assist us. So it's a good space to be at. Okay, I think I'm okay. Just to share with you, as I said, I love pictures, some of the workshops, sorry guys, some of the workshop flying labs that we do on robotics and drone for good. These are kids from the orphanage, and the girls, they enjoyed it. Okay, we are asked to talk about, Kim asked us to talk about our strength, weaknesses, threat in this opportunity, in this drone space. I just have one example because I'm worried about time, is that the strength that we have as a drone industry, that especially in South Africa, it started slow, but we've got an ecosystem that supports each other, is navigating. People are beginning to say, let's work together. We've got innovators, we've got accelerators, we've got government, we've got corporate. Let's work together and see how we can reach target with this drone industry, which is good. It's a strength that we have as a country as far as drones are concerned. And the weaknesses is that, as I said, that I became a victim, hence pivoting to services, is that the adoption, there wasn't we didn't have early adopters in the drone space. It's only now that one's getting opportunities to be invited by investors, potential investors or clients saying, okay, come and pitch to us about your services. So we're beginning to have early adopters in the drone industry, unlike before. The threats, obviously, that I might not be an innovator, but I work with innovators. So I always dream about building this disruptive drone. That's why I've partnered with Wits University, the aviation department, But when you check the regulation, some will tell me, but Queen, South African aviation CAA won't allow you to do this. You can't build this kind of drone, you know. So it's not good for us because we check other countries. They allow the innovators to try new things, to fail, you know, without being crucified. So it's a threat that we are having here in this country, that our legislation is hindering on innovators to do disruptive drones, you know. But there's a lot of opportunity. Having said that, a lot of opportunities, Kira, software developers, manufacturers, technicians, and all of that. So there's a lot of opportunities for everyone who wants to enter into the drone space. And yeah, lesson learned is that I'm happy that I pivoted into services because Stephen Hawking says that intelligence is about being able to adjust to change. Because I kept on saying I want to be an industrialist, but 2 years, nothing is happening. You know, look at me now. I have traction, I've got clients that I go through the services, and later I'll convert that social capital back to my manufacturing brain. Okay, and of course, doing things lean. You saw the prototype I'm talking about, the 2 prototypes. It's just a simple MVP. I mean, it's such a simple BVLOS drone, you know, but it's built in a farm. My engineer is using his farm to build that drone. Unlike before, I wanted to go to CSIR or to VET to give me the aviation space to test the drone. Now we are using our farm. I'm using someone that was innovated the drone as an enthusiast, but now I told him that my strength, I'm good with commercializing the innovation. Let's work together. So it's important that we need to start small, even if it's not perfect. Let's bootstrap with whatever we have, and then you see progress. Everyone spoke about power of collaboration on services. I said, I don't have an ROC and I don't want to have it. I'm more into manufacturing, but working with them, it gave me opportunity to be able to offer services in the drone industry. Also, I'm learning that I don't need mentors anymore. One is enough, but now I need sponsors. A person like Louisa, who sponsored me, who said, Queen, I see you are busy with accelerators, you're into drone accelerators, you're into startup and all of that. I want to handhold you. You know, there are also conferences, you know, let's go, you know, inviting me. Here's a book on, and he introduced me to Kim. Let's do this, you know. So it's important that you have people that handhold you to get clients to do things, and thanks to them as well. You know, so it's important to have both sponsors and mentors. And also I shared earlier that it's important that you need to build a rejection vaccine because you get rejected a lot and there's a lot of emotional roller coaster that goes with it, but be strong. Yeah, I think that's my story for now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And next up, we have Louise Jupp. I'm sorry, Kim, did I step over you? Go ahead. No, okay, great. Louise, I'd like to have you go next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How do I follow that? Those are amazing stories from Matthew and Queen. Let me just share my screen here, just to get my presentation. Yes, thank you very much to Kele, Kim, the team for inviting me to take part in the summit. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you very much for such a wonderful introduction, Kim. Thank you. Today, I just want to give you an idea of what roles women are currently playing today in the African drone industry, whether as a means to really just help inspire people out there to consider this industry as a career, or something that, like Queen, become an entrepreneur in, or be a leader in the industry. So yeah, what I'd like to do is just give you an outline of the roles that women are currently fulfilling. What applications are they involved in, some of which we've already heard. How did they get into the industry? And what's the advice that they may offer to anybody who is looking at this industry? And really, this comes from discussions that I've had. I did a Trailblazing Women for the African Drone Industry series on YouTube for women and drones. You can find it on this particular link here. And I had the privilege of interviewing a host of women, including Kim, Mafu, and Queen, and just being amazed by the stories that they have to tell, all unique about how they got into this industry, why, where they see they're going with it. And it's been fantastic. And I've spoken to women across Africa. So really, what are the roles that women are currently fulfilling in the drone industry? And it's quite interesting, really, because we've got the entrepreneurs, we've got people that are directors in companies, owning companies. They are also leaders within their industry, within their companies. Women are performing a lot of operational roles within the companies that they have or they're engaged with. These could be providing the key roles that you have to have as an operational company, whether it's safety officer, security officer. It could also be quality assurance, sales and marketing. There are a variety of roles that women are performing. We've heard from Mafu, instructors who are providing training, very important training, whether it's for pilots, whether it's for additional training that's necessary for operating companies. Then there are the women that are industry influencers, who are the pioneers out there and acting as ambassadors and cheerleaders for this industry. There are also women that are fulfilling technical roles, being licensed technicians for drone companies. And then, of course, there's pilots. There's a mixture of pilots, whether they're flying fixed wing or multi-rotor or even the VTOL aircraft, vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. They're flying night flights. They're doing beyond visual line of sight flying. There's a whole mixture of piloting skills being demonstrated by these women. And then there are also women that are playing a key role in developing legal frameworks, policies, and strategies for driving the industry in South Africa and Africa as well. So it's really quite exciting, the sort of broad range already. But I mean, bear in mind, this is still a new industry and there are plenty more roles to be fulfilled. But what are the applications that we're seeing women being involved in? We've already heard from Queen and Mafu, which I'll come to as I go through the list here. But some of the applications are medical deliveries. I've spoken to women involved in Zipline or women involved with the South African National Blood Service. They're there to provide a service to deliver bloods and medicines. And equally, some of the flying labs applications are looking at working with tracing people that may have cholera or typhoid, I think it is. So there are different applications of it from a medical perspective. Then there's surveying, using drones to survey areas and in some cases supporting, for example, town planning and helping to improve informal settlements. Then, as Mafu has gone through here already, the education, the instruction, the training facilities, that's a very important role because this is a professional industry that needs to have professional training. Then there's disaster management as well as humanitarian applications. Queen's just mentioned that role that she's playing through flying labs. Then there's manufacturing, again, Queen, and they're equally being involved in the software design. Drones are more important than just the drone. The data that they collect is really critical, and you need software to be able to convert that data into something that is useful to somebody. And so software is an incredibly important aspect of the drone ecosystem. Agricultural applications, as well as, again, through the flying labs opportunities, building local technology, bringing technology into rural areas. And then there's also the security and surveillance applications, which can, I've run out of space here, but you've also got conservation, anti-poaching applications. There's I barely touched on some of the applications that other women are involved in that I know from around the world, but these are ones that I've specifically seen in Africa. I think it's worth asking, how do people get into this industry? And I think this was a really interesting, for me, asking everybody, how did you, why did you? It was really wonderful just hearing the passion and the drive that everybody had. And I think the thing that's really interesting is that for the majority of people, this has been a second career choice. Quite a few of the women I've spoken to, investment banking, human resources. I'm an environmental scientist by trade. Conservation scientists, mining specialists, engineers, and surveyors. People have seen the value that drone technology can bring. Either they're using it or they're getting fully involved in it and creating an individual company that provides that service, or they're just finding ways to benefit from drone technology. It's really quite interesting. there are people that have tropes and the drone industry or drone technology as a primary career choice. As this industry gets slightly older and older, more and more people are going to come into this from the start as opposed to switching careers. And one of the favorite things, several people said this to me, drones found me. And for me, this was quite a few people said they wanted to get into aviation. They wanted to be a pilot, or they wanted to be an aeronautical engineer or something similar. And they were talked out of it. And they did something else, and it wasn't quite what they really wanted to do. And then drones found them, and they found a way to get into the aviation industry. And that was just lovely to hear, because you could suddenly see the smile and the passion that finally they got back into their dream, which was to get into aviation. And it's also interesting that some of the second career choice, sort of, is people within manned aviation, again, like Mafu, are getting involved in the drone industry because they see the potential and the value. And I just think, and that trend is picking up with the sort of effect that lockdowns around the world have had on the aviation industry. At the end of each of the interviews, I did ask everybody, what was their key advice to newcomers? What would be the overall thing that they would say? And I've actually heard some of it already repeated, but educate yourself about the industry, know what you want to do, have a purpose. Don't just buy a drone or think you can use a drone and it's going to solve everything. Make sure you know what you think you can do with the drone technology, or, whichever way you want to use it, that make sure you have a purpose. But don't be afraid to try. Pursue your passion. It's so much easier to do things that you're passionate about. So don't be afraid to try. There are so many opportunities within drone technology, drone industry, the whole sort of sphere, the ecosystem, for you to make a mark, to make a difference, as you've heard today. There's also so much you can do in the industry with skills you already have. As I've said, there are people that are using drones to supplement or augment their surveying careers, or in terms of town planning, or whether it's for environmental impact assessment. There are various ways in which skills you've already got. Lawyers getting involved in aviation law. There are so many ways in which you can use your skills that you already have within this industry. It's not about the drone or being a pilot. There are so many different aspects you can get involved in. This one's come up already, but it's so very important, is surround yourself with people who will fly your flag, who will support you. Even if it's just one person, have that person that will support you. And in many ways, reach out to people in the industry for advice. Find a mentor, find a cheerleader, find someone that will, as the Queen says, hold your hand, guide you through, and just push you sometimes and give you, sort of say, come on, let's get going here. Which leaves me really just to finish. It's just a call to action. Go for it. Take the plunge. If you've got an idea, if you think you can do something with this kind of industry, then take the plunge. Go for it. Investigate and research it. Dive into this. Put your arms around this industry and embrace it. Just get involved in it. If as I said, it's not always about being a pilot, and it's not always about being technical. There is a perception you need to be technically minded. That's not always the case. So look at all options that you might get involved in the industry, or use the industry, or even benefit from the industry. Have a look at it from all perspectives. Reach out and network. That's incredibly important, as Mafu indicated, with getting involved with women and drones. Talk to people, get involved, and hear other people will offer support. That's what's wonderful about this industry. It's a very supportive industry. And really become the next pioneer. This is an amazing industry. Coming from the one that I've come from, there are rewarding careers in this industry. You can truly make a difference with what you want to do with drones. And you are in an industry where people are driven by passion, and it's so intoxicating to actually be involved with people like this. It's a brilliant area to get into. So why not become the next pioneer? And yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louise. That was awesome. I appreciate you sharing that perspective about the women in Africa and their roles and what they're doing. I think that's astounding that you've collected that information in such a short period of time. So thank you for your leadership in that work. And Kim, if you don't mind, before we take any questions, I'd just like to spend a few minutes just kind of giving an overview about women in drones. Do we have time?
Yes, Sharon, please go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen, I think. Let's see if I can get it up again. All right. Okay, can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. So just a few minutes, I'd like to take a few minutes rather to share you a little bit about Women in Drones. We are a membership organization that is global. We're focused on elevating the presence of women across the autonomous aircraft industry. We have been around since 2017. And we're focused on supporting women being a part of the growing financial opportunities with the industry. So many times we don't have a way to elevate and make sure that women can participate in the economic opportunities. And so we're really about inspiring and giving that presence to women in the industry. We currently are operating under 7 different brands, which allow us to really zero in on opportunities to really inspire and give access to women in various ways and elevate their presence. And as Louise mentioned, Women in Drones was one of our most recent launches, which was earlier this year, and it's going extremely well. A few facts, as I mentioned, we've been around 5 years, and we're also celebrating 5 years of our Global Women to Watch Awards program. It's an initiative that every year we identify women in the women across the globe who are key leaders, just as those that were on our panel today. Our network spans 24 countries and growing. And from a networking standpoint, we actually started this process when the pandemic hit as a way to continue to engage and support one another. And so Tuesdays, we're live from the United States, and I believe we had Drone Diva Desi on yesterday on this platform. And then Thursdays, we're live from South Africa, thanks to Louise and Kim, who provide weekly networking opportunities and speakers. For the last 4 years, we've been named one of the top companies to watch that's in the drone industry. And for those of you who may not be familiar, UAS stands for Unmanned Aerial Systems, which is just another way of saying drones. A few facts about women in the United States that are in the industry. While we continue to represent a small portion, a very small portion of the overall number of FAA certified pilots, what is a stat that I will share, which you'll see here on the left, is that 2016, since the FAA has started offering the FAA certification process to become commercial pilots, we have been quickly growing in the number of ranks for women as commercial pilots. In 2016, the very first year was offering, we had less than 1,000. And as of year-end 2020, we were approaching 15,000 women. So it's quickly growing. And another reason of us emphasizing that drones is the fastest growing sector within aviation. You contrast that on the right with the number of women who are pilots in the manned aircraft space. So as you can see, we now again have approaching 15,000 women commercial pilots, the remote pilots, they're listed on the top. On the right-hand side, you also see that women manned aircraft that are commercial pilots are just approaching 8,000. And women that are manned aircraft pilots for air transport, which are going to be your commercial airlines such as American Airlines, United, Delta, and so forth, are still under 8,000 also. What's remarkable about this is that we're now almost double in just a few short years since this certification process has come about by the FAA. Also, from an age group standpoint, you can see it's fairly evenly spread in the younger ages, although I can tell you, as it says here at the bottom, that the average age is 38, and it's actually going down, the average age, which means that younger women are coming into the industry, at least here in the United States. Many of the women, when we first started calculating this, were closer to the 50 average age of 45 to 50, which indicated that this was a second or third career choice. And with that, I don't want to take up any more of our time, but you can certainly reach out and connect with us on any of our social media platforms, and me personally through LinkedIn. And with that, I will offer Kim, if we have any questions from the audience, or if we have time for any questions, we're happy to ask the panelists some questions.
Thanks so much, Sharon, and thank you so much, ladies. That was awesome. May I just ask the tech team to highlight any questions that might have come through? Just comments. Are there any cool ones you wish to highlight for us, if they're relevant? Okay, absolutely amazing work, Queen. This is so inspiring and empowering. At the same time, your innovation and adaptability is top tier. That's nice. Awesome. That's so cool. Sharon, I think if you have some questions for each of the panelists, that would be good. I think maybe one or two. If we can keep the answers brief, that would be good as well. We have one more session left to end the day. So yeah, let's go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, great. So, I was very much inspired by all of the ladies, as I always have been. But one of the questions I would like to ask Mafu is, knowing what you know now, considering the challenges that you have overcome, what would you do differently if you could start over?
Surround myself with people that have gone before me, and not really waste my time trying to prove to people that do not believe in my dreams, and network. That I hope I've answered.
Yes, no, thank you very much. And Queen, the question I have for you is, when I look at the work that you have shared with us, it is amazing. I love all that you have embraced. What's next for you? Where to now? I mean, there's got to be something else that's on your drawing board that you're looking to adopt. So what's next for you?
I think I'm very results driven. I'm thinking that, I'm results driven. So I think we've put so much effort to do what we're doing. Now we need to see tangible results. So what's coming is obviously launching the two drones that we are manufacturing. We have the prototypes in 6 weeks' time. And God willing, to start massifying that through our smart manufacturing. So the manufacturing dream is coming into fruition now. And secondly, I need those big paying customers for our services, portion of our business. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And Louise, one of the things that I have learned through the process of working with you over the last year, and not only preparing to launch Women in Africa, Women in Drones in Africa, but then also the work that you've done through the interviews and so forth. And unlike here in the States, so far we have not been able to come up with really a track record of measuring the number of women across the continent that are in the industry, or even by country. So I'm curious as to your perspective on how do you see the opportunities to grow the number of women in the drone industry in Africa?
Yeah, gosh, I think, in terms of growing, attracting more girls and women into this industry, I think I came across a quotation, girls cannot be what they cannot see. And that for me was just pivotal. We have got to get more role models out there. We need to raise awareness about the companies that are out there doing what they're doing with women and drones, or as well as getting women and drones involved in through this. And this was what the drive for Women and Drones Africa was: is let's raise the profile of these the conversations that I had with women in Kenya, in Rwanda, South Africa, Zambia, Namibia were just amazing. And these stories need to be heard. People have got to have someone to look to and go, I understand. Someone may be having troubles, and we'll hear Mafu's story or Queen's story and say, I know I'm not going alone. There's somebody else out there. And that to me is the biggest thing. We've got to raise awareness about people that are already cutting a path. And, also just, if I can, it's also, we've just got to make sure that people know there's multiple entries into this industry. As I said, it's not just the drone. It's not just being a pilot. There's so much out there. And to limit perception to that, it would just close off too many opportunities. So I think, yeah, we ourselves already are acting as ambassadors and cheerleaders. And I think everybody who plays a role in this industry should do the same, and just let's bring on more girls and more women into this industry. And it's just raising our profile, making a noise.
Yes, I so echo your comments, and particularly a quote that I always use is, if you can see me, you can be me. Because so many times when we're up in front of an audience, and I can't tell you how many times I've been at a conference of a non-industry conference, and I've had a man generally walk up to me and say, I didn't know that women flew drones. And you kind of go, look at the year on the calendar, buddy. We're out here, we're in every aspect of life. And so to your point, it's about sharing the stories, which is our whole purpose to exist. But we want to make sure that women play a role in the financial aspects, which is so much why I admire the women on this panel, is because that's exactly what they're doing. They're demonstrating their leadership, but they're also making sure that they're driving revenue. So thank you so much for this opportunity, Kelly, Kim, and everyone. I so appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing you all again on the next venue.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Queenie, you had something to say?
Yes, please. I forgot to acknowledge some women here in the drone space because they're too generous, and I didn't acknowledge. I only acknowledge Louis. I acknowledge all of you, but also my shout out goes to Kelly. We spoke about sisterhood. We go to church together. So when I came back from China, I was speaking to someone else about my dream, wanting to innovate and this and then. And they'll come to Innovation Hub, come. And even today, I'm using my office. My what's in the intents are using the infrastructure. It's because of you. When we say sisters, let's support each other. He has done it. Louisa has done it. Kim as well. I don't have an ROC, but I'm into service. He said, Queen, don't struggle about looking for other ROC holders because I know they're very expensive for you. We'll negotiate about the price. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, that sisterhood is right here, especially in the drone space. Come and join us, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We heard about grit, tenacity, and I just am inspired every day. Thank you so much. And we're now going to have our last session. Ms. Salou, are you ready for our last session, which is our Diva Spotlight? Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last session. Over the past 2 days, we've really had fantastic topics. And what better topic to end the day off with than beauty? So today on our Diva Spotlight, I am pleased to be joined by Roberta Whitney from England. And just a brief bio about Roberta. She's a multifaceted creative mind with an entrepreneurial spirit. South African born and raised, but currently living in London. She has 30 years experience in the beauty sector. Her professional career also spans across wellness, fashion, music, presenting, and business. Her education is equally diverse, from studying art and design in London to recently completing a global innovation catalyst business program with Stanford University. Roberta also has a modeling career that began with Models One, which is one of the top model agencies in Europe. Ms. Roberta Whitney, please join us. Are you online?
Yes, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much for joining us. Roberta, please take the floor. Tell us about yourself and feel free to continue with your presentation on our last Diva Spotlight.
Sure, thank you so much. Well, after that amazing introduction, I'm not really sure how much more I can add. You've done a fantastic job. So yes, I just wanted to thank you, Kelly, for inviting me to speak today, and thank you to Hilton from Growth Wheel for the introduction. I'm so honored to be among such powerfully inspirational women doing amazing things to help shape our world for the better. And there have been some incredible speakers offering valuable insights and advice and sharing their knowledge. But I thought that I would rather than sharing a presentation on my tech business, I would share my journey instead, because I really believe that life is not linear. And it's really important to appreciate the journey and everything you learn along the way. So let me share my screen. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So you've done a good job at introducing me, and I might be repeating some of what you've said, but before I get into sharing my story, I just want to say, like, I'm really excited to be your Diva Spotlight. And before I share my story, I just want to take a minute to dispel the generally perceived meaning of the word diva. So it does have a little bit of a negative connotation, but when we think about divas, we think of difficult, temperamental, and over-demanding women who are really difficult to please. And so I want to redefine that today for us so that we can all see the diva in ourselves. So I see a diva as a person who exudes great style and personality with confidence and expresses their own style. And basically someone whose character makes them stand out from the rest, and a person who tries to achieve what they want and they don't let other people get in their way. And basically they do this with style and class. So what is a diva to me? Well, she's simply a go-getter, someone who goes for what they want and doesn't take no for an answer. So I hope that we all see the diva in ourselves after today. So like you mentioned, I do consider myself a multifaceted creative mind and entrepreneurial, and I have an entrepreneurial spirit because I love the idea of creating something and building from that. So watching something come to life is a real passion for me. I was born in Cape Town in South Africa, and I was pretty much raised in different cities because we moved around a lot. And like you mentioned already, I do live in London at the moment. I have 30 years experience in the beauty sector. My professional career spans across, like you said, wellness, fashion, music, presenting, and business. And my education is equally diverse because I studied art and design in London, and then recently completing this Global Innovation Catalyst Business Program with Stanford. I've produced teaching materials for global distributors of organic products to help them understand, well, to help them educate their customers on the toxins in products and why we should lessen our toxin intake. So by choosing organic products wherever possible. I basically created a DVD called Dying to be Beautiful, which talks about the toxins in personal care products and, you know, the reasons why we should limit that. This is me signing some autographs for the Dying to Be Beautiful DVD that was sold predominantly in America, but actually it was sold globally. I also have a modeling career that spans over 3 decades. I started my career with Models One, which is one of the top agencies in the world. And I've played the love interest in pop videos for artists like Craig David and Led Zeppelin's lead singer, Robert Plant, just to name a couple. And I also had a wellness business with Ludacris. I've styled Nelly Furtado for a music video we shot in Latin America. And I've graced the pages of top publications like Elle and Cosmopolitan. And to gain experience working in luxury, I worked for VIP client services at Victoria's Secret in the world's first Angel Suites, which was located on the top floor of their Bond Street flagship store. And I began my corporate career holding the position of VP of Business Development for a global beauty tech company and was tasked with launching their London operation. I learned a lot about technology and found myself thinking about all kinds of businesses you could take online. Earlier this year, I held the general manager position for a UK-based beauty manufacturing company and gained valuable experience, which has been instrumental in helping me develop my own brand of organic skincare. And I'm currently working on a new formulation for a Roberta Whitney product line with a Monaco-based French company that I've partnered with. So my website just launched earlier this month. It's robertawhitney.beauty, where you can find anti-aging skincare and wellness products, which will help you look and feel younger. To help female entrepreneurs, I'm also offering the opportunity to join my sales team. So if you have a passion for sales and want to start and grow your own online business selling products, I would love to hear from you. And I'm also developing a digital platform business, which aims to help you live not just longer, but healthier lives. So the global business landscape is changing so fast, and we must adapt. I mean, even the modeling industry has digitized. So now, instead of going to castings, you would have to cast online, you sending a video instead of going there in person. This is all due to COVID and new measures. And so we see the change that COVID has brought about and how we need to sort of adapt or die, essentially. So my advice for people entering into this tech space is to find your passion and to find a way to digitize it so that you can be part of this fourth industrial revolution. So there are many ways to take a journey. The trick is to be prepared and to enjoy the view. So to be teachable, coachable, learn and grow along the way, so that when you reach your summit, you can say it was worth it. Outside of learning your craft, I think there are other skills to consider, which are really important in helping you get the success that you want. So, and a lot of it is really difficult to learn. So it takes a lot of inner work. Things like emotional intelligence, intuition, self-development. You need to be constantly learning and growing, in my view, to be able to know, I mean, something like emotional intelligence and intuition comes in really handy when you're hiring your team, for instance, because you'll connect with people and sort of feel what they feel, in a sense, which helps you to choose the right person to work with. Because when you're entering into these business relationships, it's like a marriage, but more difficult to get out of when it's not working out. So I think it's key to your ultimate success to have a really well-rounded approach to your learning So self-development is really important. And finally, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, because one of the takeaways I hope I was able to impart is that your journey is your own, so you should own it. And every step is an opportunity to learn a new skill. That's why I shared my journey in showing you that there was twists and turns, and I pivoted from one thing to another, because as I learned what I needed to learn from one thing, I was able to move on to the next thing. And so ultimately, it's really important that you learn from every step of the way. And I hope that you own the fact that you are a diva. Thank you, guys. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, thank you. I mean, I can certainly see from some of the facial expressions now that we are all certainly feeling like divas indeed, and we need to own that. You've clearly made your way around the beauty industry. You've done some really great work. I saw a picture with Ludacris. I think you said that you have a business with him. So I'm sure after the presentation, you'll be able to share his details with me. I just wanted to find out from you. You've made such a good name for yourself. When would you say was your first big break? Like, when was the first opportunity that you found and really took advantage of?
So I think I've had multiple big breaks in the different areas. So if we talk about modeling, you know, my big break was being signed by the top agency. If we talk about getting into the corporate world, my big break was becoming vice president of this beauty tech company that I helped launch in the UK. And I think when you talk about big breaks, I feel like because I'm constantly learning and growing, I almost create the big breaks for myself. So yeah, that's what I would say about big breaks. You have to be prepared so that when the break comes, you're ready. So opportunity meets readiness equals success.
I like that, the fact that, you know, you need to create your own big breaks because most of the time you can't just sit around and wait for things to happen. And, you know, it's really, really worked well for you. What would you say, I know, you know, you said you had a lot of ups and downs, but what would you say are the really big challenges? I mean, the beauty industry is so diverse, and I think you have a wide range of products that you deal with. What was your biggest challenge or stumbling block that you came across, and how did you go about it?
I think for me, if I'm honest, which is always a surprise to most people, but just confidence. When you don't really understand something fully, obviously you're going to lack the confidence in it. And so just having confidence in not only your ability, but also getting into a new area like tech, when tech is not your background. You could be a little bit sort of dissuaded from getting into that. But my advice would be to just, you know, feel the fear and do it anyway, because that's what I did. And although it was absolutely frightening, once you get to the other side and you realize that, you know, you don't know what you don't know. And so once you learn, then the confidence comes with that.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'd like to ask any audience members, have any questions? Come on, where's that diva spirit? Okay, we don't have any questions from the audience, but Ms. Roberta Whitney, thank you so much. You know, this was really insightful, and it's such an interesting industry. And it's an industry that, you know, a lot of women love. It's just so interesting to actually see the different kinds of pitfalls, but also the opportunities that are out there for people in beauty. So thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. And I really would just like to make sure that people, if there are anybody that would be interested in getting involved in this sort of industry, I'm happy to help. And my business is looking for people globally who are interested in creating their own businesses online. So helping them get into this area of, having a tech business, an online business. So I'll be happy to speak to anybody who's interested in that.
All right, and we hope to see you back home soon in South Africa.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Right, at this point, it's time for some closing remarks from the CEO of AB4IR, the amazing, beautiful, and talented diva, Miss Kelebogile Molopiane. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Hello? Yes. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good everything in between. We are at the end of the 2-day session. Can I please ask my team that you bring the stuff up here? I want to start off seriously by thanking everybody that tuned in, thanking all the speakers that trusted me. You know, the thing about this life that we're living in, this digital life that we find ourselves in, is that you don't really always know if this person that's reaching out to you is really real. There's a lot of cybersecurity. So suddenly somebody sends you a message, Mafu, you've never met this person, and they're like, can you please come and speak at our event? And this one is even worse. Then she even comes and sleeps at my house. She doesn't know I could be a hacker. Hey, we could be having you for dinner, hey? So she comes all this way and she decides to come in. Yeah, well, I have some cannibalism inside of me, but let's see if you'll still go home. So Ms. Kim, Ms. Salu, I am so honored. Like seriously, it's 2 full days that you're taking out of your time, and we bootstrapped this event. I can't even buy you coffee. Like that's how bad that is. But in the name of sisterhood, they are here. In the name of entrepreneurship, in the name of supporting each other, they are here. Sisi Pokazi, so excited that you could join us today. Like, where do I start, really? We are in good hands. We're moving and we're going places. So before I do my formal, what is the word, closing remarks, should I stand up here? Can you see all of me? Am I too tall or too short? Too tall, too short? Too short. Hey! Can you see all of me now? Okay, but I can't see all of me there, but it's fine. So, may I please call on stage my co-hosts, Ms. Kim and Ms. Salu, as we thank them from the bottom of our feet. Like I always feel like the heart is just here, so it's not far enough, you know? So way past my heart, all the way under my feet, right here. Thank you, my dear people. Please come. I'm tested. There's no corona. I promise. I promise you. Okay, so thank you. Miss Ingrid, Miss Salu's stuff, and her gifts. Thank you. Can I at least have a picture with her in the center, in the middle, where he can see all of us? KJ, you should have worn flats. You're gonna take pictures with me, and I'm not, like, seriously. Okay, now go down a bit. Here you are, my friend.
Thank you so much. Wow.
And a geskenkie.
Thank you so much.
Sisi Pakazi, thank you so much. Everybody's living here with a commitment of being their sisters keeper, and I've seen it in action. Like, Dynamites come in small packages. Whether you have to be on a stand or not, you will feel. You know, some people, you'll have to feel them. There is this parable in the Bible that I love where Jesus was around a whole lot of people and there was a woman that touched him. It was like at the corner down there below. And he was like, who touched me? It's that thing. Like, you touched all of us and we are so thankful and grateful. Remain blessed. Okay. Bring the stuff as well. Yes. Oh, okay. This one apparently needs to be presented. And can I help to carry the flowers? Yes. Oh, they're heavy. There's them. Absolutely awesome. Is there anybody that I'm forgetting? I guess, we're having her for dinner. Yes, Bafu, all the way from, if I were you, Zambia, plus you got a new president now. You may not get to experience him. But come, let's give you a Kodak moment, just in case. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Zambia. But I could have that. Awesome. Taban, can I have somebody left their glasses here? The oldies? Okay. Taban, can I have my presentation on? Roberta, the gorgeous Roberta. I need to say this. I have learned, and I keep saying, and I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, like, at any given time in your life, you are 3 people away from the person you really want to meet. And I've made an example that if you wanted to meet Oprah, for crying out loud, you probably know somebody. They know somebody. They know somebody that knows Oprah like here, right? So now I know Hilton, who knows Roberta, that knows Luda. So now it's been shortened. I know Roberta. And then I know Ludacris. Lord knows who else I'm gonna know. So we'll take it from there, right? So guys, at any given time, if you sit and really think about it, you are 3 people away from a person you really, really wanna meet. It's that network thing. Think about who you wanna meet. Strategize about how you wanna get to that person, and anything becomes possible. So I thank all of you. And I thought before we close, let me just say to you, I was supposed to have been setting the tone with this one, but okay, I'm no better than the other ones, yes. But I thought it's important that we also still cover these points, right? This was a report that was done by Sison and Marilyn. Marilyn is one of the women in ICT that I really look up to. I really have great admiration for her. And it was interesting that women are the highest percentage users of most technology, but we are just not in the forefront of it. And this is why platforms such as this were absolutely necessary. These were the challenges that everybody spoke about, right? The stereotypes, we feel undermined, we underpaid for jobs that we are doing that are similar, if not better than what men are doing. We overlooked for promotions. There's not enough mentors and role models, and there's limited support, and there's culture and socialization issues that we're dealing with. The stats everybody spoke about, and then how do we address that? I'm just running through this because most of these things were really covered, right? We need to unlearn what we have learned. That's unlearn, relearn, and learn again. Let's unlearn that whole thing that if a remote is broken, we give it to the boy child. In my house, in fact, my girl is like way more advanced than my boy. Okay, she might have a different view. Because yesterday, by the way, did you give my kids the what do you call the accolades? Yes, they did her presentation. Yesterday, they were helping her to do the presentation. They were like, good luck. Yes, slideshows and everything else. That's how they are. So we need to address primary education. We're not talking about these things early enough, you know. Somebody spoke, and I don't quite remember who it was, that honestly, education is still the same. How is it that I went to school in the 80s and people that are going to school right now in 2021 are still having the same curriculum? Something is wrong. You can't do the same thing and expect different results. There's funding issues, there's mentorship issues. We need to have support, and business incubation is doing its best to curb some of these issues that we're going through. So this organization that has brought you this platform is called AB4IR, and we are a township-based incubator. We are in partnership with the Tshwane South TVET College in Mabopane, which is where we're based, and we're funded by CEDA. And we want to really work with the township people. We want to get you to be to have access to this technology that we're talking about, so that we don't leave you behind. What is the use of talking 4IR or 5IR when those that need it the most don't even understand what that is about? Our vision is very clear. From these townships, we want to create a pool of those that will go and compete internationally. You would have heard, I spoke to Ivy, I said I want to bring people there. The Brazilian embassy has already said, let's do exchanges. So the reason we had 2 people from Brazil was because the embassy gave us those people, so we want to work with you. So soft landing, exchanging, and introducing our people to some of these platforms is the only way that we're going to go. Those are our objectives. I've spoken to some of them. We're bridging the digital divide and the gender divide. We're empowering youth. And we want people to understand there is so much opportunity in gaming, animation, and virtual reality, as you saw, right? But how will people get to take advantage of this when they don't even know about them? And we're bringing it to their attention. Let's leverage on what is existing, the infrastructure, the policies, and all of that, and bring it to the people, because apparently it's for the people, by the people. Our 3 main programs: business incubation, Umbokoda, and drone technology. Umbokoda is a platform we've created specifically to do women focused programs, and W-Wiits falls under it. We have the drone diva that's coming up as well. It falls under this umbrella. Drone technology, because I'm also one of the founding members of the Drone Council South Africa, we're doing incubation through them, and Ms. Kim is one of my chamber leaders that we're doing this work together. So it's those dots we were talking about that you're connecting as you look back, right? Our value proposition includes that people can come to our center, have use of the, of the internet and the space and the equipment, because when you're talking to an average child that stays in the township, they don't have that access. And that's what we're providing. Now, this is the AB4IR team, guys. I have the most fantastic, I don't know if you know, haven't you realized, like, these people do magic, eh? Except this one in the front, those ones at the back. That one just takes pictures and claims all the glory, but I have the most fabulous team. I thank you guys. Like, this has been awesome. We are growing and it becomes better and better all the time. Wait until they see next year. Yeah. Drone diva, this is what I was talking about, and we were discussing it with Kim. So we're not trying to get people remote pilot licensing here. No, we're introducing them to the world of drones, just as you were referring to earlier on in your presentation. So many people want to know about the space, but where do they start, right? So we're doing the Drone Diva program. We did the Digital Youth Festival. It happened in 3 provinces, Limpopo, Gauteng, and Eastern Cape. It was awesome. And then we did this with this fabulous, fabulous women that made me look pretty. We gave you 35 speakers from 13 countries and 5 continents. How awesome is that? And as an entrepreneur, as a CEO, as so many things that I've done over the past 20 years, I have learned, these are my life lessons that helps me on a day-to-day as well. Like, it matters not where you are, you must always be present. There's a difference between a journey and a destination. You must always enjoy the journey. Even if yesterday we took a wrong turn and I could have just been so angry and whatever, but we had fun going around listening to, was it Luther Vandross, and going around in this way, and life happened, and then I got here. When you get there, leave it better than you found it. I've said to my team, they always know, you know, when we've been to a place, they know before I was here. We had an event here last year, December. When we got here yesterday and setting up, like, no, but we remember you guys. Where you guys gonna? Yeah, that's just how we roll. Leave it better than you found it. Don't take anyone or anything for granted. Those that you look down on are the ones that you're gonna need on your way down. You treat the CEO and the cleaner just the same way. There's a dark mentality that I work at, and that lady there that's with the polka dot thing is my BFF from since we were like this much. She calls me and I could be in my worst days where I really want to die. And she asks me, how are you? And I laugh. She's like, why are you laughing? But everything is going so wrong. So up here, I'm like, you think I have it together, but down there, like, what am I going to do? Kind of thing, you know? You don't need to showcase to the whole world that you're going through hell. Hell always happens, and you're not special. It happens to most of us. But what are you doing about it? Don't stay there. Move on. Respect everyone. Like I was saying, because you never know who you will need. Have a learning relationship with failure. A lot of people have spoken a lot about that. Let's change our mindset with failure. Give yourself permission to do anything and everything that you want to do. If you're waiting there for me to come and tell you, I give you permission to speak, you're going to be mute for the rest of your life. Do it right the first time or don't do it at all. Because how you do anything, Sfiso, is how you do everything. We have that in our office. What people say about you behind your back is none of your business. And that's why they're saying it behind your back. Ask for help or clarity when necessary. I fight with my team because I say, if you don't understand, ask. You're going to sit in your corner and die there because you didn't ask. It takes just a second. To ask is but a moment's shame. But not to ask and remain ignorant is a lifelong shame. Remember that. Have a vision, have a focus, have a why. Why do you wake up in the morning? Why? My why is the kids. I'm still here, guys, because I've got two little things that are so powerful and I need to see them reaching greater heights. When you get there, make room for others. There's nothing special about you being the only one. Guys, we are fighting a serious plight, especially as Black people. We are fighting a serious plight, especially as women. When you get there, make room for the next woman. When you're clear with the what, the why, and the how will take care of itself. How many times have you been so clear? You know, in 5 years, I want to be a CEO. You don't even know how or what. But 5 years later, you find yourself, you're a CEO because you were clear. You attracted the universe to help you get to where you wanted to be. Criticize in private and compliment in public. There is nothing fantastic about standing out there and say, yeah, because I'm the CEO, they must see that I'm the CEO and I tell them where to get off. No. When they do good, make them feel good about themselves, and then when they do bad, let's get in a corner and show them how to get there. You cannot give what you don't have. We spoke about health and well-being. Please take care of yourself. That thing, that mask dropping, like it has now made sense. It has stuck with me. Guys, imagine the room, the oxygen was ending up in here and you went to put oxygen on everybody else. You're going to die before you get to a third person. Put it on yourself first, and then you'll be able to rescue a lot more people. And then finally, self-pity does not look good on anyone. I promise you, when you're walking around wanting people to feel sorry for yourself, it does not look good on anyone. So hold your head up, do what needs to be done, and let's meet at the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology 2022 on the 24th and 25th August. Thank you to everybody, guys. Like, this is like awesome. If you educate a woman, no, you need to see that. If you educate a woman, you educate a man is an individual. But when you educate a woman, it's a nation. So let's take pride in being women. Let's do what needs to be done because it always seems impossible until it is done. Thank you, and thank you. Thank you.